Sets me free. You just do everything like nobody else. And I need you beside me. Yeah. I wanna give you myself. If I hurt you and you feel bad, your loving ways makes me sad. I feel, so where you go, we'll have each other. Something that you told me stayed in my head all night long. You wanted me to love you when you said simply reach out and touch me. My love is in your head. Feel me. I want to feel the fire. Why you wanna play with my emotion? And if I should lose for any reason at all, then just let my record show that you all my love. I know if I should lose your love for any one reason, tell me, then just let my record show you gave me all. Oh, don't you dare. I wouldn't dare. Don't you dare try to play with my ocean. I want to give you all of my life. I want to give you all of my life. Each day I need to remember. Feel so safe, feel secure with you. You give me love, you keep right on giving. Fill me up, baby, with a joy. When things get tough, I can always turn to you. keep still. No doubt about it, that this love I feel is real. Ask me to go with you. You know I will. Hold me near, hold me tight. Only you can make it real. Only you make it alright. Just let me know that I am special to you. Oh, angel. You're my angel. Oh, is it a crime for me to be feeling this way? I'm going out of my mind, and there's no chance from a runaway love. Is it a dream? Is it a dream that I'm throwing in the wishing well? I'm losing control, body and soul, body and soul. Standing here waiting for a train that may never come. I saw the signs, I read the book. I should have had a second before you caught me dreaming. And there were times you come around, and we'd agree just to be friends. Tell me who was who. Deep water, I'm drowning in deep waters, slowly drowning in deeper, deep water. I'm drowning in deep water, slowly drowning in deeper. What do I say? Can I say? Where words have failed me before. What do I do when I'm feeling so blue? And there's no place for me to run and hide. I saw the sun inside your smile and wished for more than just a word. It's for you, for me, tree. A giant step into the dark. We threw caution to the wind. Tell me who was who. Deep water, I'm drowning in deep water, slowly drowning in deeper, deep water. I'm drowning in deep water, slowly drowning in deeper. I'm deeper, deeper, deeper. I'm drowning deeper. Oh, I saw the signs are in the book. I should have had a second thought before you caught me dreaming. There are times you come around and we'd agree just to be friends. Tell me who was good. drowning in deep water, slowly drowning in deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper. I'm drowning deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper. So deep is the water. Deeper, deeper, deeper. I'm drowning deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper. So deep is the water. Through devotion, blessed are the children. Praise the teacher that brings true love to men. Your devotion opens all life's treasure and delivers from the fruits that we bear. So our mission to bring a melody, bringing voices, sing sweet harmony. Soul to make your day brighter. Oh, that will last so long through troubled days. Keep in your heart, ooh, the light brighter. Oh, 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 let me know. It's got to be real. Girl, I could write a book on how you're making me feel. I know I'll never find another who could match the love you're giving to me. So easy for the lover in you. This ring means I'll always be true. This is I will start over new. This time it's gonna last forever. I trust you, yes I do. And girl, you're not the kind of guy could easily charm. 'Cause the feeling of love is always shown to me when you are wrapped in my arms. Oh, baby, for the lover in you, this ring needs I'll always be true. This is I will start up anew. This time it's gonna last forever. I don't wanna give you up. For the lover, I love you, baby. For the lover, this time it's gonna last forever. You see, I never met a girl, no, who satisfied my mental and my physical pain. When I lay me down to sleep, I rest assured with the thought that you are right next to me, baby. This is for the lover in you. Take it me that always be true. This is I will start anew. This time it's gonna last forever. This is for the lover in you. This my ring. Oh, oh, baby. This time we're gonna be together. So much love between us. You're the one to come running. Oh, home to you. Home to you. To give me but with a woman like you, I don't need to play around. Oh, you're more than just some woman. You're blowing my mind with the love that you're giving. That's what you hear me say. Girl, every day. It's just a love in you. Stay out there. With this ring, I'll show you that there ain't no man. It's for the love in you, baby. And this time we're If your broken heart needs mending, you can come to me. If you want a happy ending, you can come to me. If you love a face I'm gonna pray, you can come to me. You'll see how much I care. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like good. I specialize in love. Let me go. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like good. I specialize in love. Let me go. If you think you're being mistreated, come to me. If you feel you're being cheated, you can come to me. If you've been hurt by love before, step inside, baby, and close the door. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like it. I specialize in love. Let me warn you. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like it. I specialize in love. Let me warn you. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like it. I specialize in love. Let me warn you. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like it. I specialize in love. Let me warn you. I can make a broken heart. I can fix it 1, 2, 3. I can take away the pain. You can count on me. I can make a broken heart. I can fix it just like new. I can take away the pain. Give you love that's true. cross my mind, and I don't know why, but I feel from you. I want to stay close. I realize that things will ever be. Got kids at home. I can't leave them alone, 'cause I'm feeling it. Got another life, 'cause I still love my life. Oh, I still want to still. That's the way and the things and you hear you try to be cool. Even when you try to stay, tell me what the name. Yeah, trust your heart. Trust your
Woo! How's everybody doing? You are riding on the Quiet Fi at 95.9 with Charles Faulkner with the classics and the hits. We got our gentlemen raising their cups and the glasses in the air, the beautiful ladies shaking asses everywhere. Mm-mm-mm. I just like doing that shit. How's everybody doing? Don't worry, Ingo, I got you during the break for your requests. If you got requests, please, please, please don't be afraid to put them in the chat. But I'll tell you this one. If I do a show later tonight, since everybody calls it the best late show, uh, we're going to do If I do it today or I do it tomorrow, I'm gonna do a little bit of the funk era of music that my parents introduced me to when I was a little lad. Woo! So, if you enjoyed the music selection today, give me a woo in the chat. So, how you doing? We got Alicia. Hey, love. We got Bruce Almighty. Woo! We got I Am Listening. Pan African. We got Black in Effect, aka Mr. Z. Tone Malone. LaShawn. We got the Macho Man, Ingo Savage. Ooh, yeah. LaShawn Jefferson. Ooh, we got Snuggles. We got the Saying God One, aka the Truth, the youngest in charge, David Bowman. We got the nephew Iori. We got the doctor of style, profile, and also biochemistry, Anwar Damwar. We got Judge Dre, the coolest person I ever seen from Cleveland, but we can't give him too much credit. We got Mars Lowell. Uh, who else do we have up in here? We got my boy Ali. Salute to Ali. We bigger like a motherfucker. That's my brother from another mother. Shout out to him. Buried his mother last month. I know it's hard on him. He's got a beautiful baby girl on the way. One of the strongest men I know. And I'm not talking physical strength. The strength to actually be to grow up and actually have to bury both your parents before the age of 40. That takes a lot. We got Keith Wisdom. Now, we shall begin. Woo! We got all of it more sweet chin music. My rival when it comes to fighting games. Just not on Madden. Nah, he gets trounced. It's very parallel. Matter of fact, I gotta play him some more because I need to practice in the game time because like Otakon and BlurCon is coming up. Now, folks, and believe it or not, if this, after I become a cop, I just want to do music on the radio and talk shows, But how's everybody doing? To my always distinguished gentlemen and my lovely ladies, I was thinking about the title and things that went on today. I've noticed how people think that you have an issue with women if you have a critique of them. Sometimes the hardest thing to do to show your love is to tell the person the absolute and unapologetic truth. And as an adult, you find out very quickly that sometimes you can't tell the truth in a sugar-coated way. Sometimes the truth has to be sudden, especially when you're taking care. What's up, Tampa Supreme? Especially when it goes to relationships. Some people critique their men, which they should. Some people critique their ladies, which they should. But do not do it in such a way where it's coming from a place of destruction and turmoil and frustration. Do it out of a place of love, kindness, and growth. The truth will get you left alone, but sometimes, when we pray to God to protect me from my enemies, you lose so-called friends. I remember today we were talking on Platinum's set, and you had Celeste, Angry Man, Sister George, Steve the Dean, and myself. And you had Celeste, who basically was BSing us about her relationship. And like I had to tell her, like, yo, real men are not cutesy. Real men are multifaceted, in so many words. See, the multifaceted man knows that he can't blame everyone else without blaming himself for things first. The the multifaceted man has to take an accountability. He has to see the true world for what it is and not what he wants it to be. He must actually see the terrain. He must see the culture. He must see the environment to conduct himself as much. You cannot change something without understanding what type of context it is first. The one thing I always notice is that in the Black community, like people like Celeste who want to say, but the men are, but you're conquered. What am I conquered? I'm a warrior. I'm the conqueror, not the conquered. Even in America, Black people have been conquering. Think about it. We don't mind our women being educated. We don't mind our women getting good jobs. We're egalitarian by nature. And I told her, if we're so called conquered, what does that make you? Don't blame me, blame your situation. Don't be mad at me. Maybe it's because she's not with the man she wants. She's married with kids. Okay, God bless you. Hey, raise them properly. But if your kids are Black and you're telling me as a Black man, I'm conquered, and if you have Black sons, what are you telling them? See, this is where you need to have the foresight to be careful with your words. See, if I make a critique of Black men, it's an honest critique, regardless if I like it or not, regardless if you like it or not. Just like if people make an honest critique of me, it has to be honest to be valid. Everybody has opinions, but they stink sometimes, most of the time. I mean, really, if truly opinions are like assholes, eventually they're going to stink. But you know what smells like a rose? The absolute, unapologetic truth. You can't say, I'm a conquered as a Black man, and then expect your sons to out there and conquer the land. No sense does it make. So you forget, if we're conquered throughout war, the first thing they do is kill the men. They have their way with the women and they enslave your children. You don't have to believe me. Open up any history book. What did they do when they conquered lands? They made concubines of the women. They made slaves of the children, and your children will become interbred and indoctrinated with the ruling class. Don't blame me, blame your situation. You get upset and you say these things to your men, but you don't understand the toll that takes on your sons. We're not talking about the men you sleep with. We're talking about the men you bear. You can't expect someone to go out there and be their best if you still give them the mindset of you're conquered when they say something you don't like. If you're going to tell the truth, tell me the truth. Oh, Charles, you probably don't like your life. I love it. Oh, Charles, you probably can't get a woman. That's a lie. You're conquered. How can you conquer the unconquerable? How can you conquer the invincible? How can you conquer the undefeated? See, black people in America know setbacks, not true losses. Any other race of people that would have went through 10 years of what we went through, 5 years of what we went through, 1 year of what we went through. You damn right, Bruce. How can you conquer the Almighty? Any other race that would have went through a year what we went through would have been extinct. But you're mad at your situation. Excuse me. You're mad at other people, but not your situation. If we're so conquered, what does that make you? The spoils of war. See, the multifaceted man does not have the privilege nor the time to be conquered. He has to navigate through this world with a topographical map going from grid point to grid point. Sometimes he has to learn how to conduct himself on the fly. We're always held to the same standard of ethnocentristic European middle class men when you, of all people, should know that we do not get the privileges they do. You think that saying we're conquered is going to shut up a person telling the truth. You think that being conquered, guess what? There are plenty of black men in this country who said, I'd rather be a free man in my grave than a slave on my knees. There's many of us who will take jobs, collect cans, give blood to put food on a table. There are many of us who will get forged through the fire to take away any type of impurities that become steel. Like my boy Darren said, we got to fight. Yes, we must fight, but you should also know how to engage your opponent. You must also know the terrain in which you must fight against. Notice that we're never given any excuses. We're never giving the benefit of the doubt. We have to usually fight our own battles. When our blood is in the streets, and sometimes when we had to spill blood, we were always judged. Notice how Chad Wheeler, former lineman of the Seattle Seahawks, you had multiple people, in particular, some of these not so women. We're not talking about the ladies that are quality, that are inspirational, that are beautiful. We're talking about the ladies who will always turn their backs on you to go to the ruling class, who made up all these excuses for that white guy to beat up, assault, and throttle till she lost consciousness only because of his white skin. There would have been no excuses made if that was a brother. None whatsoever. Just like you're right, Bruce, sheer brutality because he wanted her to bow to him. And still, Black men were blamed for not protecting her. Still. Even when, shout out to wide receiver Des Bryant, who said, I'll fight you. You want to fight a man? I'll fight you. See, brothers, even to the cost of their life, have been protectors and builders. Even when we were not allowed to read under the threat of death, we've been protected. We've been protectors. Because when we look at the Black woman and we look at Black children, we see us. We see legacy. We see love and caring, somebody who can empathize with our struggle, even if they don't agree nor like us. That is the dichotomy. When Black Yoda, aka Black Uber, said many of men have taken made wives of single mothers yesterday. Did we blame the situation or do we use the best of it? Do we make the best of it? But at the same time, especially back then, that Black woman respected and loved that man because she knew that he didn't have to do this. She knew that he didn't have to take care of a child that did not come from his loins. He didn't blame the situation. He became the answer. He became the conduit of the survival of Black people. He became the Superman. Not because of some special abilities, it's because a job had to be done. And you know what's funny? Yes, we still have good women, but you know the majority of those women back then, they gave reverent respect and support to that man. That's why you can have people married for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. That's why you can have intact communities. That's why you can become an overachiever in a country that hated you because you had Black men and Black women working in tandem. You literally seen Black men literally, and I do mean literally, pull this out of their ass right here. Call up. And guess what? He had the entire community come. See, when people talk about other cultures of men, they forget this one thing. Other cultures of men severely punish single mothers. I'm going to say it again for the Negroes in the back who didn't hear me. Other cultures of men severely punish single mothers. It was Black men who took it on the chin. They knew what the situation was. They didn't whine about it. They didn't cry about it. They made things happen. Black women knew what the situation was. They didn't whine about it. They didn't cry about it. They made it happen. Of course, couples bicker. I'm going to be the first to tell you, it's going to happen. You're going to bicker. But the love and the support and the respect between the two was so strong that they conquered anything. They supported those children. Matter of fact, they even gave those children their last names and adopted them and said, "You're my legacy now." But you have people like Celeste who want to go with this narrative. You're conquered. If we're so damn conquered, what does that make you? Of course, she couldn't answer. Of course. We were the shields, as Cerulean would say. We are the shields and the spears of the community to tackle the environment and to conquer it. And women were the great teachers and nesters of the family. See, the piss poor part is she's married, but from her actions, not to a real man. Because if she was truly married to a black man, you just insulted him as well. See, why is it that when we do things you don't like or say things you don't like, we're conquered, but when we bow down to you, we're strong black men? See, I'm going to tell you a really ugly truth. A conquered man is a man who can't even run his own damn household. A conquered man is a yes man, even to his wife. Should a husband love, cherish, and respect his wife and take care of her? Yes. Should he become a yes man to her? No, because he's going to have to take the initiative to break some bad news and say, baby, we can't, or we got to take another course of action. See, the other ugly truth is that our masculinity has never and should never be dependent upon a woman, just like her femininity should never be dependent upon a man, because femininity is going to be judged by the older women, just like masculinity is going to be judged by the elder men. So if you're in your feminine wherewithals and you're supposed to be married, how dare you talk about, to a so-called black man, by the way, so-called, how dare you say that we're conquered? You just insulted your husband, if he's black, and your sons. But once again, like I said, shout out to Dr. Tiason Johnson. You can pick who you marry. So is that what makes that man from not being conquered when he doesn't do what you like? What's up, Mary? Chaos. DJ side B side. Why is it that we gotta be conquered? Black Sky Ranger, thank you for the Cash App support. Why is it that we have to be conquered? Why can't we be the Mavericks? Because when we're able to be true men, when we're able to be conquerors of the environment, women and children benefit the most. You ever notice if you make that man feel like Superman, he will, without a shadow of a doubt, move heaven and earth to please you. But in the black community, shout out to Dr. T again, you can't even give an honest critique of your women, even when you want them to do better. Even when you want them to be your quote unquote equal. You can't criticize her. You don't understand her pain. Like my boy Ali. We were talking about a woman with too much makeup. Well, you got to do more complimenting. Yeah, but less is more. A lot of women don't have to wear makeup. A lot of black women have natural beauty that slowly fades, if it ever does. Even when they get older and show signs of aging, they still keep their beauty much longer and much better than any other race of women. But yet, you don't want to hear that from your men. You want to go through the hard road traveled. But let it be somebody looking like Chad Wheeler. You'll know how to be natural. You know how to be supportive. You'll even make excuses. I'm pretty sure if I would have choked her and brutalized her, take that nigga away. I've never known an organism to ever be safe within another clan's party. You were actually in your most dangerous going over to somebody who was just diametrically opposed to who you are and your race. Now, is that all white people? No, but you have an entire systematic racism who thinks you should bow to them. Measly me, what's up? You literally have black men who are enamored with your physical beauty, and the first thing you'll do is cover it up. I've heard many times, we do this because we wear weave because the men like it. No, you don't. No, you don't. Think about it. We get waves and stuff to please you, to get you to eye us down. I mean, you look at women like Tiana Parrish, natural as natural can be, and guess what? Looks lovely. Trust me, no man is going to complain about, especially a black man, is going to complain about how she looks with her natural. None. None. I put money on the table. We get bald heads and beards and fly clothes to attract you. All I'm saying is, can you meet us halfway? But, women like Celeste will say, we're conquered. We're trying to be like white men. Um, when did white men have waves? Everybody on this planet has tried to emulate black culture and style, especially from the men. You put a black man in a three-piece suit, no man on earth could touch him. None. Give me one. I'm begging. I'll cash app you. One of the greatest crimes of cinematic history, in my view, is this. Let Idris Elba play James Bond, and he's going to change the game forever. There's a reason why the white establishment in Hollywood didn't want him to play James Bond, because you won't be able to imagine a white guy's James Bond ever again. Stuffing, what's up? Think about that. You will never, you will see brothers emulate, put on suits like never before, because one, you're going to see a lot of sisters wooming over him, and brothers are going to be like, you know what, shit, it's time to get my little dress on, my little dress up on. You're going to see brothers be like, I like my Jordans, but I'm going to get my wingtips too. But we learned not to hate our situations. We will take an accountability of ourselves. But women like Celeste, unlike the good black women I know, will say you're conquered. You're trying to copy. Hmm. The nerve of you. We're conquered. So what makes us different or me different than your husband? Faulkner. Charles Faulkner Jr. you you can't you can't sit here and try to use shaming tactics and think they'll work the same way they did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's not gonna happen. If you got some type of iniquities, you need to blame yourself. And like you were conquered. No, 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 no. We can't be conquered. We can't afford to be conquered. Neither can you, black women. Neither can you. See, the shame of it is we still want families. Okay? We still want black families. Why do you think we just want you to be cooperative? We still want black children running around the playgrounds, the schools. Black men pride themselves off of what they can build and create. Give a black man nothing and watch him create everything. We never ask you to kiss our asses. We never ask you to bow down. We just ask you to be nice and cooperative. Hell, some of us prefer you with a little bit meat on your bones. Some of you, but we just want you to look good and fit. Is that too much to ask? But what you want to do is blame the men and not the situation. Now, I've noticed this from women in successful marriages and relationships that they're going to do things to help the growth of their people. I'm going to put this up there. He said, no other ethnic group looks better than a black woman when they're in their tip top shape. Facts. I mean, a black woman who gets it together, and we're not saying they got to all look like carbon copies, but when they get their shape together and their fitness and they're in the gym, walking, doing Zumba, whatever the hell they like to do, they look immaculate. But but they won't even believe us when we tell them. You have to come to the table and work with us, just like we have to work with you. You can't say that you want a black community, you want black children, if you're not coming together to engage black men, sit down at the table and say, this is what we need to work on. Otherwise, in a generation or two, we're done. We're done. Let me see what Andre said. But we can concern through what they say. The black woman who was probably rejected by real black men says she's going to be more than likely has a white man right now talking shit on brothers. Big ups to you, Charles. Facts. Speaking of beautiful black women, hey Shonda, how you doing, love? Hopefully all is well. You can't say that black men need to turn it around. Well, guess who needs to be the supporting cast? Guess who needs to be at our side? If you know that your chances are significantly better with a black man, why are you not trying to work with him? And I'll tell you why. See, a lot of women out there, not all, are happy with the trinkets and the crumbs they get because they're afraid that if black men get educated, if black men become successful, which we are, more than what you think, we'll leave them. See, let's tell the ugliness and the truth about it. Black men are not going to other races of women in big droves, but the ones who are, you got to understand, they go to schools with black girls as well. And the first thing younger black men, black boys will tell you, the girls are nicer and they treat me better. That's a damn shame for a young child to say, a young teenager to say. Black men are always attracted to you. Shocker, right? That's sarcasm for anybody who didn't guess. But treating him better, being nicer, is that too much to ask? See, as a man, we know that we're going to go above and beyond to take care of our families, take care of our communities. Can the least we get is respect, a little love sometimes, cooperation, support? Can we at least get the bare minimals instead of the bones? You can't come out there and say we're conquered and then think your husband's going to go out there like flipping Superman and move the planet. No. In true war culture, it was the women who galvanized the men for battle. It was the women who did it. Guess what? The man will come out there looking like, boom, take that racism, take that unfairness, boom, take that struggles, take that educational system. That's because they knew that the survival of their people was solely in the hands of their men. So they made sure their men had nutrition. They made sure their men had education. They made sure their boys, even when it hurt their hearts, they had to let their boys go be with the men and learn how to become one. Even when it hurt them. But you're saying we're conquered. For some conquered group of men, we sure did a lot of shit. You can look at my boys right now. All of us are working, successful men. The ones who are fathers, we're taking care of our kids, and in some cases, someone else's. You couldn't be in my brotherhood of friends and be a lackluster nigga. You couldn't be a deadbeat dad. We would kick your ass. See, that's called holding each other accountable. What say you? Even when they're pissed off with their wives or their girlfriends, they take some things to the chin. And there are some times they have to shut them down and be like, no, we're not doing that today. We're going to be respectful. Even when the world shits upon us, We still hold you in esteem. You may not feel the same way about us, but that's how we feel. Yep, take that, Western society. Take that, 94 crime bill. Take that, welfare reform. Even with the how the hell can you be conquered when even with the fucking might of the United States of America, we still end up having successful brothers? Even when you're parading white boys in our faces, we don't even bat an eye. We're like, okay. But if that brother dates interracially, is he going to be treated the same way? No, he's going to get all kinds of flack. He can never be a man in your eyes. Know why? Because you think he's conquered and defeated. Black men don't build. 80%, 85% of the inventions you're touching today are by black hands. Black men don't protect. Bullshit. So dismiss me with that BS. I'm about to open up the panel, drop the link, get some sisters and brothers up here. Want to hear your thoughts? Let's create some dialogue, whether if you agree or disagree. In the words of T'Challa, I don't care. Come on, come on, come all. Woo! While I'm waiting, I'm gonna play the requested song for Ingo that he wanted to hear.
Don't you stop it. Don't you stop the music.
Charles, I think Chaos background is really noisy, or is it you?
If you can hear it, I'm not sure. Come on the road. Do you hear it? We hear.
We hear you.
It's like staticky. Yeah, we could hear the road noise.
We can hear you. What's up, Chaos? What's up, Z?
What's going on, Charles? What's going on?
Not,
Am
not,
I coming in
not,
clear?
you clear, crystal clear, ready for takeoff.
Okay,
I just
okay.
have to ask this question.
Yeah, man.
Black men have untold love for their women, but as soon as we say something, we're conquered. I'm just, what are your takes on that one? Like, conquered. Does it women like her know that actually does the opposite of what you want for your men?
Well, first, let me start off by saying, for all of you turbo guys out there, and for all the superchargers, all of y'all that know about, if y'all know, I'm gonna answer that question. By the way, I'm doing some extra random shit right now, but for all my Charger Hellcat guys, my Ford GT500 guys, my what other Corvette ZR1s. Anytime you hear that kind of whine sound,
You're boring a little bit.
Chevy 2500. Oh, I'm borging a little bit, but yeah. Okay. What about now?
Okay, now
Better
you're in
now.
the clear.
Oh,
Okay, take the shot. You're the clear.
okay.
Take the shot.
But on my Chevy 2500 guys, my F350 guys, my Dodge Cummins motor guys. Yes, it's Cummins, not Cumming. But my Nissan Titan Cummins motor guys. If you ever hear a truck that sounds like, or a car that's turbo, that's a turbo sound, you might not want to race that motherfucker. Definitely don't race him in front of Charles. You're gonna get a ticket. But you know, but don't race him because he might be fast. Anyway,
Yeah.
but to answer Charles' question first, I love the multifaceted thing. I'm definitely stealing that and using that all over the place now.
I gotta.
Um,
I think I should make T-shirts and copyright it.
no, no. All jokes aside, that might be a good idea. But to answer your question directly, I think the whole conquer thing is just a way of saying I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to consider what you think. I wish she was in here. I don't have to consider what you feel, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have to think about. And even if you as an individual brother are doing well, they can still be like what black men and in totality aren't maybe where white men are. So you're a conquered bunch, and so I don't have to consider anything that is going on with you because you're conquered. And it's really a white supremacist talking point if we're going to be 100% honest. It's
Yeah.
a racist white supremacist talking point. It's a white men still lord over you, so I don't have to listen to you, which is fine. I mean, if that's what your mentality is, but how are you faring when you go over there? Are Asian men not conquered? I mean, last time I checked, America still has the largest economy on the planet.
Hmm.
Um, are Latino men still not conquered? Are but and yet from my understanding their women aren't using those talking points against them, you
Oh no.
know and even let's if you want to go white, aren't poor and middle class white men, aren't they not conquered? Or do middle class white women say I don't have to listen to you because you're not Jeff Bezos?
Yeah.
you know
No, they just
I mean,
call the cops on him.
yeah,
they
well,
get it
yeah,
down.
so these are some racist white talking points, and I am very frustrated with hearing black people use white supremacist talking points against each other, black women specifically using these weird talking points against black men, and like you mentioned earlier, and yet still trying to cajole you to protect them and provide for them. How are you going to tell me I'm conquered in one breath and then try to browbeat me into protecting and providing for you in the other breath? It doesn't work that way. But I guess when you see black men as nothing but walking wallets and over glorified guard dogs, then you think you can talk to us like that because once again, we're over glorified guard dogs, walking wallets, and mouth breathing idiots, right?
Yeah.
So I'll pause
Actually,
right
it's
there.
actually it was Dr. Tiasan Johnson who sums it up better. Like what he says always, we are not status symbols. We're not we ain't surrogate fathers. We're not this and that and the third.
Hmm.
You know. But the thing
Exactly.
again, you gotta understand. But the thing you gotta understand, NZ, is women by their nature they can hold two contradictory thoughts at the same time. That's just how they operate.
Yeah. Cognitive
So she
dissonance.
cognitive dissonance.
Yep.
Yeah, that no cognitive dissonance is a different kind of process, but you have to be cognitive in order to be doing that. And they are fully cognitive of what they're doing. They just don't care. Because let's not forget, a woman's going to look at you in one of two ways. Either you're below her or beneath her. That's why they try to. And when they're saying that they want to be equal to us, the truth of the matter is they want to have control over us. They just have to be deceptive about it. In fact, if um, 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 I know Cerulean's not here, but I believe the way he referred to this one gentleman, Mr. Tommy.
how did he say it?
Tommy Curry.
No, not Tommy Curry. Not that time. No, radio. This is a radio dude, online radio
Tommy
cat.
Sotomayor.
Yes, what was it? Yes, Cocomayor, as they refer to him as.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while since I heard from Cerulean. I remember, was it Tommy Sotomayor said it one time. He brought up this very important thing, and it comes from Patrice O'Neill. The only true power a woman has is deception. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only true power a woman has is deception. And Patrice O'Neill once said, "Women's power is in your fear of whatever it is they're going to do."
Mm-hmm.
And if you connect the dots of that with an old saying I remember quoting. Wait, Zia, how well versed are you in philosophy?
Go ahead. Let me tell you. Go ahead, and I'll tell you if I know what you're talking about.
There was a certain Sephardic Jew Dutchman from the 16th to 17th century. He said, the supreme. Now he was talking about authoritarian rule, but it is relevant. You can see the parallels. He said, the supreme destiny. The supreme mystery of authoritarian rule, its prop and stay, is to keep men in a state of deception, cloaking by which the fear in order to keep them in check, so that they are fighting for their servitude as if for salvation. That's the Baruch Spinoza. In other words, he's saying that they have to gaslight us, they have to manipulate us, deceive us, make it look like we are in power, make it look like they're in power when actually we are. And they try to, play upon our fears.
I never heard that quote before, but I love it. And it didn't just
from the
sound
book
like
of
you
Ethics, Baruch Spinoza, Ethics.
That sounds like you just described the whole entire Western Hemisphere to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
I like to say shout out to Sonny, long time no see. Yasuke, V, what's up? Obi, what's up? Nigatar, what's up?
Yeah. Hey, what up, Nigatar?
I'm just looking at it like, if black men truly didn't love black women, there is not much holding us back. I'm just leaving them alone.
You know what, Charles? It was the way I see it, and there's only one or two things you could. It said that there's only two things. When it comes to women, there's only two things you can do. You can try to either understand them or love them. You can't do both simultaneously.
You can't do both because.
Can I ask you a quick
simultaneously
question after y'all done with the statements and points y'all got to make? I just want the floor after y'all finish.
Oh yeah,
just
cool.
to ask a quick question.
No worry.
I'm just like, it's really hard when you think about it in a logical term.
Hold on. First of all, Charles, one question.
Here.
Are you asking this from a place of frustration here? First of all, because I need to understand where you're coming from.
Oh no, I'm just asking it because it's a good talking topic.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes I'm not sure myself. If you're frustrated with something because I've been around so many negative people. I know you. I haven't been around you long enough. I've been around you far too long, but not long enough. Let's put it that way.
It's never fun. It's one thing.
I get your question, but a lot of times men are talking about the negativity that women give us, and we're just talking about what we receive. It ain't the black man being negative. It's just the negative treatment he received from the people he's talking about.
It's just a weird dichotomy. It's like, well, black men don't protect us. That's not what I see. And that's not what I hear. Black men want us to wear this weave. No, we prefer you in your natural state of beauty or close to it. And it's like, well, white women wear weave too. Yeah, but they're not wearing afros.
No, they don't.
Actually,
they
a lot
wear
of them
clip-ins.
They don't wear clip-ins, extensions.
They wear extensions, but you gotta also stay. They wear extensions of their hair texture.
Yeah,
Think
Hmm.
about it.
yeah,
If
yeah.
you wear extensions of your hair texture, it would look much more natural, and black men wouldn't have a problem with it because you look
Yeah,
like
white
something that.
women ain't saying that's the suntan ointment on top of their head. That Asian hair stops us from burning our scalp.
Yeah, somebody got some echoes,
Jesus
but
Not me.
Christ.
somebody got the YouTube feed
Test,
on.
test, test. It was me. It was me. No,
Okay.
no,
Oh,
I cut
sorry.
off my YouTube feed. I cut off my
Hang
YouTube
on. Let me
feed.
make
That's
sure I
somebody
cut
else.
off mine. Let me make sure, because I'm on my phone.
It's
Should have
it's it's
cut off
weird, man.
automatically.
Yeah, it's better
Like,
now.
Hey, I just want to say one thing and then hop off because I'm driving and it's snowy. It's like it's basically a blizzard.
Damn.
wow, what?
Go ahead.
Uh, so I think that we've reached the point where when you
PK, it
hear
might be
certain
you that's echoing.
nah, nah, I was muted before, so uh,
Oh, dirty, mute up while PK speaks. Let me see.
hello,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was you,
yeah.
old dirty. It was you.
So when you speak to these women that these black women in particular that make some of these talking points, I really feel as though and think as though you should start asking them, how long have you been white supremacists? Because I
Uh
mean,
oh.
a lot of those talking points are straight out of a white supremacy fucking playbook, and the fact that they would utter such things really leads me to believe that secretly, not even secretly, but openly, they're just telling you that they're and you should view them and address them as such. And truthfully, I don't see any point in engaging with people like that. Not really, because they're not only are they coming to you in bad faith, they're coming to you with an agenda that's laced with your downfall and not only better statement. They're coming to you with guns and ammo waiting to unload on you. That's
Uh
essentially
oh.
what they're saying. They want to put on the hoods and
Okay.
come to your house to burn the crosses. And when you say
He
things
tapped on
like
my
that,
question.
You know
you're
what?
an enemy, as
Do
far
you
as I'm
think?
concerned.
Yeah,
Here it is.
funny.
Here it is. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Major society, she can say, well, his daddy left, her daddy left, everything else. But when your child commit a crime, who the hell the state is expected to either pay it or not? They ain't looking for the daddy. They ain't chasing that daddy down for no bail bondsman crap. That's their mama. They mama control what the hell they put out in the world. They could blame their daddy, their father, but baby girl, your children with you 24/7. You spend a whole lifetime, but the man that ain't there is all his fault because you delegated the responsibility to his half-assness and you were being a half-ass to your own damn children while you had them 24/7, 365, 366 if it's a leap year, but you still failed your children. But it's the man's fault. And not even the man that had the kid with. Because now I got to support your kids after you made the decision. I ain't come into decisions making the same damn bad mistakes. But a black woman wants man rights, but she don't want man's responsibilities because she can go ahead and drop the kid off whatever, and the state will give her a slap on her hand as long as the kid look healthy, and she dropped them off at the proper place.
Healthy-ish. But when Charles was
As
speaking
long as they
earlier, and
find them in a trash can alive, they get away with it. That's the truth of it. But I was trying to be PC about it.
right, but I was thinking while Charles was speaking about this protection thing, and I think oftentimes what black women are kind of hinting to, and I
Hey,
wonder if they even realize what they're saying, is that
hey, Mr.
you're not.
Z,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Why does the white supremacist need protection from black man?
Well, and so that's where I was going with that too. The protection thing, I think, is protecting their sensibilities, right? In other words, protecting them from seeing Kobe with a non-black wife, protecting them from seeing from Tiger Woods at one point being married to this blonde freaking Scandinavian looking woman, right? Protecting them from feeling undesirable, protecting them from not being the beauty standard. Like, oftentimes it's things that are so big because what they're really saying is, I need you to be Thanos before I can even acknowledge you as a man, right? I need
That's
Can
you
I
to
give you
be.
the simple answer
unrealistic,
to that?
man.
Go ahead.
Can I give you the simple answer to that?
Go ahead.
Protect
Go ahead. I'm listening.
me from it being all my fault. Every sentence you
Yeah.
said, that's basically what the woman wants you to do. Protect me from being all my fault. You take the blame and let me get the glory. I'm never
Mm.
wrong. Protect me from me having to deal with my bad mistakes. Protect me. And that's what the women do with all them fancy sentences and all them different damn reasons and all that bullshit. It's always about what you can do for them. Wow, they ain't never did nothing for you, but you need a man up for them while you ain't they man ever in their life. Protect them from being judged and they
Yeah.
the fault of it because they the only reason everything went wrong. Protect me from it. That's just a fancy ass way from from couldn't graduate elementary to the college degrees all the way up to the doctorates.
Mm.
They
I'll
always they got
I'll make it.
doctors rich and they got
Let
four
me
kids
add
and they
something to what you're
telling
saying.
you
Let me
go
add
ahead,
something to
sir.
what you're saying real quick. And talking about supercharging, what supercharged this was what came out of media in the 80s. So following a lot of that second wave feminist movement in the 60s and the 70s, it got a lot of what we're talking about got supercharged with music, with television, with newspaper that was catering and placating women. And so that's why you see
Bro,
a lot
this
of
this
sisters.
this
Give
how
me one
bad
second.
it got.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm give me
Go
like
ahead. You
30
on
more
point.
seconds.
You on point.
Because
Sorry.
what
Go
I
ahead, sir.
think happened, and Kevin Samuel speaks to this when he speaks about that interview that the Cosmo author was talking about, where a lot of the music, y'all will hear me reference No Scrubs and Can You Pay My Bills and all of that stuff. I'm waiting to excel all the time, and all I'm saying when I reference those things is that all that did was ego stroke women, placate them, ego stroke them, to the point now where they've been so placated that they're like, it can't be me. So when you have a Roger Report, when you have a Charles, when you have a BGS, when you have a Kevin Samuels, all telling them, hey, you realize that you sound insane now. You sound completely insane because you want to look like Gabby Sidibe, make $32,000 a year, and yet you want Idris Elba with Jeff Bezos' money. Do you understand what you're asking for? And like, that's essentially why the reason why they sound so insane is because at least back in the day, we're talking about 1970 before, there was some checks and balances to keep them in line. But once you get college educated, right, and then get a little middle management job, a little house, maybe not a little house, but a house in the suburbs with your little mid-level bins or entry-level bins, you can't tell that woman anything anymore. And which was okay for a good 30-ish years, but now a lot of that things is slowing down, and you get the Trumpers who are trying to get their women in line, so they want to pull a lot of those things back, which is going to hurt white women, but it's going to devastate black women because their entire
Facts.
ego is standing on an artificial floor. All their ego is standing on an artificial floor, and the second, it's not going to be black men, the second white men pull that artificial floor from under white women, black women go falling further down than white women. All the women are going to fall.
Oh,
Asian women, Latinas, they're all going to fall. But black
yes,
women are going
they
to fall
are.
the hardest. And their ego
You wanna
is
know
the one
why?
that's the highest. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Remember Color Purple? Black women shame the fuck out of black men because Oprah and Whoopi was just that damn ugly. And we
Yeah,
still being shamed for it.
nigga, we
And
still
am I
being shamed
lying?
for the
Am I
DL
lying?
shit.
Look,
No, you're not.
look.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Color Purple, how many pretty ass bitches thinking they Oprah and Whoopi right now?
True. I'll add something to you. We're still being shamed for the Bahamian. Was it Bahamian? The Bahamian or Jamaican brother that was on the DL, and that author brought him over here and married him. We still being shamed about
Hold up.
a nigga
Eddie
that we
Murphy covered that. He threw his
yeah
dick over his shoulder, and she took his ass to America and broke up with us. That's what the fuck
yeah
happened. He threw his dick over.
yep.
Eddie Murphy did a comedy skit. All right, that's what the fuck happened. And she mad the Jamaican nigga left her ass, and now she want an American man to save her ass. That's what
What,
the hell happened because she had a girls trip, and she know it.
wait, add on to that. If you was listening, because what you did, let's be clear about what she did. Black American brothers could see a sister like that coming from a million miles away. They wasn't messing with her. She took her ass to Jamaica, thought she caught a lick. He was licking something. Thought she caught a lick with this Jamaican cat that any straight dude on the planet could see this dude was a little wavy, right? She dealt with him. He came out the closet on her ass, and now she want to be. Then her and Oprah make this DL thing a big thing to the point where a lot of those remnants they're still trying to paint black men with this DL thing. When any of us that have white and Latino homeboys, we know if y'all want to talk about DL, y'all ain't seen shit yet until y'all seen some of these white boys and Latinos. But black men are the ones
DL
who's
means
painted with the
damn
DL.
left. We ain't down low. We damn left you. That's what DL
Yeah,
means. You just
yeah,
want to make it at down low. No,
yeah.
motherfucker, we just left you. All right? Your son's is down low while you hoping he gives you a grandson.
Somebody asked me a question. Somebody asked me to expand on the artificial floor. So the artificial floor are all the programs that allow that escalate black women over black men with some of these social programs. So black men are just black, right? So we're just one level minority. A black woman is two level minority. A black lesbian woman is three level minority. So if you're if you're getting affirmative action points, right? Then if you're hiring a Latina lesbian woman, a black lesbian woman, a trans man or woman, you're getting like points on that. So black men, we get screwed by that. No pun intended. We get screwed by that, but because we're only black, right? Now nobody's looking at the
We're not
numbers.
even a minority.
You
We're
see,
not even
because
a
we're
minority.
exactly because we're
We're
just considered
men.
men. Yeah, we're just considered men, and that what
White
that does
women
is
think we did the same shit white men did to them while they
yeah,
owned slaves
yeah.
during slavery. They saying we did the same shit to them. Emmett Till, please.
And
Any other damn time a Karen called until we start canceling culture? Come on now. That just happened last year.
and so the artificial floor, to sum it all up to in summation, the artificial floor is just a floor that society has made for different groups of people so that they can compete. Which, because the system is lopsided, I somewhat understand. I'm still a black person at the end of the day, so I understand why that floor exists. The issue is I can acknowledge that the floor exists for me as a black man to a certain extent, right? Maybe I could put a big toe on the floor every once in a while. The difference is black women don't acknowledge it, and so they stand on that artificial floor looking down on black men. For all of y'all that saw that meme the one time where it has a black woman sitting on a plank or something like that, and the black man's like, "Hey," and she's like, "Oh, come up here," and he's like, "I can't," and she's like, "Oh well," right? There's a meme about that, and so a lot of black women pretend like they're not that plateau that they're standing on, that plank that they're standing on. They don't. That shit's fake. The government gave you that plank, and they only gave it to you
Oh,
to upset the black male and female relation. So I'll
what
pause
you're
right there.
saying is a tiger trap. The tiger trap, where the tiger thinks he got solid ground and then he got nothing but spikes all up in his ass when you step under that false ground. That's that tiger trap. That's
and
that
and
drop
that's why
trap
we
where
are.
That's what they're
That's what they
doing,
are.
and they want us to save them, but really, you can't ask black men to save you when you black men you ask to save, they see how you made their sons. So do you
Yeah.
want black men to save you? Because you ain't made the generations for the next black woman that's going to have to live the same life you're living. But it's all about you. But your kids are you, and you see how you do you. But I'm just using common sense. You know, 1 plus 1, and what you do is equal to what you do after you subtract 1. But I don't know. Maybe it's too confusing. The math is too simple for those people that it applies to.
To me, there's nothing wrong. Like, this is the thing. There's nothing wrong with being successful as a woman. There's nothing wrong with making your money. There's nothing wrong with wanting a quote unquote high standard for yourself and for maybe the men that you interact with. The issue that we're having in simple form is women are making more now. Perfectly okay. Some of them are being more educated, getting better degrees and whatnot. Nothing wrong with that. And with that, they still want to practice hypergamy. Nothing wrong with that. Charles has heard me say this multiple times. What happens when you become the up? You're still trying to reach, and this is like that 80-20 rule,
Great
right? Which,
question. Great
it's
question.
the 80-20 rule. If there's only 20% of men that make that 80 grand or more, $85,000 or more, and y'all all are reaching for those men, nothing wrong with that. But if those men are supposed to quote unquote be faithful men, then only 20% of y'all women are gonna get wifed up by those men. And we're not even counting the gay niggas. We ain't even counting the excuse my language, excuse me, because that's my background. But yeah, we're not even counting the yep,
They're
I'm
all
at work,
inclusive
obviously.
parts of our society. They're all
Yeah,
inclusive parts.
and
There you
there's
go. They're all
nothing.
inclusive parts.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with wanting to be part of that. The issue is, okay, now you didn't succeed at catching one of those top 20. Okay, but then now you're mingling with somebody like me, and you think you could talk down to somebody like me. You can browbeat somebody like me. When Kevin Samuels interviews you, and he says, okay, what about if you date in a $45,000 a year guy, a $40,000 a year guy? Would you be okay with that? A lot of the sisters say, yeah, I'll be perfectly okay with that as long as he's ambitious and he has drive and he does this and he does that. And Kevin's like, no, he's okay with 45, 40 grand a year. Those women start to backpedal. Well, I don't know about that. Well, I don't
But
know if you
here's the
realize.
problem.
Go ahead.
Here's the problem with that, and I know where you're going with it, and I'm
Hmm.
gonna put a fresh spin on that.
Hmm.
But the woman who's expecting and asking for it never did it so the man could have it too. He got to get leftovers, but he's got to not bring no leftovers to the table she wants to eat at. But she gonna bring every damn body. Her rifling ass cousin, her mama that wants to go ahead and take you from her trifling ass baby kid having mom, sister, whatever. She bringing a whole bunch of leftovers, but she want a new meal every day because you ain't did it, but she can't be judged on the crime she did. But she gonna instantly say you did a crime because she just remembers what the hell she did and you made her feel that way.
To me,
That's
it's
what
just
you're
the
talking
numbers don't
about.
add up. The
There you
numbers
go,
just don't
fellas. How
add
you
up for
doing? How
these
you
women.
doing?
What's going on? Give me 1 second. I'll move out your way. The numbers just don't add up for them. Half of Americans see. Kevin Samuels does the average. I don't do the average because that gives people a little bit more hope. I do the median. In other words, half of Americans, like BGS put out this video about a year ago, half of Americans make $33,000 a year or less. That's half of Americans, period. Not in Black America, Americans, period. Right? 1/3 of us make 50 or more. 1/3, right? And that's of the American workers. So I don't when sisters talk about this 6-figure thing, I think it's insane, right? And the numbers just don't add up for them. So you're gonna see, and it's bigger than just black women. You're gonna see more and more women sounding crazier and crazier until they get it through their heads that Disney fantasy that they've been watching and listening to right? And the can you pay my bills? And if you liked it, you should have put a ring on it. All of that has made you insane, and now you have to look in
You
the
gotta
mirror
realize.
and face your insanity.
You gotta realize. Look, the white women, the black women. Oh, they going full tilt, right? And now there's a power struggle between black and white women, right? Because black women think they equal, and white women is like, okay, really? You think so? And that's the dynamic. But see, here it is. The other groups, they do group chat. They have Facebook pages, and they keep it in house. But the problem is, you notice the Asian woman, anybody who speaks Spanish or Portuguese, anybody who speaks Chinese and every language in the Asian, you won't even get Russian women gonna co-sign, let my son be the face of the devil worldwide. Like, if you're an American black man, you say you
Niet.
from America and you black. What the
No.
fuck the world gonna treat you
No.
and judge you as? That who has in the history of womanhood ever co-signed every damn man of your race from America, specifically America? That nigga can say he from Brazil, Africa, every day, won't be judged the way the women of America let their men be judged worldwide. Anybody got an answer? Because it's never been done in history, and they the first group to do it.
Go ahead, you guys. I, I paused. I'm trying to let everybody speak.
Anyone?
I guess I'll
It's a
finish it
good
Yeah,
with
I
question.
think we're all in
It's a
yeah.
good
agreement.
question for you
question,
though.
though. Makes you think for a
What's
moment.
that?
Made me
What's
think
the
when I
question?
thought about it
Nah,
just
Steph
five
stepped
seconds
out for a
ago.
moment.
What's
Yeah.
the question?
Z,
Fuck.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, what's the question? What's the question? Hello, hello,
We still
hello.
here. I'm still here.
Yeah, yeah. So, what's the question? You
I
asked. What's the
apologize. I napalmed, but it needed a napalm
what?
moment. That's a good
Oh,
question. We never thought about it.
I'm still here.
We the
We can hear
only
you.
men that are
yeah,
mothers, our
yeah.
mates, and our children
Mm, mm.
made it worldwide advertised and saying black American men ain't shit, but every black man that ain't from America, that's a husband.
Yo,
Worldwide.
and
And ask me in history, where has that been prevalent except now?
nowhere,
And that is
nowhere.
what black men are facing, and black women want to keep saying if and. But what you're trying to do is be the white man. The black man was slave with you, and we still a slave now. But you're competing with white folk because black men ain't shit, and that is the majority. 90% gonna say it once in a while about some black man in front of white folk, Asian folk, to their own damn sisters,
Look,
whatever.
let let me get this out. Black women, like the ones we're describing, they can say all of that all they want. What white society will do is what they're doing now: placate black women. They'll put little mixed couples on Nissan commercials and Swiffer commercials, knowing damn well white dudes are not checking for black women like that. They'll show little Blasian couples with an Asian dude and a black woman, like what Issa Rae's doing on Insecure, knowing damn well
You rarely
vast
see that.
majority of Asian men are not checking for black. Let me give y'all
Exactly.
the interracial marriage statistics real quick because I know them off the top of my head.
But the funny thing
39%
about it,
of American.
yeah,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Mr. Z.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but funny thing about it though, I don't even realize us black men, our interracial marriage rate is still higher than theirs.
Yeah, that's
BlackDemographic.com actually proven that.
oh yeah, well
What did he
that's
say? You mean wait?
no, that's true. But this is what I'm saying. Because of that, they try to justify what they're doing because of our interracial marriage rate. That's where you get the swirling movement. The swirling movement is essentially saying quality
Me.
black men are dating and marrying out, and then the black women are stuck in the black community with non-quality black men. So what black women need to do is quote unquote expand their options out to non-black men. The problem is non-black men of color primarily marry white women when they marry out. And when I say
The effects,
primarily,
the
I mean
effects, the effects of
overwhelmingly.
the
Time out.
effects
Go
of
ahead.
Time out.
media, the
Go ahead. Go
effects
ahead.
of media on
Time
psychology.
out.
Like, does anyone
We're talking
does
media.
anyone know?
Screw media. Don't
Really?
go off media.
Screw
Because
media?
media, listen to me, please. Will you get the point? You know media is lying to you. Why you saying they also giving you facts? Is the facts that you believe is true was a lie that you just didn't catch? Or is it you believe it because you got factoids? That's fine. What I'm
No,
saying to you
there has
no,
nothing to
well,
do with
time
the
out,
you,
Listen
me,
to the
or
point.
anything.
You're correct, gentlemen. All of us is correct because we're using stats and figures. But the people we're talking about don't use stats and figures.
I
They go
understand
off
that, but
feelings
I'm
and
in
how
the
the hell they
industry.
think.
Like,
Wait,
I'm
hold
literally
up.
in the
Do you
industry.
understand that? Do you understand? You're using facts
I
and
more
figures,
than
but the
understand.
people we are talking about do not
Listen to what
use
I'm
facts
saying. I create
or
the lies
figures.
that people see. Is what I'm
I
trying to
understand
tell
that,
you.
sir. I know that, but you were talking to people that realized they were dumb. Most of the people being dumb, they're not using facts and figures. They're just using what everybody else says. And that's what pisses
First
us
of
all
all,
off
there's a
because
target.
we're using facts
There's a
while
target
they're saying,
audience.
well, my
Hold
friend,
on.
it
One at a
never
time.
happened to
It is
me.
one at a
And
time.
that's
One at a
our
time. One at a
issue.
time. One at a time.
There's a
Wait a
target
minute. Wait a
audience.
minute.
I'm not
Wait a minute. Wait a
arguing with
minute.
you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
For
See,
Hey,
some
y'all.
see,
Hey,
reason,
hey,
let
hey,
I'm
Sean
hey,
just,
go.
hey.
do you
LaShawn, finish
understand?
up.
There's a
Wait, wait, wait,
target
wait, 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 wait,
audience
wait.
for
Only
Hey,
thing I'm
demographic.
wait a minute,
asking
y'all.
him,
Wait a minute.
look,
LaShawn,
I'm
finish
just
up.
asking one
Finish up.
simple question.
And then Mel, you go.
I
I mean,
am.
I'm
I
not Mel. I'm
did. I
sorry.
don't know
Oh,
why
No,
he's
Dirty,
so
go ahead.
frustrated with
go.
the question. It was just one question. Do you realize you
That was a
talking to
long ass
people
question, brother.
that use facts and figures, while most of the people we're really talking about don't use facts or figures? They just go off how they feel or what they think. It ain't us we're talking about. I don't know where the hell I pissed you off with the question. I was just asking you a question, sir.
You
No, it was
plagiarized.
we use facts and figures. We use common sense. We think about what you say, and we apply a good, solid conversation back to you. The
All right,
people we
LaShawn.
talking about, well, I
Let
got a
Old Dirty
friend.
go.
My mama
Oh,
didn't,
Daddy.
We,
and
we
da da
got it. We
da,
got
and
we
Right,
that's
got
we
what
it.
got it.
Old
irritates
Dirty.
us
Old Dirty, go.
all. That was all
Okay,
it was.
LaShawn.
I'm sorry if I messed it up somehow.
No, you just
That
long
was
winded
it.
yourself with
It
the
just
question. But let
no.
Old Dirty go
I
ahead.
asked the
Go ahead. Go ahead,
question.
Old Dirty.
Listen.
He
I apply my art to the deaf, dumb, and blind. I'm a part of the 5% divine. You feel me? Like, literally, I take that philosophy into my corporate world. Now, granted, I may
could
not
you
necessarily.
expand on that philosophy? I'd never heard of it before, but you got my interest. I'm really trying to get to know you, and I'm not being
It's
rude. It's just,
listen,
could you
like
expand on that,
LaShawn, let
please?
him talk. Let him talk. Let him
LaShawn,
talk.
hold on,
Let him
Dirty.
talk.
I
Hold
just
on, Dirty.
asked him to expand. I never
Hold
heard of
on.
it before. Can you tell
He's
me
trying
about
to
it?
LaShawn.
talk.
All
That's
right,
all I'm
all
He's
right.
trying to
asking.
talk.
Let Old Dirty go.
Can
Let
you
him go.
tell
Let
me
him go.
about it? I
All
don't
right,
know.
LaShawn, bro. We heard you. Let him go. Go ahead, Old Dirty.
listen. All I'm saying is yes. There life. They're going to feed off of whatever someone is shoveling to them. Now, granted, like, yes, you are part of the 5% of people that see the bullshit. Like that's pretty much it. Like, literally, that's pretty much it. Have
Well,
All
at it.
right,
thank you
Mel, did you want to
for
say
that.
something?
No, no,
Can I
no,
Now I know
no.
what you mean.
can I get in here for a minute?
I mean, to
Because
be quite
Go ahead,
honest,
Chief. Go
I
ahead.
interjected my idealism like into a certain topic of I don't even really know exactly what the topic is. So please enlighten me.
Look,
I'm
I'm
con-
glad you.
Wait,
I'm
LaShawn,
glad
no,
he
wait,
shared it because
LaShawn,
I
wait a
didn't know
minute.
his
Wait a minute.
ideology.
All right,
That's
LaShawn,
all.
let Sheed go ahead. Sheed, go ahead.
Everybody
Sheed,
got
go
the
ahead.
floor down. I'm muting. I'm muting. Sorry.
Okay, for one, LaShawn, you said feelings. And if everybody know me, I gotta hit him
Go
with it.
ahead. That Maxwell, go hit him with the Maxwell.
Ah! Because, like I say, with men,
Maximize it.
we use emotion, not feelings. When you coming from things as a man, we gonna speak our truth. We talk about things from a logic standpoint and facts. When you start dealing with feelings, that's more the female side, and we're not female, so we use the words emotion because I know it feels a certain way, but we're not using feelings. We're using our emotions because let's be honest. Men do have those type of what we call as that, but we use emotion instead of feelings. Because you got to understand when you're talking to men, you're talking to men with logic and facts. When you're talking to the females, you have to be emotional because you have to communicate with them on that level.
I
Because
disagree with that.
how when a woman when you're
Actually, he's
talking to
Like,
right.
a
nah,
when
I
you're talking to,
disagree with that.
go
I
ahead,
don't
go
want to
ahead, go
be.
ahead.
Hold up,
I,
hold up,
me
hold up. One at a
personally,
time.
me personally, I don't.
Yo, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
we hear you.
I can hear you,
Clear.
Charles. I
Yeah.
muted
Me,
up as soon as you said something. I muted
Yeah,
up because
yeah,
you like
me
kicked me
yeah.
off the
personally.
panel and stuff.
Hold up, hold up, hold up. I don't mind the free flow of conversation, but for the people in the chat, y'all gotta be one at a time, all right?
It's
Especially for the
background
playback.
noise. Somebody's playing the chat in
Someone
the
has
background. They
a
need to mute.
yeah. You might got YouTube open. Please mute.
Who's got background noise? But anyway,
I hope y'all
um,
not sauced already because some of y'all sound sauced already.
god
God
damn.
damn, it's on the
Oh,
East
y'all
Coast.
about
It's
to
not
get.
even 8 o'clock yet. Y'all
Hold on,
can't be
hold
sauced
on, hold on,
already.
hold on, hold on,
Hey,
hold
it's
on, hold
almost 8
on.
o'clock. It's Thursday, man. New
But
York.
but but but, but hold up. What would you say that you didn't agree with?
Like I mean, me personally, I'm not trying to be emotional with any female. It's all logic. Cause at the end of the day, like I've dealt with a lot of these females, and like they tend to want to compete with you. So you got to beat them down with logic, like literally. It's like, okay, well, this is how you feel, but guess what? Pew Research says this. Here's the link. Go look it up.
So
That's
you
it.
Old
disagree
dirty,
with what
I've
I
done that
just
before.
told
You
you?
want to know what I was told? I was told, "Fuck your facts, nigga." I swear to God, I was told that multiple times. That's why
Same
Charles
Yeah,
here.
laughed just
and
now.
what
That shit's true as hell.
honestly, she wasn't talking about how you respond to a woman. She was talking about all these men having with other men. That's what he was talking
Exactly.
about.
That.
And
Hey,
Hey,
see,
Sheed,
Lashawn,
you can't even use emotions anymore because of H
From here.
Town.
Let me take
Hey,
it from here. See,
hold up, go ahead.
you said that you deal with women from a logic and giving them information which is facts. That's what I said. So you technically disagree with the fact that I just said. It comes a time when I know you just shooting your shot, but the whole point of it is when we're listening to each other, let's don't jump the gun because you said the same thing I said, but from an aspect of you wanted to prove something. You can't prove nothing that's already been proven. You understand, OD, old dirty. I understand. See, look, I'm not a 5%er, but I understand the logic in that. Like I tell my boy Kane, 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 Kane 180, Kanester 178, God Allah. He's on the 5%er. I got my boy Gold Professor. He's on the 5%er. I got my boy New. He's on the 5%er. I'm not a 5%er, but I can talk to them because I'm in my purpose. And when you're in your purpose, you can have a conversation with anybody. As long as you're using facts and logic,
everything will hold. You will hold your ground. You know, you
See,
can go in any
as long as you,
conversation dealing with
Hold up.
men. Go ahead.
No, I want you to
I,
finish your
No,
statement before you
no,
say
I'm just
anything.
saying
I
you
interrupted. I thought you finished, and my apologies.
you can go in any conversation dealing with men, whether it be religion, females, males, kids, anything, as long as you're using
As
logic
we
and
are.
facts, that's what counts. That's what counts. Above all else, logic and facts overrule all emotions of the females, of the males, because there is men that use the emotional side of them in an argument.
Maya,
You got
we're
to
talking
understand.
about transactions. We're talking about transactions between each other.
Well,
Prior to
transactions was
that, we were
yesterday.
talking about transactions between females. And I told
Uh,
you, I like to be more logical
but
because
transactions was yesterday,
But
chat.
female.
hold on, Charles. Hold on. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I know this your channel, but I just want to get him the understanding. You said you're using the transactional form, but you're telling women that you're trying to be logic, right? Am I correct?
Wait, repeat that one more time.
You came out your mouth and said that when you're dealing with the female doing transactional, you tend to be more logical. Am I correct?
Whoa.
Don't stumble. Come on, let's go. It's a yes or no.
Damn.
No,
The
he
clock
Switched
he
the
dropped
wave
off.
the
He
back.
clock
dropped
is
off. He
ticking.
dropped off. No, he
Oh,
dropped
I was
off. He
about to
dropped
say,
off. He
I
dropped
ain't
off.
scammed, did I? I ain't
Well,
scammed,
wait,
did I?
Sheed, I
I'm
just
not.
wanted to get this out real quick. First, when you say emotions, you make me think about H Town. So that's some soft shit too, bro. I gotta go find the instrumental, the piano instrumental for the beginning of emotions now.
Hey,
Like
Zero, you talking about?
I'm
Oh,
God damn if y'all not some non-taking motherfuckers on this panel. I was gonna say this. See, can I be emotional and both logical? It depends on the terms that I'm coming at. Who the fuck is washing dishes? God damn. I mean,
Watching
they
this with
put
the
the
Brillo pad.
goddamn stains, you know. But I'm gonna say this. Somebody got their YouTube feed on too. Turn that,
Ain't that about a bitch?
you know, three of them.
One
Well,
But I'm
of
gonna
one of
say,
my
yeah, it is
You
what
favorite
it
know,
things
is.
in the world.
I'm sorry I
hold up,
missed your question. Like I
hold up.
have like AT&T service, so it's shitty as fuck. So like I had to drop out and
oh,
drop back in because
oh,
y'all was
Just,
oh,
going chopper
oh,
style.
dirty.
some,
You have
Charles, I
your
just gotta say
YouTube
something
feed
to
in the
Dirty. I
background.
just gotta say something to Dirk.
hold up. Somebody need to turn off the YouTube feed.
It is old dirty
All
because
right,
everybody was muted up
it's not
but him.
mine.
It's old dirty.
Hang on, let me.
All right, hold tight, hold tight, hold tight.
Just put yourself on mute and do it. The show
Yeah,
must go on.
There
The
we
show
go.
must go on.
yeah,
Put
yeah.
yourself
See,
on
I'm gonna
mute
say
though.
this about emotion.
It's not
I'm gonna
old
say,
dirty. I think it's Viking.
No, because I'm on my phone. I already took care of that.
God damn. What the hell we got going
I
on?
think. Let me see.
I'm on.
Uh,
Go ahead and speak, Charles. We'll see then.
goodly goddamn. Sheesh. Good shit. But depends on when people say logic and emotions. Uh, I can feel or I can think, but I still got to be logical about it. You know,
Understood.
when you stab me with a goddamn knife, I feel that motherfucker. But logically, I got to react to the situation. In other words, I can still have emotions and feelings about a certain situation or a certain topic. As long as I'm still within my logic to understand the totality of such, you're okay. Somebody got
Hold
the
on. In the
goddamn
work.
microwave?
Sound like someone doing some
Who
work
in
in the
the kitchen right
background
now?
and
You
got a
better bring
Who's
microwave
in
you
who's
going.
in the
better bring me
goddamn
some
kitchen?
tacos
Got a
right now too.
microwave
LaShawn,
going.
LaShawn,
You
it's
done
LaShawn.
TV done. That ain't me. That ain't me, man.
No, that's OD.
I
Oh,
cook.
see,
Don't be
I'm
telling
trying to
me I'm
figure out.
microwaving my food tonight.
I'm trying to
Who the
figure out the
fuck
one
is
who's on.
who the
OD
fuck
is
was
the only
heating up some?
one besides me and Charles.
the
Okay, he
fuck is warming up some ramen noodles? God damn. Like,
top ramen
shit.
at that.
Yeah.
I just
See,
unmuted. I just unmuted at the time. That was all. And everybody said, Sean. I said, no, I cook.
oh
Yeah, but
man,
now
I
you
like
you
ramen
good?
unmuted the
noodles and
same
some like
time.
smoky sausage every now and then, but it was just the
Hey,
same time it was. I was like,
We
wait a minute,
good. We
I
good.
cook.
As long as everybody can be heard clearly, as long as we do this shit one at a time, I'm good. But you got to be aware of the totality of the situation. Sometimes you got to be aware. So as a man, you can separate your feelings from the situation.
Correct.
Now, if you got a woman and you
Absolutely.
actually give a fuck about your woman, you gotta actually care about her feelings. You know, if you go,
But you
if
still got to separate your
it's just
feelings to get the
hold on,
job
LaShawn. Hold
done.
on, LaShawn. Hold on, LaShawn. Just like Pinky said on Friday. Say it again. Say
you,
feelings one more time.
say
Say
feelings
feelings
one more
one more
time.
time.
Say feelings one more time.
Ooh,
Ooh,
say it
ooh,
again.
motherfucker. Like you better watch how you turn them corners. Almost made me spill my yak and shit. But you gotta if you got a woman that you actually love and care about, you gotta worry about her feelings sometimes. And be like, because the logical part of you is, do I really want to argue today? I'm trying to watch UFC. I'm trying to watch football. What do you want, girl? Hey, I was wondering if we could do this. Sure, baby, after the game. Like shit. Like, why do you had this whole goddamn time to speak to me, but you want to wait till this time and this time only? Don't do that. Even though your woman should already know when to do that. But I'm gonna let dirty speak. Go ahead.
I agree to a 40% chance of that. Like, yes, most definitely. Like, if there's another entity that is in your life, like, yeah, there's gonna have to be a certain cognizant of your mentality in which you have to bend a will in order to like meet her needs. So, like, yeah, regardless of whatever you want to do, you're not gonna have to do it because you're gonna have to make her happy. Like,
I like to say
just
thank you, Measly Me, for the Cash App support. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead, Beanie.
no, that's it. Like, that's it. Like, sometimes you're gonna have to do some. Like, it's man, fuck it, yo. It's all about life. Like, man, life. Like, man, fuck. Like in my job, me being like a motion designer, like being in the corporate world,
Life,
kissing ass.
life.
You
You
niggas are
gotta
so.
kiss ass. Sometimes you gotta do some stuff you don't want to do, and that's all I'm saying. Like literally,
Like
that's
it's
all I'm saying.
By the way, R. Kelly wrote that song.
yeah, sound like it. Sound like he's living that song too right now.
Hey, yo,
He's living the movie right.
Z.
He's living the movie right now. Go ahead.
I just want to ask one question. When everybody was just said emotions, they were thinking H Town. I don't know.
Who's running the faucet? No, but H Town do got a song called Emotions. That's why I thought about H Town.
Yeah, but I remember if you go back in the day, I remember there was a song by Roger Troutman called Emotions.
Trust me. As long as there's a black man singing
Emotions,
it,
a very popular song. Trust me, many people wrote
if
about emotions.
Hell,
That
if there's a
there's a
black,
feeling
chick over
song.
here. There's a chick I knew. She's Norwegian. She's Norwegian East African. She had a hit song back in '04 called Emotions. Yeesh.
Charles had it in his intro. Feel me. Oh, why don't you feel the fire?
I swear
That's
we're about to turn this shit into a singing
that's
session. I
what he.
swear.
Yep.
oh
That's
my
it. That's
god,
it.
Who sung that?
Nah, it just.
Who
I
sung
was
that song, LaShawn?
rudely.
I'll
Who
start singing
sung
I,
that?
3T. You gotta keep
shoot,
this up,
I
motherfuckers.
don't know. I tried not to get a girl pregnant because that song was playing, and I succeeded. And that's all I can say. I didn't have to ask the author. Shoot.
You
Nigga,
know,
I just asked you one question for LaShawn. Were you wearing
What's up,
protection?
player?
Did you copper tie when you? I don't know what the hell what you thinking when you said you almost skidded on the bitch. I mean, If you can't afford
For our
condoms, then you know you can't
3-layer
afford no
duct
kids.
tape and was mad I didn't shave it before I had to rip it. For 3-layer duct tape and damn it, I should have shaved. Yeah, player on. Ain't gonna get nobody pregnant, bro.
You niggas are ill. You niggas are ill.
No,
It's
no,
funny
Charles, I'm
because
psychotic. There's a big difference.
well, we prefer that as well. Like, there's a little something wrong with all of us. That's what makes us human.
We all on the short bus a little bit.
Nah, I'm actually
no,
on the big
not
wheel.
that kind. No, not that kind of me. I'm in a straight jacket, just waiting to be transported onto Con Air.
I prefer my big wheel. So
I was the bastard right there by the exit door in the yellow bus.
Charles just said he's Timmy Turner. That y'all don't know.
Fairly Odd Parents. Good God Almighty! God damn it! And they
no,
ripped that
God,
fucking shit
please
off of
don't
me.
say you had them. Ooh, goddamn! There's a lot of white people right now living at Fairy Odd Parents that stormed the Capitol. Man, don't be one of them kids.
Nah,
Please don't, Lord Jesus.
Emotions is like an out-of-date app on your computer that won't
Deshaun,
uninstall.
could you please open the Bible and just recite something from the scripture for us? I think we all need some prayer.
Jesus say you're singing. That's pretty much it.
You know, mine would be stop sinning, nigga. Stop sinning. I always believed, my interpretation of God. Or if I have a guardian angel, I bet you he face palms all the time. This nigga. Oh shit.
This motherfucker right here.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker right here.
I gotta work overtime with this stupid motherfucker. Like, god damn, man. He like, I pull out my goddamn wings.
Another one of my favorite quotes.
Circles.
I just hover over him all the time.
You know what, Charles? I'll use another quote. There's another favorite quote of mine. It came from Steve Harvey. He was like, "Just when you think they ran out of dumb."
Mm-hmm.
No, hey, Charles Angel got a drone over him. He's tired of flying. He just fly a drone now.
Yeah, he a lazy motherfucker. My angel be like, yeah, I'll be there.
No. Charles is the reason why his guardian angel be drinking a lot. Shit, they should be drinking buddies.
Nah, that's the sad part about my guardian angel. Sometimes shit gets so bad, I gotta rescue him. Like, god damn, how the fuck you get caught? How the fuck you get caught? Shit, I don't ask questions. Shit, come get me.
Shit.
Your fucking angel got
shit. My guardian angel is shit. My guardian angel, he's drinking buddies with my inner demon. There's some fucked up shit with those two. They be looking at each other like,
That's pretty interesting. Like, that's a parallel of when your parents become the children and you become the parent.
Really?
So you ain't never pissed off both sides of the bastards on your shoulder? You pissed off the angel and you pissed off the devil?
Plenty.
And they both on your shoulder say, fuck you, man. You know what? You were ungrateful.
Let me just make this random comment real quick.
Never had that moment.
Let me just make this random comment real quick. Bruce Almighty, that shit's funny. It is open mic night tonight. That shit's funny. We're gonna be randomly singing all day, all night.
Oh my god! I will mute the fuck out of y'all singing asses. Like, I'm just looking at my feelings and my guardian angel is like this all the time.
Ooh, Charlie, why you gotta be that way?
That was a great gift.
Like, yeah, he like, fuck this shit. I wipe my hands of this nigga.
Like when kids still ass in basketball.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say this. It's kind of weird because I'm looking at because somebody called me and they hit something important. So it's funny how we deal with emotions, and like earlier Celeste was like, but you're bitter conquered. I'm like, are you married to a black guy? Like,
no, she married to Cynthia G with that statement.
I'm like,
can I ask a real question on that one?
Hold on. When I get finished,
can I ask you a real question on that one? Celeste
Hold
asked you that
Yeah.
said you were conquered. If you
I'm like,
conquered, what the hell is she?
she's an asshole, but still.
Yeah, but
See, the fact of the matter is, she enjoys talking to real men. She enjoys talking. She enjoys because she's not with one. And the reason why I could tell because he just eats vegetarian stuff. I said that's cool, but here's the thing. The way it sounds like you and your relationship, you got your man sitting down peeing. That's never a good thing.
Oh boy.
I said, first and foremost, well, you're conquered. I said, how the hell are we
You
conquered?
can't take a dump standing up. But okay.
Yeah, well, we're the defecated upon in this country, and we still achieve some type of wealth and value in this country, even though everybody else got the overwhelming advantage. I said, please tell me, what man of any other race can endure what we endured? Oh, but we're conquered though.
None.
But I mean,
Hell,
and
I
by the way,
forget
shout
about
out to
white
the
supremacy.
esteemed.
You
Shout out
won't
to the
believe what I
esteemed Dr.
Louise gonna say.
Dunbar.
Hear
I
ye,
know
hear
man.
ye. We got Dr.
Dunbar.
Dunbar in the building. Hear ye, hear ye.
Bunch of
Charles,
goddamn
two things,
plastic.
Salute
man.
to the great doctor.
Bunch of
Mr.
class
fellas?
Dunbar,
clowns. The
salute.
doctor's here. Straighten up, goddamn it. How
Charles,
you doing,
hey,
Doc?
two things, man. You're a bad dude, man. I wake up in the morning, getting my workday going, and you guys are up streaming. You know what I mean? All night, and I just want to give you a salute for that because I'd rather get on your stream than start my workday.
Look, Charles, you're bad influence on the great doctor. You see that? You're a bad influence.
Now the
No,
other
no,
thing
no,
is,
no, 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 no.
Thank you
You
for
know,
having
Charles,
me up.
get this
I'm
man a
sorry,
Let the
cigar to
doctor
drink.
speak.
It's very
Let the
choppy.
Doctor had to go
speak.
through the
All right.
same
Chopper style right
stereotypes
now,
Charles
so
had to go through.
I'm
They
done.
both
Hold on,
had to
let
deal
doc.
with the
Hold
same
on,
stereotypes.
hold on. Let Dr.
okay,
Dunbar talk.
okay. Two more things. So, Charles, one day you have to tell me how you get to play that music at the beginning of your streams without getting tagged for it by the YouTube pilot bureau. And then before I ask you who Celeste is, hey, isn't that Chad Wheeler, his girlfriend? Isn't that the worst thing you guys ever saw? Isn't that scary? What happened to her?
Scary. That's scary for so many reasons because I look at it from a racial and a law enforcement issue. Once again, I have an Espantarian that's made out of cocoa bola wood that is so heavy you got to be worthy to pick it up.
We talking
And
about
I'm
Tiffany?
looking at, yeah, Tiffany. And
Yeah.
it's funny because you're
Yeah,
gonna
she a
have to
bad bitch.
prepare yourself. You're gonna have to prepare yourself. And once you do this career long enough, you know when you're gonna be in for a fight. And I'm looking at it from a perspective, good doctor, as a black man, how the hell do we still get blamed for not protecting her while she's living in the apartment with this guy? We're supposed to give our dying breath to protect someone who basically said, we don't want you. And this is the sickening part. A lot of women in the manosphere, not the manosphere because they're not part of the black manosphere, but a lot of women on YouTube have made excuses for his behavior, good doctor. That's scary. What do you think?
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard about that. That is scary. It's bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre.
Yeah.
We have to be honest, Charles. If you give me just 2 seconds, Charles, we have to be real about this. This is what came with integration. You're gonna have black white supremacist kids and grandkids. You're gonna have black people part of the Proud Boys. You're gonna have black women openly married to white supremacist men. You're gonna have black men openly married to white supremacist women. The black woman that's with Chad Wheeler. We what do we expect? And not only that, but like like the doctor was saying, we also have black women excusing that, right? That's really frightening. But what do we expect from them if they're trying to climb up the ladder and on top of the ladder are white men? They're gonna excuse white men's misbehavior and then bash us for white men's misbehavior because we are quote unquote conquered men. This is essentially inevitable.
Well, I'll say
Can
this.
I add on to your
Let
point?
me say this.
Hold up, one at a time.
Go
One at a
ahead.
time.
Go ahead. No. I just want to add in one quick little sentence. Remember that game, take backs, no takesy backs. That's what women are doing, and that's exactly what he's talking about. Where all of a sudden they want to take it back, but you can't take back. All of a sudden it don't matter what I did, but you can't bring it up. That's what he's talking about. I get it. That take back, but you can't take it back.
All right. It reminds me back of that thing when the incident happened last week. All Black YouTube, particularly, has been talking about this. It reminds me back about the one stream
guys that jumped the girl in New York, in my town. You talking about?
Hello?
No, I'm saying you talking about the four guys that jumped the girl in New York at the liquor store.
No, I'm talking about we're talking about the football dude, the 6'7" pound football that beat the shit out of the black one. All right, I'm gonna say this: how some sisters did excuse it, a good portion of them. They talking about they try to compare this back to black man, but it's not ironic. One particular content creator said that when they did the poll, I wish they rather be under a black man's rulership or under white supremacy. And more than half said they rather be under the white man. So when you see instances like that, you reap what you sow. And not only that, but you could not only condemn it, but you up here had no problem with it. On the average. Talking about say, well, we see this in the community a lot. We're not talking about the community, we're talking about this particular incident. That when it comes out in full circle, that woman could have been killed. That should be, especially if we're a community and we are black people, the most people that should be vocalized should be you the most, women. Since y'all talking about domestic violence is very problematic. But no, it's a reverse. So when men see that, boys and men see that, they don't really take the average black woman seriously. Overall.
Chaos. Let me.
That means you.
I'm sorry.
I mean, not only you advocate, but you give an excuse for actual domestic violence that's been shown proven. Now, besides black community with domestic abuse, I don't really waste time talking about it because overall the community already likes it already. So to sit there now, find said make a more bigger excuse because this man's white is very much problematic. Because at the end of the day, what we do in-house, we do in-house issues. I wish black people took more serious about how we deal with our disputes amongst our own in-house. That's not a story, but for the sake of conversation, no woman should be comfortable feeling this is okay. And then sit there, go back what the media said, well, the person might have mental illness and that. And I said, well, he has money, so it's justifiable. So you tell me a man that has resource and does that, you're excusing that? I mean, you gotta be careful with the contradiction, ladies. Can't both ways. So that's all I'm gonna say.
The issue is that they covet. Wait, give me 1 second. They covet a particular position. This is what we're speaking to. And I keep on going back. Everybody hear me say 40 years ago, 50 years ago. I keep on going back. When the floodgates opened with integration, right? The goal was to get the white woman's position. So they were okay with domestic violence from a white man with some money. And I'm not saying all black women. I don't even know if it's most black women, right? But a significant chunk, a critical mass, are okay with this because it's a white man with a little bit of status and some money that so they covet that position. That's what we're speaking to. And as time progresses, because most of us in here are still under 50, so we're going to see in the next 30, 40 years, you're going to see this type of shit more and more from not just black women, but women of color and just women in general getting trounced by men, right? Getting destroyed by men of means and still staying, because you see it now, but I think you're going to see it more because they don't want to lose that position. Look how many NFL players and NBA players that we've heard of that it's not a fight between the wife and the husband or the girlfriend and the boyfriend. The boyfriend is literally beating up the girlfriend or the wife, and they're not going nowhere because where's she gonna go? She ain't gonna get that lifestyle again.
There's no
we have
more
to be
rebound
honest.
men.
And
no
one more
more
thing I'll say. One more thing I'll say, and I'll shut up. One more thing I'll say,
right.
and then I'll shut up. One of the issues that we're also dealing with is the internet has exposed all of us. You can't hide no more. All your agendas can't be hidden no more. And excuse my background. And so that's what we're realizing now. And you're going to see more of it for, I would say for the next about 10, 15 years, you'll see more of this. The internet has exposed all of us. That's me, that's Charles, that's everyone in the internet space. Nobody can hide your agendas, your ulterior motives anymore. And what we're realizing as a human species is the dark, ugly truths that we've been trying to hide away, especially since I would say the Renaissance era, right? Over the past 300-400 years, the ugly truths of humanity that we've been trying to shove under the carpet has come blowing in our face over the past what 15 years. I mean, how old is Facebook? How old was MySpace, right? So since about that era, we've been exposed to the truths of how we operate. And I think it's an ugly reality that human beings are going to have to deal with, including self-preservation realities. And I'll pause right there.
Oh, great point. You talking about what the image they gave to the world that they freely shared, and then mad that you have an image or a video they gladly shared until it kicks them in the butt, donkey style. And the problem is the people that's doing all the judgments and giving you all the excuses and every damn thing else. You want to know why they're giving you all those excuses and the judgment? Is so you don't point a finger and then they ain't got to answer, because you notice you can answer it straight when they ask you a question, but when you reverse that question on them, they can't ever give you a straight answer. They got to go to hearsay about everybody else. And the difference is a man is going to be judged on his effort, his experience, and his work. A woman gets to go ahead and say fairy tales. And I'm done. That was it. Go ahead, Charles.
Go ahead, Dr. Dunbar.
No, I was gonna say I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna try to come back up in a little bit.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Brother LaShawn, what you were saying, I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You got to look at it like this. This is not new. Through a lot of interracial dating, especially when it's white men, black women. You hardly hear about domestic violence about black men and white women. When the most high-profile domestic violence case was OJ. But how many black women have been getting the shit kicked out of them and buried bodied somewhere by rich or status-having white men?
And it don't even get investigated.
Either investigated or brushed under the rug. And here's the crazy part. This ain't his first go-around. This ain't her first go-around with him doing this. Think about it. You got all these sisters who's at Proud Boy meetings and getting the shit kicked out of them. I think I'm one of you. No, you're not. Bing, 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 bing. Some black chick, I think she was African, Proud Boy meeting, getting the shit kicked out of her. But yet, you'll have these chicks like a Celeste, Cynthia G, Chrissy, Crystal and Garrison. Why can't the black man protect them? But yet you chose your team. You chose your team.
Dave Chappelle had a draft, like the race draft round. I remember we traded OJ and Michael Jackson, and then they wanted to trade Michael Jackson back afterwards, but OJ was guilty. If I remember, everybody was cool with that. When Dave Chappelle made that scene, sorry. Yeah, Dave Chappelle did that. Remember that race trade? Oh my God!
I remember.
That was the funniest thing. And you remember now they want to trade people back after they were happily taking them, and now it's all black men's fault. Like, excuse me, I'm not the mother that said, "Cool, R. Kelly's going to be there."
LaShawn,
what no daddy dropping their child off? It wasn't their daddy that R. Kelly supposedly got guilty of. Mama's always telling the story. The father is like, I didn't know she did that to my child.
I mean, you gotta look at it like this. One, it's unfortunate what happened to the young lady, but at the same time, what happened to you is what happened to a lot of black men who were dating white women. See, black men knew there was a danger dating white women all along. We made no qualms about it. Go to Donovan Sharp. He'll tell and ask him. He'll tell you the dangers of dating a white woman. He'll tell you.
Dangerous to look at one.
He'll tell you. These black women really thought they were these white men's equals. They would never mistreat me. They treat you better than brothers. I bet you. I bet you when he had her hands around her neck, she was like, "Oh, better get Mako." She didn't think. She thought the first time when he hit her, pushed her, "Oh, it's not that bad." Till she went on. Till she started going black. And you have a lot of people out there.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, and the dude broke your orbital bone. Come on now. The dude chokes you so hard his fingerprints is in your neck. I'm sorry, you cannot get away and say, "Oh, he had a mental illness and he snapped." Not bullshit.
And every black woman is blaming every black man she refused to be naked with.
LaShawn, let me touch on that real quick. These ideas that we have, especially in the black community, about protection and provision and family and quote unquote nation building, it's whimsical and fantastical. We've watched way too much television because even when we talk about nation building and empire building as black people, have you ever sat down and think about how we sound sometimes? We've watched way too many television shows and movies, right? Even the way we compare ourselves to quote unquote white people and how the Jewish community got it all together and white people got it all together and Asians got it all together. And it's just, it sounds insane, but I get it because we're trying to reach, well, we think we're trying to reach up for the people that got it together. Their families are intact and all this other stuff. But it causes us to sound insane. It causes, black women sound insane because they think white women's deal is so much better than it actually is. And that's why you see them
Can I ask
excusing
you a
some of
quick
this.
question?
Go ahead.
Um, Here it is. I'll be honest. Everybody sees my real name, so it's just on me. There isn't a woman, if I don't find her sexy and attractive and inviting and engaging, don't care what color she is. I'm not near saying a bad word about black women. It's just the few of y'all is making a bad representation because you got most of the major media and they speaking for you. And if you ain't that, but you mad because how dare she, and you call her by a W, and I don't mean woman, but if I imply she, you got to go be Captain Save-A-Ho, and you ain't a caveman. And I'm just saying, I'm not even talking about you. It could be somebody famous, and you ain't famous, but you want to live through her while you broke and not even close to the person you trying to envision yourself to be.
I don't fully blame black women for that. I don't fully, because they've been
look. I
black
don't know
men
where
too.
it's
Wait.
coming from.
No.
Every woman does it.
Give me a
Every
second,
woman.
LaShawn. Give me.
I said women.
It's not just.
I
It's not
meant
just
women.
women. It's not just women. It's not just women. That is a media thing that they tried to get all of us on, and black people. I won't just drop that
Oh,
particular
I
thing.
agree
I
with
won't
that.
just drop on black women. Black people,
They want to
especially, have
get
been
all of us.
encouraged to live vicariously through black celebrities and black athletes, right? And so black women have adopted this in a particular way. That's why you see them so giddy about Gabby Sidibe being engaged to the white boy, right? That's why you see them so giddy about Tika Sumter with the white dude and the mixed baby, right? That's because in the all over the Western world, but especially in America and especially in the black community, we have been enticed into living vicariously through black celebrities. Essentially, what the system has said is, I ain't doing shit for you niggas, but you can get some hope out of these black celebrities who got a couple of dollars and who can live, and I'm doing air quotes, live free, right? And so
Can
that's what we've been doing. And that's why you see sisters get so giddy, and even sometimes black men
Can I
get so
ask
giddy
you real
about
quick
certain things. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry.
a question on your point? You know what? You 100% right. Okay, but this question uh, is absolutely up your alley. I couldn't be like Michael Jordan, but I can do some moves. I couldn't be like Kareem, but I can do a sky hook. But BGS Itmore told me I ain't 7 foot, so it don't count, which is true, but he was still mean. But look, I can do some of the things, but you know what? I'm still skilled in doing other things. It doesn't make me less than. And that's what every man has to do. What? Okay, so what? I'm not Bill Walton. I'm not none of these famous guys. But you know what? I can do one or two of the things they can do, and they can't fix their sink. Call me to fix their house or the engine on their car. Doesn't make me less. I'm useful.
It's not the
And
fact
the
that a
thing
man's.
is, go ahead,
It's
Charles.
not
But
the.
I was just implying the lifetime of a man making 40K, but he only spends 20 of it. He gonna be a rich man soon enough.
That's if you can afford to, depending on where you
Well,
are. But
yes,
here's the
sir.
thing. It's not about uniqueness. Like I said before, black men are always going to be held to like ethnocentristic European standards as men. We're there's no such thing as making enough. Robert F. Smith, if he was still married to if he was married to a black woman, a modern black woman today, she would look at him and say, you're not enough."
Damn, that's
You ain't no
true.
Jeff Bezos. You ain't no Bill
Yeah,
Gates. You ain't no
yeah.
Elon Musk.
I know, man. I just thought about that just now, and I'm like, freaking hell, that's French toast true. What you just said, I ain't never thought about it like that, but damn it. Oh my God.
You know it, and what? Because people don't know the numbers. There's only about 2,000 billionaires on the planet, right? Not just in America, on the planet. There's about 600 ish, a little over 600 billionaires in America. Out of in America, there's about 50, something like 15, maybe a little bit less than 15 million millionaires in America. So when you hear black men, and it might even be 15 million millionaire families in America. I can't remember if it's individuals or families. So when you hear people talk these insane numbers, right? They really don't understand what they're saying. They don't really put into context what you're asking for, what you're comparing your men or your women to, right? This this is what's
They
really
didn't.
going on. And I think television has really, and entertainment media has really distorted our worldview when it comes to success and what success looks like and how
They
achievable
comparing
this
you
this
to the white man. That
insane.
way you always fail, no matter how rich you
Yeah,
get.
yeah,
You're not
yeah,
richer than the white men I'm comparing you to.
yeah, yep. That to me is the really saddening part, because it causes you to never be satisfied. There's a book that came out some years ago called Age of Anger, and Age of Anger was essentially talking about how many people in the developed world and in the developing world are pissed at life, right? Because they don't have enough. And even if materially they've advanced over the past few decades, they're still comparing themselves to the group of people above them, and so they're never truly satisfied, right? And whether they get to the spot they want to be in or not, they're never truly satisfied. So if they're successful, they're still not satisfied because they're scared that the people under them are going to take
Who's
everything,
sleeping?
right? And if they're on the people on the bottom,
Charles,
they're not satisfied because they're on the
Charles, you
bottom.
sleeping?
Yeah, who's sleeping?
Nope.
No, he's
I
just
thought
Nobody.
Charles ain't asleep
All
in here.
right, good you guys.
Nah, he's still breathing from the
you know.
recovery of the COVID he
Yeah, that's
had.
what I
Oh,
figured
He's,
okay,
too.
he's
okay,
got to
okay,
get over
okay.
that.
Yeah, yeah, okay, okay.
He just sounds
Charles,
like Darth Vader
you
right
don't need
now
no
and
no
stuff.
no
That's
device
all.
no more, right? On your
Huh?
lungs, right?
Yeah.
You don't need no device no more. You said when you were in it, they had to stick you with something to help your oxygen level. You had the COVID.
No.
Okay.
He's got the lung scarring. He's got the lung
new
scarring.
580.
When I had
Let me get this out real quick. Let me get this out real quick. New 580. Stop asking that before Charles and Professor and Go Professor kick me in the ass.
Yeah, we're gonna kick you in your ass, kid. So you gotta learn from it like this, man. When it comes to masculinity, the most how can I say it? The most beta of white males are given the excuse, but the most masculine of black males, you're never man enough. There's always gonna be room to shoot you down. There's always gonna be room to embarrass. Like you're conquered. I'm like, really? Are we still saying this shit 5 years ago? I said, dude, you're here with a bunch of men. Where's your man? What you got him? What you got him making drapes?
That's a Kevin Samuels line right now.
Like really?
Best line over here, man. I come at the chick, be like, yo.
Look. Can I be a prick a little real quick, gentlemen? Let me be a prick real quick, ladies. I apologize. Due to Biden, a sex change makes them a woman, but you never see the women that became men protest about how unfairly they're treated as men. Odd, isn't it? Oh, my prick moment's over. Y'all go ahead and carry on.
I want you to think about that real quick for that statement. Think about what was the chick from the WNBA?
Which one? The light skin one? The super tall? The one that beat up her girlfriend, or she was stalking her girlfriend. One of those things.
China.
Nah, Brittany.
Griner. Yeah. Didn't she like do something weird to her girlfriend or something?
Hold up.
Her last name already gave her birthright. Her last name, Griner.
Brittany Griner. Was she? Remember when she was when basically she was taken down for child support?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I don't know anything about this. Elaborate. Go ahead. Go into detail about that, Charles.
Hold up. Well, basically, you know how she's a stud and all of them want to be men. So guess what? Your ass gonna be treated like a black man. She was with this dark-skinned girl. She was cute, a fellow basketball player. She got pregnant, obviously not by Brittany.
Mm-hmm.
So she had to get the little sperm donorish. So guess what she does? This chick. She's dark skinned, fine as hell. She goes they stay married for like a year. Stay married for like a year. She goes downtown to go get child support. Files for divorce, gets child support, and she's with a white guy now.
Ooh, damn.
See,
somebody pray for me. I think my lungs collapsed laughing so hard. Oh my God.
And she got spousal support.
Someone please call 911.
Where they get married?
Down. Wow. Hey, I had to bring up my inner Wycliffe. Jesus Christ.
Think about that. California? You want to be like men so much. I bet you Brittany Griner is kicked. How you get on child support for kids you can't even produce?
You sign those papers, man. That's what happens.
But once again, we live in the 21st century, and we're gonna see some weird, exciting, different stuff that wasn't going on pre-2000, pre-1990. The stuff we're about to see going on in this century and the next. Well, we won't be alive next century unless they come out with like Charles said, the super serum. But the 2100. And 2200, the shit that's gonna be going on this planet is gonna be insane. Because think about what Charles just really said. A woman got hit with child support from another woman, and the other woman then turned around and ended up with a white dude. Are y'all really thinking about this shit? Like what that is? What we
can we just have the zombies walking dead kind of moment? with a dude with like barbed wire around a bat and shit. That sounds like a better option than what the hell you're describing right now in present day situations. Can we, I'd rather like bust a zombie's head than deal with this shit right now. And I don't have kids, and that's scary.
Well, you got to think about that. This is what happens when you open Pandora's box and you want to take the role of the
Boy,
man.
that shit is wide open right now.
So now, look at what they're doing with sports, with the transgender community.
Ooh, I was gonna bring that up earlier. Go ahead, go in there. Think
about that.
I'm a girl.
Think about it. We're going to start from the backwards, from the part that nobody ever puts in. You're going to get these girls who's transitioning into air quotes men, and she's going to go want to try out for the wrestling team or the Olympic boxing team, track and field, or football. She wants to be a running back because she believes she can do anything boys can do.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
And then next thing you know, she gets one of them all-state linebackers who's 220 pounds, rock her ass like Mount Everest.
Baka!
All that, no, combat sports. We won't forget. I'm a wrestler. And if she's going against somebody like me, when I was wrestling, break your ass down like a shotgun shit. Oh, and then she wants to try boxing. Oh, you
get Mike Tyson knocked out here.
Or MMA.
Too late for that. That already happened.
No. We talking about the girls.
No,
the girls turning into men, not the men turning into women. No, y'all talking about the men.
Cyborg replays.
No,
just remember Cyborg UFC replays. You understand?
One at a time.
That actually happened.
I know about I know what the failing fox, but we're talking about girls transitioning into the women transitioning to men. We're not talking about the men transitioning to women. We're talking about the women. It's like, I know about Fallon Fox. That's why when she actually found a skilled woman, she didn't fight anymore. But guess what? You cracking open bone, like skull fractures and shit. But he was a sick motherfucker anyway. And guess what? You got this chick who thinks she's a man because she takes a little testosterone shots here and there. Get a little bit of muscle, and her opponent is John Jones. She's gonna get carved the fuck up with them elbows. Like I'm just thinking to myself,
Christmas turkey.
I saw the fight Charles talking about, and I'm telling you right now, you need to YouTube that fight. You're gonna see the difference. And Charles, I can't describe it. I can't even put it in the world. We both saw it, and you just, Lord mercy was all you could say while you watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
That was all it was.
Yeah, we can just look at it from that point of view. Or she's going against Stipe. Or she's going against what's the African dude, Nagago?
Oh, Adesanya?
No, not Adesanya.
Okay.
Francis Nagaya. Like, Francis hits like crack in the 80s. Okay? He hits harder than crack in the 80s. And I would just be like, look, I know this is brutal to say. I'm just praying that Francis, if he had to fight that motherfucker, I want you to go look at the uppercut he hit fucking Alistair Overeem with. And this is a 260-pound grown-ass man. He had nitol in his fucking hands. Like, if he has to fight,
wanna go night nigga?
Night. I mean, if he hits that chick, or that chick transition to a dude, guess what's gonna happen? She's gonna be the first person in heaven in a wheelchair. Like, yo, it's not gonna be serious.
I'm telling you right now, she got knocked out with the proper blocking. She got knocked the hell out with the proper blocking. That's how hard.
This trans thing is rewriting. Let me get this out real quick. This trans thing is rewriting women's sports. It's rewriting women's sport. Like the records are being broken by these transition. And once again, going to what Charles said, this is what happens when you open Pandora's box. Y'all advocated for this shit. Y'all thought it was cute because what you thought was that you were gonna stick it to men, and I no pun intended. Right? You thought you were gonna stick it, right? I had to say it,
Hey,
but
it's just Spice Girls. It's a spice world for the women of the world. Ain't that a donkey
but
kicking the
no, but
head
But
of
what
the
they
dumbass,
thought they
isn't
were
it?
to stick it to men. Pause again. But what ended up happening is now the men that transition to women are rewriting records because they're whooping y'all in everything, everything. What did you think was gonna happen? And
The next thing is gonna.
the
The
and
next
this is
thing
give me
gonna
one more second. Give
happen.
me one more second.
Oh, sorry.
And what the problem is now that you have the extreme liberal women that still don't see no problem with it. Yeah, until they come for your career, for your job, right? These people are
Oh,
still human beings, but at the end of the day, if you're a bicyclist, if you're a track runner, if you play any type of sports and you're a 120 pound, 130, 40 pound woman that's 5'6", 5'7", how are you going to compete against a whole 210, 215 pound man that quote unquote took some
hold
estrogen,
up,
so now it's a woman? How
hold
are you going to do
up.
that?
But see,
You can't be a
this is when
cis
they really gonna get it.
female born and be a female sexist, can you? Is that
Wait,
a
say it again.
possibility after the law was passed? Yes, sir, indeed. Awesome karma. That's awesome karma. Just enjoy it. Just
That's gonna
enjoy
be
it.
Of course.
that's gonna
But
be your
the
new
only the
name.
only way they're gonna really gonna get it and start reverting back to our ways is when two things gonna happen to them: a Me Too situation to a large numbers and their kids by these trans
Like,
community.
and let's tell the truth. Are you a woman if you get your junk dropped off? But since you allowed them to say, I, what is it? Like, I recognize myself as a woman. I'm like, really? Like, so I could go up there to the Olympics and say, you know what? I need to get the gold medal. I'm tired of competing against these men, which they're basically saying, I want to go do track and field. Flojo still holds the same record from what, 87, 88? 10 seconds and 10.48 seconds. From like goddamn, some of the people looking at this show wasn't even born yet. And
Charles Faulkner,
huh?
I'm just going to simply say this. Remember, there wasn't men marching for that right. The women were screaming in them pink hats and all them signs so they can be equal too.
Yeah, and
They,
guess what?
this ain't nothing to do with us. We just gotta watch the karma unfold.
This is the
That that's
sickness of
that's
women.
just us.
I
This
just
is the
want to
We
say,
in the
Bruce,
rear
I
seat.
plead the fifth. The fifth.
Jesus didn't even have the wheel. Jesus
yeah,
didn't even have the wheel. They drove this car into that goddamn. Woo!
like here's the crazy part, right? What happens when Flojo's record's broken? Are you gonna put an asterisk up there, or are you gonna just count it as a full woman? Because now you thought this was cute, but when the transgender women came out, guess what happened? They start
Charles,
going for
pause for the
your men.
cause real quick. Read that last comment if you don't mind putting that last comment that popped up in the comments. Bro, finish what you're saying, but that comment speaks to everything we're talking about right now.
He said it looks all good. I look at it like your version of tuned up sweet chin music. Oh yeah,
No,
kapow.
no, no. Well, not just that one, but the one that talked about radical individualism. That shit.
Radical
That's what we're talking.
individuals gonna push the
Yep,
West over the cliff. Oh yeah,
yep,
because
yep.
you got to think about it. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, wants to see women get the shit kicked out of them. But if it's gonna be legal, why not? You, it goes back into you're dominated. Who's dominating you? Other groups of women. They're taking your men. Think about it. I want you to really think about this. And I'll say this to Celeste directly. The only reason you got a man is because he's a herbivore man. He's a herbivore man. If you told him to pee on the toilet, to pee sitting down, he will.
He believed a lie.
But here's the more conquered person. You're conquered. Because all these chicks who got all this attitude and all this shit from white women, as soon as they go to work with white women, they're gonna smile and get their little Valley Girl voice on. You're gonna put yourself in
Charles,
the jackpot. You hold on.
she got a simp. She knows she got a simp. That's what you really. That's what you wanted to say to her.
I told her that. That's not what I wanted to say. It's what I said.
Oh,
It's the fact.
I missed that part then.
It's the
My
fact of the
apologies.
matter. That's cool. The fact of the matter is this: you're not going to have a protector because you neutered them. You're not going to have a protector. And then what happens is all these trans women, when they came out, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to compete for your men.
Ain't that the truth?
What are these white women doing? Competing for your. If you want to talk about who's dominated, who's conquered, you can't steal none of them black men from their white men.
It's the fact black women shame black men because we don't date them, and they best friends.
So they're starting to do that on dating
Charles,
now,
kick
man.
it, cuz kick it. You on the point right there, sir.
Hey, we falling into to where you was about to go about the Bumble thing. I already know that's where you're about to go.
Exactly.
I know that's where you're about to go.
Exactly. They doing that right now.
Yep.
Trying to shame us to date the transgenders, and these girls are still teaming up with them.
But you know what? They trying to shame the women because me and my younger sister were having this conversation a few months ago. They're trying to shame women, black women in particular, into dating bi dudes. Bi dudes. Like let me get this right. Not only so forget DL shit. Now you're trying to shame black women into dating dudes that openly bounce from penis to vagina. Flip flopping on them. Who does that? Openly?
I got a great joke. Wait. He won't buy you shit, but it's all right for him to be bisexual. He won't buy you shit, but it's okay for him to be bisexual. That's a good damn joke. That made me think right there. That's like, damn.
Let's think about this. Let's tell another ugly rumor, right? There's not enough men to go around. You think a lot of these black chicks ain't fucking these gay dudes?
They have no choice. There's only two choices women have to make. They either have to share a dude, or just like you said, Charles, they have to go fuck a gay dude. I've seen that happen. Like I've seen it. You know what? Everybody knows about the celebrity Sin Santana, Joe Button's baby mama. You ever see on Instagram page? She hangs out with that gay dude that was on Love and Hip Hop all the time. I see them hug up on each other like they boyfriend and girlfriend. They grow up on each other, and I'm like, yo. She a pretty bad bitch, but she hangs around this gay dude so much. Like that's the only man she could get close with. Like damn.
Well, that's their way of cheating with male energy, right? The way they're that's how they cheat with male energy. I will fuck with the gay dude. I will be friends with him. Shit, we might even fuck around, but I'm not gonna say that they are, but we might fuck around, right? So they might fuck around with the gay dude. But that's their way of cheating with having a man in their space. But it's not a man that they don't ever have. It's like a neutered man, right? It's like a caged animal. I can be in here with you. I've already neutered you. I already know what your proclivities are, so I don't ever have to worry about you trying to hit on me or that I put you in the friend zone and you're kind of stuck there, but you really want me. So that's their way of having men around that they don't ever have to worry about ever wanting them sexually or any way like that. So that's why they're around gay men. You know.
What? And you know what? You just lay a light bulb right there.
And they use and they use gay men as a rhetorical weapon against straight men, right? They try to use gay men. If for all of you that ever watched The Grapevine, you'll see how they try to use Donovan to browbeat other straight men, right? Because sometimes Doug doesn't agree with the rest of the panel, or sometimes Mops doesn't agree with the rest of the panel, but Donovan will almost always agree with women. Right, and that's how they use gay men.
Oh, put you this way. You just
the problem is The
Some
mutation
of these gay
is
dudes
how
be
they
fucking
judge
with
you.
chicks. That's the perfect side dude for him. They don't have to be out in the open.
That's
They don't
a
have to worry about their
buyer
business out there.
that don't buy her nothing.
Exactly.
He don't buy her nothing, but he can be bisexual. That's
Exactly.
he don't have to buy her nothing, and when he switches both sides, that's a bisexual, but he won't buy her nothing. That's what
Exactly.
that's
sort of like
on her.
Oprah
It ain't on me.
But here's the crazy part. The only thing they're really getting is what they really crave is male attention. But at the same time, that's not the type of males they want. They're just weird. And it's like I said earlier, we're more worried about being married than they are. How about that?
Quiet as kept.
How about that? They hang around a gay dude all day long. Hell, they even hang around the doms and shit. And they talk about brothers down low, but I bet you 9 out of 10, majority of these chicks out here probably fuck more women than you did.
There is some stats that came out that said, I think under the age of 30, I think it was under the age of 30, 1/3 of young women are black women. I'm talking about young black women consider themselves some part of the LGBT community, primarily bi, which means I'm lonely, I'm single, men ain't checking for me. I tried the swirler thing, it doesn't work, so I'm gay for right now, or I'm lesbian for right now. That's what it really means. But 1/3 of, I think it was like 1/3 or approaching that. I'm gonna look it up while you speak, and I'll give the correct information in a minute.
But that's facts though. Yeah,
Well, they
like
need to quit eating pickled pig feet.
Exactly.
That's all they need to do. Quit
Ice-T
eating
said-
pickled pig feet. You be fine. You pickled
Exactly.
pig
Ice-T
feet
said it
sucking
best
toe ass
himself, man.
motherfuckers.
You know what I'm saying? Ice-T said it best himself. Every female out here is a lesbian, some form or other. Majority of these girls, just like Kevin Samuels had to say, y'all gonna wind up getting your liquor license, being bartenders.
I mean, they, man, you better if your girl got a wicked tongue, man, you better look for some pubic hairs with that motherfucker.
Sheesh.
God damn! Like
I'll tell some dude, yo, you better play up on that. Have 2 females, beating some polys with 2 females.
You might as well because they share the men and the women.
Sheesh.
And then it's funny. Why do they get the dudes that look like a goddamn thug, like real check, homie, and they grabbing their crotch? What you reaching for? Hopes and dreams? Like really? Like, but you swear up and down you got a man. Really? Really? But then you open up Pandora's box and you wonder why. Make sure all the people new coming. Don't forget to like the channel, man. Y'all been doing so great lately. Great. Like
Charles, you talk about them bandana and eye patch having POF profile chicks that mad at you because they inboxed you and you forgot the account was still open. You talking about them?
Oh yeah. Like POF used to have some pretty chicks. Now they got the land before time looking motherfuckers. One looks like a Triceratops. One looks like a woolly mammoth. Oh
I'm
my
about
god!
to recreate my Tinder account, man.
They want you to. If you're looking for sex, you're in the wrong place. Or my kids are my world. If you're looking for sex, you're in the wrong place.
They looking for sex. They don't want to admit it. They can't be out in the open like a damn celebrity shit. That's like that Jada Pinkett shit. They can't fully admit that they in the open relationship because people be looking down on them. But I was in an entanglement.
My apologies, y'all. It's 23%. It says, let me read it to y'all real quick. 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual.
Still a large number.
According to the general, wait, y'all, wait a minute. 23% of young black women now identify as bisexual. According to the General Social Survey, the percentage of men and women who identify as gay or lesbian has held firm, but the share of women who say they're bisexual has skyrocketed.
Wow.
Yep. So that's essentially a quarter. Essentially, a quarter of black women consider themselves some type of LGBTQ.
No, how about how many
so all of it. Wait. I'm going to have a dummy moment. All right. So you basically saying The top 20%. Now, I'm not a 5%er, but I could definitely say I'm in the top 20% they bitching about. But
Did he say
is that why I'm single? Because all of them keep going to go ahead and like Happy Taco?
No, it's because
no, it's 23%. Damn it, I'm losing about 10%. I'm gonna give myself 10.
No,
okay,
no.
Y'all may be losing the other 10 or something. I don't know, but it's just I'm not having emotions. I'm just doing math. I'm like, wait a minute.
No.
If this 20% single and the 80%. Oh, okay, go ahead, Charles. I'm sorry.
This is the reason.
Had a nerd moment.
Yeah, this is the reason why. A lot of those chicks have children. They're busted, disgusted, and rusted. Okay.
Bingo.
The first thing they'll do, because after all 3 baby daddies don't want them anymore, I'm tired of being alone. I'm gonna let myself be a lesbian, and then they'll get with these lesbians, or they were the freaks of the week, and they were invited to a nice hotel with some champagne, and guess what happened? Another girl was there, and you know what they get down? They chew the carpet. So a lot of these chicks,
oh man,
a lot of these chicks are looking for attention, they're looking for men. So they're gonna go into I'm a lesbian. Oh, these guys don't treat us right anymore. Or she could be the one who fucked everybody, and there's nothing else left for her to fuck or something. And then they're in box.
Charles, can I ask you a quick question on that point? Just for the dumbass in the room, because you just playing it brilliantly. Eeny, miny, miny, mo is not 1 + 1 + 1 plus another 1 equals whatever the hell number of eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and they thinking the math equals out to. Yeah, I got what you're saying, because they just eeny, meeny, miny, mo, but they didn't do 1, 2, 3. Oh, dear God, they went to 4.
You gotta realize, brother. You know what I'm saying? Us men, it's the old saying. Us men, we're the gatekeepers to commitment. They're the gatekeepers to sex. They keep utilizing their sex to get a commitment out of us. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Oh my God! Let me tell you how the mighty has fallen. Remember the Bernie Mac show?
Yep.
You know who plays the oldest daughter, right?
The dark skinned sister.
Yeah.
Vanessa.
You know she got an OnlyFans?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Excuse me. Wait a second, Charles.
Yeah, she's on OnlyFans.
It's
a free page.
She ain't looking.
Wait,
who grew up well?
I missed that. Who got my fans only?
The girl that played Vanessa.
Goddamn,
she
Chaos.
grew up
As soon as I
well.
mentioned OnlyFans, Chaos rose up like the old school Undertaker. Heard that shit.
Wait, who got my fans only?
I have OnlyFans. Wait.
Remember the girl? Remember the Vanessa girl from Bernie Mac show? Vanessa?
You better put that link in the back chat, Charles. Go ahead and put that link in the back chat.
I gotta do the who was it? Was it 3-6? Don't save her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't save her. She don't wanna be saved.
Oh.
She don't wanna be saved.
No. She did a couple of photo shoots, and I'm gonna tell you right now.
Shout out to Bruce
I
Almighty.
waited till she was legal. I'm glad I waited till she's possibly legal. That was it.
She probably gonna make half what Bella Thorne's gonna make. Fooling a lot of Sims thinking that she butt naked on there, and they'll be like, nah, she just hot in a nice little dress, cleaning up a stove.
No. She's in.
Hold up.
She's across the board, but she isn't being dirty. She ain't ruining her name. She's just being sexy. And you can pull sexy off and not do WAP, okay?
Exactly.
So she's walking the very thin line
variant of that. She's keeping it respectable.
Her name is
she's keeping it respectable, and you. I mean, she grew up. All right, she was a child star. Now she's an adult. She wants to be viewed as an adult. That's why they do it, because they were child stars. You don't want to sit there. I mean, look, even at my age, I knew Myra was built like a grown woman, and Myra grew into the grown woman I can legally have them thoughts about. But it's from childhood. You a childhood star, okay? Everybody don't look like JJ, okay? Everybody else
okay
on the show
looking
had
dark
a
skinned
chance.
sister. You know, she okay looking.
I look. What I'm saying is, look. Everybody knew what you talking about. Willis was the show. What happened to Willis? Okay, these are things we know. All right, but the simple fact is, black men will sit there and see Michael Jordan and aspire, play like, and try to be, and still be able to get in the NBA just because they mimic the game. Henceforth, Kobe and a whole bunch of other men that acknowledge that man, and then there's going to be a whole bunch of other men after the fact I made this statement going to acknowledge Kobe because he inspired them like Jordan inspired him.
And who inspired her to become to get on OnlyFans?
Her mama had an account.
She probably making money just like
her mama had an account. I don't know. I'm pretty sure her mama keep pimping out like her daughter was in like a, major season stuff. She was once famous, but I can wear a girdle too. I don't know. That's what they do now. I don't understand. It ain't like I can only stand me in them outfits. And no,
I just wanted to make this random statement real quick. We are literally exhibiting Charles' title of multifaceted. We touched on women. We talked car shit for a hot second. And I literally just said don't save her in the middle of a conversation about swirling and women showing their bodies and all this. We are literally exhibiting what Charles talk about when it comes to multifaceted in the middle of the conversation. By the way,
there's reason we got a wrench because we got to tighten up every damn boat. We building something. We got to build the frame. Then you got to build the suspension, engine, all that good stuff. We making sure everything's tight. We touching on every base, so everybody's tight.
I'll tell you one thing about it. I had to do my reconnaissance. She got some nice titties, but anyway.
She's straight. She's a cute sister, but I mean, I guess Hollywood wasn't being kind to her, so I guess she decided to do this.
Well, I mean, hey, it might add
and she dark skinned. And she dark skinned, and man, she grew up well. That's all I got to say.
LaShawn
it's legal now. It's legal now.
LaShawn was about to have a moment. He was like, "Ooh," he was about to sound like Dusty Rhodes, like, "Oh my lords."
Right? No, she's cute. She's straight. That's fucked up. That Hollywood ain't messing with her like that.
Shut up.
Well, Hollywood ain't messing with nobody right now. COVID.
Well, I mean, not COVID. I mean, obviously.
COVID did a DDT on a lot of bitches. I can't strip at the joint no more. Man, I'm a fuck for a buck.
Nah. From Hollywood down to the girl that needs drugs and whatever you can buy for 50 cents, she's willing right about now. That C19, that motherfucker is like a transformer. That bitch.
Wait, LaShawn, give it a second. Let me get in here real quick. Let me get in here real quick.
Everybody's income.
Let me get in here real quick. Alexa, please cue up BGS saying they're gonna be fucking for coffee money. Please cue up the change sound, please.
You can borrow a cup of coffee I made. I can nuke it for you.
Book money now. It's comic book money now, man.
Pokemon card money.
I mean, shit. Her shit is like bubblegum money. God damn, penny candy. God damn, take it back to the hood.
Dollar store money.
Shit. At least, shit. She like free as double dutch.
I said 50 cents. She got to do an extra person for $1.
Quarter
you
chip money.
Tax at the dollar store, or does $1 cover all the taxes?
Holler for $1. Fuck for $1. Do something strange for some change. Yeah.
Dollar
Do
McChicken
you
money.
need $1.05
God.
or do you need $1.25 due to your state
Half.
income tax? They gonna charge you after you pay for it.
No, what she gonna charge you is a happy ending meal. But anyway.
Not even Happy Meal. Happy Ending Meal is
Oh
hysterical.
my God! It's like
Charles, you ain't shit for that one. You
I
ain't
never
shit.
claimed to be.
You
I
earned the
never
ain't
claimed to
shit
be.
for that one.
I never claimed to be. Let me I hate to be like one of them guys. Be like, let me call you Vanessa. Yeah. But anyway, it's sad because it's like you ain't got Hollywood where she probably would get some roles if it wasn't for COVID. Anytime COVID is messing with TV and movie stars, you know this shit is like the fucking plague. I mean, COVID has made guys like Kevin Samuels damn near almost household names. He's
And they
25,
hate it.
and they hate it. We're gonna use what you used against us. Your own hypergamy. What's that song used to be? We're gonna use what we know to get what we get what we want. Oh,
You
you
know,
better think that shit. Now they
you know
gotta
what?
think about it. Use what we
Kevin in the
got to
algorithm
get what
so
we
much.
want.
Kevin in the algorithm so much, man. He done had
Mhm.
every ethnic group, color, whatever woman sitting there questioning. And the
I'm
simple
happy you
thing is,
brought that
like
up. Let me get in here real quick. I know
you
I keep on
gotta
cutting you off. My bad.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me
Go
finish
ahead.
my
Go ahead.
point.
Go
You
ahead.
got it. Because I think you. I think
Hold on. I'm
sees what I'm
gonna
talking
just
about.
say
Go ahead,
this.
Charles.
I'm just gonna say this. That should be your fucking catchphrase. Let me get in here for a minute. You know, we're gonna
Yeah,
if you ever become a
I'm
porn
building
star,
a catchphrase. I'm building a catchphrase like Journal right now. Y'all keep
you know,
count.
the sad part is I can't even build a catchphrase. I say too much shit. But anyway, but go ahead, get in there for a minute. That's what you're gonna say when you become a
So
porn star.
No.
Let me
I
get in there
can't
for a
even
minute.
build a
Let me get in there for 1
catchphrase because
minute.
I've seen too much shit. Is a catchphrase. I can't even
Hold
give
on,
you a
LaShawn.
catchphase because I've seen
Hold
too
on,
much shit.
LaShawn.
That's the
Hold on.
perfect catchphrase, Charles.
Hold on.
That
Hold
is.
on, LaShawn. We go
I already forgot my goddamn thought. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was like laughing at that. Look, I can see you as a porn star. Let me get in here for a minute.
Let me squeeze up in here real quick.
But the point being is that COVID is really Jesus Christ. If you don't get a fucking channel, will beat you over his head with this goddamn nightstick, man. And it's crazy because it's such a cashing opportunity. Think about how many decades women have been getting money off of the backs of men, and now it has returned. Oh
I
my
really
And now,
kind of
hey,
got some stuff, Charles.
I thought of. I was
just
trying to
listened
think
to
of a
this
movie when you
stupid
said that.
We got
Charles.
Mr. Z.
Honestly,
Mr. Z,
Charles. You
starring.
know when you get
And
to
let me
that
get in there
point
for
where you just at the point where you just say, you know, I'm done. I done. You know what? I got everything I need, my family need, and everybody who depends on me need, and I still got an ass load of stuff I can do. But you complaining to me about what you did, and I need to fix something when I fixed my own damn life. Why do I need to fix yours now? And that's exactly what you're saying.
because you're a man.
Yep.
You're replaceable. Did Beyonce tell you?
To the left. To the left.
Yeah, now we get to tell that bitch to the right, to the right. That's where your welfare check will bite.
Exactly.
Look.
Letting
Yo, you just freestyle that, Charles? God
know
damn.
that we are more.
She can buy $1,500 in weave just to look like Beyonce. But baby, if you got 3 chins, 4 cheeks, and you got ripples more than a ruffle chip, you got rough damn life talking about to the left, to the right. You can't even like shake that way.
And not only that, man, looking like trannies and shit with the makeup shit they have.
Oh my god, man. That's why I hate it with black. When black women wear too
Compared to
much
the women
makeup,
that grew up in the 90s,
Looking like
yo, they
Jabba the
wasn't
Hutt's
looking
younger
like that.
sister that can still walk. That's what it looks like. Jabba the Hutt's younger sister that can still walk.
Yep.
That's what the fucking look.
Yo, you look like that damn female gremlin, yo. All that makeup looking all draggy and shit, like the damn cheekbones. I'm like, what the fuck? Ew. You a woman? You sure?
you
That
ain't
shit is
shit.
true though, Charles. Hey, I
Sure.
think about it. Hey, I think about it. Really do be getting everybody quiet. Oh, hey, everybody, hush up, hush up. Charles about to say something real.
It's like I think people just come up here just for either the music or just for me to cuss somebody out. I'm starting to think that.
No, we actually listening. That's why they know your catchphrases.
Oh man, you ain't shit for that, but it's true though. It ain't shit for that, Bruce Almighty, but thank you. I'm just looking at it like, yo, it's like I'm looking at her pictures and I'm like, God damn, you were on a successful TV show, and even COVID bit you in the ass. I mean, if it wasn't for Marvel Studios, a lot of motherfuckers, and it wasn't for Disney Plus, a lot of motherfuckers would be working. Or
Disney,
Netflix.
Netflix,
Quick question,
Amazon.
Sheed, who wrote that song? Because Sheed said to the left was written by a man. Who wrote that song? Because I found out a few years ago. What's her name? White. I ain't your Superwoman. What's her name? Fuck. What's her first name? Fuck. I forgot her name. The homegirl that sing "I Ain't Your Superwoman," the song that was like hot in like the late '80s, early '90s.
Angela
Fuck.
Winbush.
No, it was hysterical. That wasn't her name. It wasn't Winbush. Her last name wasn't Winbush. It was White, I think. Anyway, but
I
Babyface
know
wrote that
the
song.
song.
Yeah, Babyface wrote that song.
Yeah, Karen White. That's her name.
Yeah, Karen White. Yeah, Babyface wrote that song. There's a lot of girl songs that dudes wrote. I know the Dream wrote a bunch of songs
Because you
too.
got to remember, it was the 90s,
Well,
man. He was
Babyface.
taking over that scene.
Shonda,
But about the
Shonda
MMA
said,
shit.
Shonda said, Neo wrote Irreplaceable.
Of course, definitely.
Yeah, that sounds like a
I'm
song that
just
Neo
gonna
would write
say,
because I could imagine it in his voice, and that is a song that he would write. Yep.
Exactly.
look,
I realized, yo, back in the
I
day,
got a
yo,
little
they was taking over the
question when a
female
man
development
can write a
scene.
more feminine song than a woman songwriter.
Yep.
That lets you know that.
What the hell
Now
over that?
let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question.
Now,
We
is
could
that?
write a song for
Go
them
ahead. Go
because
ahead.
we know how they feel and think. Can they write a song for us that sound like us?
Oh, you
That's
know
a really
what?
good question.
And it ain't
Well,
got,
they
it ain't
Well,
can.
got
you
to be
know
about
what? I
sex
just
either,
thought about
too.
you. Got it. He got the answer. You know what? When I think about it, how many times did the woman mess up with me and then misread, thought I did some stuff, or went out of pocket because her girlfriend was in the ear? Then she find out, oh, wait, I'm the one that's wrong, baby, kind of crap. And then most of their stuff is like, yeah, because most of their songs back in the day, half of them were saying they were sorry about what they did to you, and they misjudged you and
I
except Mary J.
apologize.
Blige, maybe. They were
Mary
always
J. Blige
screaming
made her.
about how they love you and all that other crap, but they don't do it. They
Mary
play
J.
the
Blige's
songs,
best shit
but
is when she get her ass kicked and when she on drugs.
But that ain't gonna cry was one of
well,
the fucking
that's
hardest songs
100% fact
ever.
right there,
I'm
Charles.
I'm
That
all about Team
yeah.
Hurt Girl, Mary J. Blige.
I
Hurt Girl,
mean,
Mary J. Blige make the best music. I'm sorry, and
the whole video she wore the shades and shit.
bro, but that ain't gonna cry was
Look,
one of the hottest goddamn songs ever.
can I be honest with you? Mary
I
J.
thought you
Blige
been lying this whole time.
sung my sympathy out of me, okay? Yeah, you did a lot of wow, you sang it. But you know what? And she be doing them notes and stuff.
Yeah, but
I can
that
forgive you
ombre, you
if
gotta
you don't
imagine.
do it to me. That was
My
she was a female Barry White,
Oh,
Luther
bad for
Vandross,
cutting you off,
kind of
but
that
who's
Bad
the
go ahead,
Ombre
female
you got
said
the
bar?
floor
something
now.
that's real. Bad Ombre said something that's real. Mary J is a drunk, but of course she's a drunk. Think about everything she done seen.
Think of every ass whooping she's taking.
How
I'm
many black women
not
be
gonna
having a full bottle of
cry. I'm not
Hennessy,
gonna cry.
toasting it?
I'm no more gonna share my tears.
You know the coke that she
Ugh.
sniffed up to? Shit.
I mean, goddamn, you can tell a cokehead, man. They always rub their nose and shit.
Oh, hell yeah. It sound like they all stuffy, nose stuffy in their voice. Nose stuffy. I'm like, damn, I could tell you did some blow.
Yeah, but she was singing their pain, and we listened to it and said, And when we heard Mary J. Blige, we didn't date the chick if you were smart back in the day. Oh, you Mary J. Blige level? Oh, you got every CD. Oh,
Oh,
never mind.
hold up. Is that you, Shorty? Is that you, Shorty? What you doing looking at my content, Shorty? Yes, I do know Shorty. But anyway. I can't say what I was going to say.
Oh, let me ask y'all a quick question. Have you ever walked into a woman's apartment, home, or wherever, and she's playing that one song that you hear and you instantly know as a man, oh hell, she's messed the hell up.
Karen. That's Karen? Okay, Karen. Oh, Karen. I'm like, look.
Is there any songs like that where you hear it and you instantly know I need to get the hell out of here?
Shit, that's called being raised by a black mother. Like, god damn. Like, Ma, do you have a good fucking day? I mean, the Ravens won the Super Bowl. God damn. Like, what the fuck are you playing? You divorced my father years ago. Stop playing this sad ass shit. Play some Temptations. It's like, god damn. Like, man, that was the worst part. Like, I love my parents for giving me my taste in music, but when they went, oh my god, dog, Jesus, help me, Lord. When that fucking Waiting to Exhale came out there, I couldn't stand life, man. When they came out with that fucking soundtrack,
hey,
oh
but
my
don't lie,
Lord.
that Waiting to Excel and Waiting to Excel and Soul Food soundtrack was the firest. That might have been some of the best soundtracks ever. For
It
real,
was,
especially that
but
Drew
you know
Hill
what?
shit.
You know what your mama would have did if you Charles sound like, you know, where you suggest the artist and then the person you suggested it to finds the saddest, nastiest, ain't crap song, and then they love that part. But it's like, wait a minute, they got like thousands hits, but this is the worst song, and it sounds like, oh man, you just one of them
The
people.
songs
You
that
gonna find the saddest song.
that's
Period.
one of the songs I hated. I hated Irreplaceable. I hated I Need a Soldier. I'm like, I had girls tell me, I would date you, but I need a soldier. And I would get the squinty eyes like George Bush staring into the sun. Bitch, I just came from a war zone. How much more soldier than that?
Yo, Charles,
Charles is like, I'm literally a soldier.
Literally.
Charles,
ain't
nothing going on but the rent before your time.
It's get it in there. Get it in there.
Hell, I was old
I
enough
heard
to
ain't
hear
nothing
it.
going on but
Wasn't
the
happy
rent
about it.
is the OG of all that.
Yep, it was Shawty. That's Shawty. Hi, Shawty. Say hi to everybody, Shawty.
I was like,
I don't know you, Shawty. I'm sorry. He said Shawty. I was just agreeing with the gentleman that said he said Shawty.
I was like, man, I thought the 80s was straight. Like I ain't never heard.
The 80s were straight. Oh man, but you know, brothers actually had their cold songs too. I saw you walking in the rain. The cold part was when he said, yeah. When he took all the shit, no, none of your shit's there. That's all what I bought.
So women in the 80s weren't telling you ain't nothing going on with the
you and him.
Walking in the rain.
NBC, ABC, CBS were the only three channels. You know what they did? They did like specials about the black community and the situation black people were dealing with in the 50s, 60s, 70s, before the 80s even came. It's been a long time, bro. But we've been the reason why the community doesn't fix itself. But they don't come to us to fix it.
So it was messed up before. Ain't nothing going on but the rent.
You want black men to fix it? Then why don't you subsidize the black men so we can? Don't ask us to earn it while they're subsidized and we still ain't worth a damn.
Why? Because that means more competition for them. They ain't trying to do that. Hell no.
Hell no. I love my drunken stumpers. I love ain't being shit. Come on now. You know we gotta pray to this goddess, man. To this goddess.
Hey,
you know,
hey.
You know,
I
should pray to this black woman. May God bless you with all the child support to come to you and only you. May you spit on my grave because I'm not worthy of you. You need to know I'm being sarcastic.
Yo, I got a question for Twin.
Can I step in on that real quick? May I?
No,
may I?
not yet.
May I
Not
step
yet. We gotta
in
let.
real quick?
Not yet.
Brother,
because we gotta
what I'm saying
let
to
the new
you
person
is,
talk.
you don't make enough money, brother. You don't make enough money, brother. But what you gonna do is not pay your tithes so you can pay your bills while she can't pay her bills and pay her tithes and get that weave and get that there and get this. And she's saying she doing it for you, but you ain't picking her. But she's saying, I'm a prettier bitch than you. And it ain't about a man. Well, you know what? Due to the new things that Biden signed in, then maybe you're in trend. You know what? Women just got a bad day today, and I'm just enjoying it, and I'm laughing about it because, like, I mean, y'all were like marching for it, and now you mad at us, and we ain't vote for it.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Yeah, I got a question for Twin. Twin, you there? Or is it Zero? Wait.
Z.
Oh, yeah.
You can say Mr. Z. Go ahead.
Yeah, Z. So I got a question for you.
Don't you like this nigga's voice like he does radio and shit?
Go ahead. I know, right? Go ahead.
Anyway, so what do you think if it would, how do you think it would be if me and you in our age range, if we came up in the 80s instead of the thousands?
Because I graduated in 2005. So okay. I think if I graduate, let's say I graduated in 1985 instead. First of all, I would own a 300ZX still. But all jokes aside,
you could take the Florida Haitian out the board, but you can't.
Right? No, Florida Haitians drive either luxury cars, Toyotas, or dunks on 28s, 26s, 24s.
Well, you
sometimes
do know
30s.
But you know what Haitian parents ride, right?
Camrys and Corollas.
No, their children's backs.
Hysterical. But all jokes aside, I think if I would have, let's say I graduated in 85 instead of 2005, it would have been a different world. I probably would have been, I would have been married at the age I am now, 34. So I would have been married by 34, had a kid or two by 34, had a house by 30. Like, it was just a different world. That's why you hear your parents often say, "Oh, but at your age, I already was married with. I already had you and your sisters and blah 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 blah, and I already had a house or two. I already had a house or two by your age." But being a millennial, it's a whole different ballgame. And there are some baby boomer and Generation X parents that get it, but I would argue most of them don't. Most of them don't get it, even when their kid has to move back home, even when their kid never left home, even if their kid is a college graduate and is only making $35,000 a year, they still don't get it. They think it's their kid. But there are I'm fortunate, but there are parents of millennial children that get it. But to shorten up my answer, I just think it would have been a different world. I would have been married with kids by my age at this point if I graduated in 85 instead of 2005.
So you say in the 80s relationships were definitely still a thing.
Yeah, because the people that, let's say, if you graduate 85, that means you were probably born in what,
69 or something.
Giggity.
Yeah. Let me see. That's 15. No, not even. You would have been born in like 67 or something, 66 or something like that. Something like that. Right? So,
what year were you born?
I was born in 86.
I thought you were around my age.
What year were you born, Sideshow?
94.
Ooh, good God! I was
okay.
Damn,
man.
Damn, I think I was able to bust nuts back there, but still, it's funny. It's funny because it's like I already know I couldn't be born in certain eras, man. As much as I like funk and R&B, I couldn't be in the fucking 70s, man. I would be an instrument playing motherfucker with a coke habit, with all the free sex you want. I'm Charles Faulkner, bitch. Love me.
Yeah, I'm 7. The most I could probably do is the 9. Like if I could go back in time, the most I'd probably do is the 90s. Like I'd probably do
Yeah, what do you,
90.
I know what your style would be. Cross colors and a bulletproof vest from the violence.
I was
Hysterical.
born in the 70s. I was born in the 70s. Didn't, I caught up with the Bee Gees and all the good music that we listen to today later on in life. But when y'all talk about 80s, 80s starts from 80 and ends at 89 when it becomes 90. That is right when, man, if she let me, whew. And trust me, my version of fine back then in my youth, mm, mm,
Y'all was masturbating about the
mm.
Jones girls and shit. What the fuck? The
Um,
crazy part
yes,
about it
sir.
is
That's about
the
it. Yes,
80s
sir.
would have been the 80s was a boom because everybody could get a job. But then, we had the Holocaust happen in the black community called the crack epidemic.
Yep.
And you started to see it slowly erode. I mean, black people from
By what point,
19
Charles?
from
Did you say the mid 80s? When did you see it erode?
well, I'm from born in
Bro,
82. So when I started noticing shit, because I seen it, but you catch on very quick. You started seeing parents break down around 87. You saw bits and pieces of it in the early 80s. Yeah, sure, inner cities, but you really saw the implosion of the black community and around 87, man. Like when I was school age and I started noticing all the kids around me because I went to private school, it was rare seeing kids without both parents. You knew both parents. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Gross. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Williams.
Interesting.
And see, Shonda agrees with me. 86, 87. And Shonda, she's not an she's a lovely lady, but guess what? She'll tell you, or anybody who grew up as a kid or a teenager or an adult in the 80s, 87, 88, good God. It's like
yeah.
Mr. Rogers, it's like somebody dropped a nuke and a deuce on Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
Damn.
Like even in the
Hysterical.
even in the hoodest of hoods, even in the projects, people still had order to a certain degree. There was still order. And even with the
Charles.
drug dealers back then, hold on. Even with the drug dealers back then, they had a code. They didn't sell past a certain time. They didn't sell to kids. They didn't sell near schools. They didn't sell to anybody they didn't know. If you had back in the 80s, if you wanted drugs, you had to get somebody who knew the drug dealer. You couldn't just walk up to the goddamn drug dealer yourself. That's why it was so hard to get a lot of these dealers. Once like my uncle who was in the game, but he got out, he said, the day I broke my rule of selling past a certain hour, boom, narcotics hit me. And when you look at it, you had the income influence of the late 80s when the gangster rap shit started kicking in. So now you have a lot of niggas flashing. What's the one thing you never want to do? Draw attention to yourself. But when you're this broke, poor project kid and you driving around fucking with at the time $25,000, $50,000 cars, which is a lot of fucking money in the 80s, by the way. And you're like, what, 21 years old?
500 SELs. You driving around in C-class Benzes because the cops know you can't afford that shit if you work in a little square ass McDonald's job. But you driving around here in a Trans Am, an IROC G Camaro, a 5.0 Mustang.
What's that? You got to remember, in those times too, ask your older uncles, your moms, your dads, your grandparents. Niggas were getting money. I mean, money. Like, go to this. It's on Netflix. Crack on Netflix. The documentary. We didn't know it at the time. Well, I didn't know it, but my parents kind of did. They were cool with everybody on the block. Because how did I get into boxing? I remember watching Kid Dynamite before he became Iron Mike Tyson. So we would be invited over to the neighbor's house. We used to live on Orleans Street. and the intersecting street was Patterson Park for all you Baltimoreans out there. I'm not gonna name his name, but the dude, was a street pharmacist. He dealt with cocaine and cocaine accessories. So we come up in his house to watch the Tyson fight. This motherfucker had like one of the early plasmas in his house. How the fuck do you have a running, like a built-in fountain in your living room?
In the 80s?
In the fucking 80s, they were jamming. My man sold cocaine and cocaine accessories. Go ahead.
What's that movie? Remember, early, they had Wesley Snipes and everything, where they basically bought the whole building, and they were running from everybody. Thank you.
New Jack City.
Exactly what Charles was talking about.
Don't wake me. I'm
dreaming.
Girl, I'm thinking about you. I'm dreaming. Yeah, y'all niggas got away with it. Shit, I'm doing it.
So, Charles, would you say that the late 80s and the early 90s was the beginning of the end?
Huh?
Would you say the late 80s and the early 90s was the beginning of the end?
Pretty much. I'm gonna put it to you this way: as an '80s kid, there was probably almost no other time to be a kid. You had the best cartoons, you had the best toys, you had
the most creative.
We had a lot of creative shit, a lot of imagination.
I mean, I hear that from the '90s kids, but
yeah, and
but the '90s kids are a spillover of the '80s. Honestly,
I'm glad that Shauna said that. That's like the movie Scarface, that thing to help embolden the drug epidemic. Yes, it did. Because you gotta realize when that movie came out, every nigga thought he was the second coming of Tony Montana.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that ending scene.
But that was part of the '90s rap. A lot of the rappers, they got out of prison because they served a 8 to 10 year sentence, had all their raps wrapped up, and they came out and they were rapping in the '90s. I mean,
okay, yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of them. If I remember correctly, it was a transition, but they were legal. But they could rap about what they used to do in the streets while that idiot was doing it out in the street.
And the craziest part about it is that you see the transition. For all my peoples from the '60s to the '70s, I'm gonna take you through hip hop. '70s. Party music. It was basically hip hop is basically the baby of funk. Then you came down into the '80s, the late '80s, early '90s. Like they would talk about, the early '80s, they would talk about the streets and the street life. Not necessarily just drugs, but also how it was to be in the inner cities.
Oh, that makes sense now.
Like try growing up in the '80s in the Bronx.
Yeah, try growing up in the '80s.
Like a freaking bomb shelter in the Bronx.
Try growing up in the '80s in Baltimore too. Exactly. That's why they came up with a saying where there's a hood, where there was a hood, there's a home. Exactly. People be like, yo, when you travel, where do you go? To the hood. I feel safe.
Yep. Watch the movie on Beach Street. You know, start Breaking. And what's the other movie? Russell Simmons.
Oh, I love Breaking.
You talk about Crush Groove?
Yeah, Crush Groove.
And you got to think about it.
Shit.
They talked about the street life. Then from like the late '80s, they stopped talking just about the street life. They talked about the drug game. Yep. Remember, they used to talk about the drug game. Plus, they would also talk about the ills of the drug game. There was always a sad story, like why you didn't want to get in it. In the late '80s, early '90s, they started to glorify the drug game. When the mid '90s came, shit, you had what? Bout It. I mean,
so
you had
it's really over by pretty much when I was born, '94.
Make them say,
when you were born, it was like. Go ahead.
Sorry, what was the success with the drug game that came behind it? The women.
And that's why you seen the moral decay that came after it, because a lot of these chicks, can you blame them? Hypergamy took its advantage. The chicks followed the fun, dispendable money. They got pregnant by drug dealers shit got real because women like to live vicariously through men. They don't like to do the adventurous,
That's my
crazy shit we
father.
do.
I'm living
So,
proof of that. That's my dad.
so when you get pregnant, he goes to jail. Boom. Then pause. 94 came out. All these fucking RICO laws,
94
including
crime bill.
94 crime
Menace to
bill,
Society.
Menace to Society, and all these other fucking movies galvanizing the drug game.
Yeah, I was born right in the dark years.
Exactly.
Then you also had 96 welfare reform.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those chicks you see out there in government workings right now, the only reason they got them jobs because of government welfare reform.
Exactly.
A lot of them. And a lot of these chicks who had their degrees, welfare reform. Not all, but a lot of them. So now you created a dichotomy between black men and black women that exploded. That's where you came out with that, I don't need a man for shit, because they had government to fall back on. So,
Charles, I don't mean to cut you. Remember the movie Strictly Business? Minister Jock broke that whole movie back down from another point of view. How females were getting those type of jobs and then put no black men down on them. Those then they try to get
that was the big kicker, because these women, you got to remember the loyalty black women had for black men. Even if the man was cheating, she was still loyal. Even if she cheated, she was still loyal. It was just not talked about. The men and the women said, whatever you do, don't make me look stupid.
So like
females back in those days, you would never know. You'll know that they probably was a freak, but the only freakiest thing you never know is that they give head.
You just had to, huh, nigga?
They'll be shamed. They find out they give head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you didn't even know. You wouldn't even, you could be married to a chick for 10 years and didn't even know she gave head.
Exactly.
It was funny.
Charles takes
there was a free Sunday.
Take us into the thousands, Charles. What happened next?
Oh, we're gonna go.
The main factor.
Yeah.
That really changed was our grandparents.
Our grandparents. And see, the crazy part about the 94 crime bill was that a lot of the baby boomers and a lot of the grandparents and was taking their Generation X kids, and they would call the police on their fucking kids. They were championing the fucking 94 crime bill, but they didn't know the fucking troubles that was going to come. We had more unity in slavery than we did in the fucking 80s and the fucking late 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And
Charles, could I ask you a quick question on your point, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, I understand the mother is the father. But why the hell are you going to make sure your son? Okay. Well, I understand the mother being mad at the father, right? But why the hell are you going to make your son pay for the sins of the father?
It's called bitter bitch.
Allow another...
I'm gonna answer your question. It's called bitter bitch syndrome.
Resentment.
If I can't take it out on the father, I'm gonna take it out on the next best thing. His prodigy.
I give you a perfect example.
That growing
Remember
up.
the movie Boys in the Hood? When they played the younger Ricky and the younger dope boy? Who's the mother more hard on than the other? The younger dope boy.
Yeah, and I remember this shit. Look, this is some of my earliest childhood memories.
Exactly. Why? Because she had two different baby daddies.
Mm-hmm. And she loved one more than the other.
Exactly.
Yo, Charles, I remember this.
She doomed that boy, dope boy, of his life because of his father.
Mm-hmm. Now go ahead, Sideshow.
I was gonna say, I remember as a kid, whenever I would do something like stay out too late, or just anything that seemed slightly rebellious, my mom would always be like, you're acting like your father, like over and over and over again. She would just get on me. And I would just wonder as a kid, like, my dad hasn't been around for years. Why are you constantly comparing me to my dad?
And that's the plight of it. Which one was the black one and which one was the white one?
What do you say?
You said you're from mixed races, right?
No.
No. So you just black. So you got to remember, not only did we get the 94 crime bill, I'm going to go back into the 80s for a minute. The largest group of American males ever born was the baby boomers. What did the baby boomers do? What did the baby boomers do?
Vote for Reagan?
No, the baby boomers changed history.
Feminism.
No.
About the 60s.
The civil rights.
Yeah, civil rights. Civil rights.
Yeah.
So
the crack era.
And when they wanted to, they knew since the Nixon administration, tamp down the boys. That's when you start seeing programs to boost the girls' science and mathematics up. But what happened was they left the boys still down here. So now you started seeing the slow erosion and effemination of the boys. Why do you think in the 90s, what else happened? Your daddy sold drugs, the children took drugs called Ritalin. Instead of saying
Ritalin messed up a lot.
Instead of saying boys learn differently than girls learn by verbal. They could sit down for hours and talk and pay attention to someone talking. Audio learners. We're tactile. We have to touch, we have to do, we have to move, because your testes produce testosterone, what makes you more maneuverable and jittery. So they have to touch. When you give a boy the problem to do on the board, he learns more than doing it at the seat, than you speaking it to him. When you put him on the board and you take the time he'll be like, oh, that's how you do it. If you ever want a boy to get beautiful cursive writing, make him trace it over and over and over, and his handwriting will become immaculate. So they imagine this. Instead of putting more male teachers and separating the boys from the girls and let them socialize during lunch and gym, they pretty much made the school system for girls, which made it ripe for the 96 welfare reform, when you pushed them all and gave them incentives of making them, that's when you start hearing double minority.
Don't forget the 96 Telecom Act. Add that onto it, because that's what locked in your rappers, right? And because your rappers thought that they had a bulletproof formula rapping about a certain type of thing that they used to do, or that they knew somebody that did do, that's when you get rappers, especially from the 90s on up. All they rapped about, not really all, but most of what they rapped about was drugs, women, cars, drugs, women, cars, party life, drugs, women, cars.
Oh yeah. And then remember, during this time, back in the 80s, still going back to the 80s, they outsourced all the factory jobs, all the bricklaying jobs, all the major, like Bethlehem Steel in Baltimore and other places, Inner Harbor Ford, where my grandfather worked for 30 years. My grandfather had an 8th grade education, but he was a master mechanic. He knows more about a car than your local mechanic ever will know. They took all that shit and outsourced it to East Asia.
Outsource and trickle down economics, not a good mix.
And trickle down economics was what galvanized the richer getting richer and the poor getting poor. So now you had this thing called cocaine, rich man's drug. Black people and people in the urban centers could not afford this shit. Used to come in from Cali, Freeway Ricky Ross, who literally lived down the street from BGS. Once him and Buddy start using chemistry and learned that you could baking soda, you could rock this up, you could base form it, you could basically make it a base and break it down and chop it up. It became
I'm in love with the cocoa.
Oh yeah. And then once you make it, it actually expands it and breaks it down and makes it cheaper. That way you can actually distribute it out more. I swear to God, I don't care what nobody says. I have a theory that crack cocaine was designed to hit black women worse than any other demographic ever. Because when BGS talk about coffee money, that's what the rate of pussy fell to. Black women would sell their souls and do some deplorable things for hits. You would not believe how in the 90s you seen a very beautiful woman in the 80s and that chick looked like she aged 40 years in the 90s. That shit became so horrible. You had chicks trying to prostitute their little girls out to drug dealers for money for a hit. That's when you start seeing a lot of kids being taken away from their mothers. Like, yes, I'm telling you the ugly, ugly story that a lot of people don't talk about. Breaking it down like a shotgun.
Come to New York in the late 80s and stuff, Times Square. I was flooded with prostitutes like crazy.
And then,
story.
Oh yeah,
that's before Giuliani. Mayor Giuliani came and cleaned all that up. Matter of fact, you go there now. If y'all come to New York now and come to 8th Avenue and everything, that used to be filled up with porno stores like crazy.
Yeah, and it was sex trafficking.
Exactly.
And that's what
Charles was talking about that 12 play. That 12 play, Charles. I know what you're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened was, you get from the 90s. What happens when niggas start shining? Niggas get territorial. That's when the bloodbath of the black community started. Like, it was so fucking dangerous. And like, literally, I'm on Patterson Park when my parents divorced. 1704 North Patterson Park. It's not there anymore. It's a church parking lot now. I remember we were playing with my friends. This one, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, but you know, we were the generation that could do both. Go outside, or as I like to say, nigga. But anyway, but it was so wild that I remember one time me and my friends were playing outside and my mother was seeing what we were doing, talking about pro wrestling, talking about the video games we were going to play. I never knew my mother could move like fucking Lawrence Taylor.
This was the early 90s?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. The early to mid 90s this happened. And I'm going to tell you this quick story. I never knew my mother could have the grip of a vice grip and the moves of Lawrence Taylor. It was so fucking violent during the inner cities of America. This was like summertime, around 5 p.m. Motherfuckers had a running gun battle down the street. She grabbed me and my two friends, yanked us in the goddamn house that quick. The bullets
that
were
sounds like
that
more like Barry Sanders.
Yeah, like that.
That's
like
more Barry Sanders than Lawrence Taylor.
The bullets were so fast and whizzing that you could hear the ricochets off the light poles. And oh my goodness, Atari, you showing your age, Shonda. You showing your age.
In South Florida, it was drive-bys. In South Florida, it was drive-bys. Like, and remember, in Florida, our gun laws are a little lax. So that's why in the South, you hear everything about choppers, street sweepers, because niggas wasn't really trying to do no handgun shit in the 90s. Everybody was trying to get anything that sprayed because they don't want to have to aim. So they just want to squeeze the trigger and just let that shit spray.
I mean, that's the time when you start hearing about the Israeli Uzi.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all not familiar with the Uzi,
choppers, Tech 9,
if y'all not familiar
AKs,
with the Mac 10, see the Uzi. I'm gonna give you the schematics of
Charles,
the Uzi. Yes.
Was your mama Bo Jackson and Tecmo Bo that moment in time?
She was that day. She invoked my mother must have invoked the powers of this nigga right here or something. So a second, my mother came up there and was like, she went from this to this. Shit. That's why the 80s are the
hysterical. But Charles, don't lose your point.
And I'm gonna give you the schematics because notice during the 80s, the late 80s to the 90s, a lot of these motherfucking weapons were coming out. Surprisingly so, something that you would see commandos use. Uzi, which is an Israeli-made weapon, can fire, a full-grown Uzi can fire about 700 rounds per minute, 9mm. The mini Uzi or the baby Uzi, the smaller the Uzi, the faster the rate of fire. Could fire 900 rounds per minute, 9mm. Mac tip, around 700 to 800, 45 caliber. Ain't shit you're gonna do with that. And by the way, during this time, during the late 70s to the 80s, a lot of police officers weren't wearing vests yet. Think about that.
Oh, in South Florida, remember we had Griselda. I said Griselda. Griselda was down here too.
Oh, so you always hear those stories about South Central LA. Are they crazy good? They have gunshots like door knocks. That's how crazy it was, the guns out there.
Like literally. Think about it. In Baltimore, how the fuck do you almost have 400 fucking homicides with a population of 600 to 700,000 at the time? Like, it was like bloody. And we found out that the bloodiest day in Baltimore is usually Thursday for some reason. Go figure.
Remember that movie?
Because Charles, they gotta murk you on Thursday and then go party Friday night or Saturday night. Duh.
You remember that movie Strat?
Yeah.
Yep. Shot they made it easy to buy guns and stuff like that. Dudes was going out south to Atlanta buy guns like no problem.
And the whole time during the 80s, we're gonna go back to the 80s with the fucking Contras.
Iran Contra. Charles, explain to them the Iran Contra.
Well, the Contras in South America and Central America, basically, the government, Reagan, I swear to God, they were right in the boondocks. That motherfucker was the straight devil.
He is the fucking devil, bro.
Reagan's the devil.
Reagan's the fucking devil, and fucking Nixon was Lucifer. By the way, your war on drugs started with Nixon.
Yes, it did.
It was galvanized and fucking extreme during Reagan.
Let me give them the quote real quick, Charles, before you go. Nixon, verbatim. Blacks are the real problem. We got to address this problem without appearing to. That was Nixon. So y'all use y'all imagination. No. I'm sorry. I said it wrong. Blacks are the real problem. We got to create a system to address the problem without appearing to. That was Nixon. So y'all could imagine what he mean by system.
Yeah. And then you got to realize with the Contras, I'm going to say this real quick. You got to realize they wanted to fight communism, which was dying anyway. All you had to do was outwait it. That's really what you had to do. Here it is. They were giving millions of dollars and weapons to the Contras, and they were getting cocaine back. They were literally buying drugs to support their fucking wars. They were buying drugs, selling missiles to fucking Iran, selling weapons to fucking the Contras in South parts of South America, but mostly Central, and they were shipping drugs back here. Think about this shit, and make sure you get your likes up and a couple of donations. Be nice, because we're giving you some dope shit right now. So they were selling this shit to fund their war. And then you notice the police corruption was fierce in the late 80s, early 90s. You had drug dealers getting knocked off by cops, and they would actually bodyguard other cops.
Cops busted down walls in tanks now. They got tanks, basically, without the cannon.
Look what Shonda wrote. People don't realize Reagan wasn't proposing and passing these policies by himself. Also, a lot of individuals with Reagan like mindset today making decisions that impact to the general public. I mean, they just voted a motherfucker in who was one of the good old boys, the Dixiecrat.
Yep, your boy Joe Biden.
So now they're funding and bringing drugs by the fucking plane and literally boatload to Cuba, through the fucking Keys of Florida. And then you got to remember, every port city like Miami, like Baltimore, and y'all have a port too in New York, right?
Huh?
And y'all got the ports up there in New York too, right?
Yeah.
Every port city.
New York City.
Yeah, every port was flooded with drugs. I mean, how the fuck is it? I mean, just about 2 years ago, you had almost $1 billion worth of fucking fentanyl in New York. You had about 2 billion come through Baltimore and was caught. First and foremost, I like to put this out there. From my professional opinion, if we could get rid of polio, like when the last time you heard a nigga get polio? If you can get
What
rid of
are we in the
polio,
18th century?
like pretty much, we got rid of polio as a fucking country. We can't get rid of drugs overall. Slow it
funny,
down
Charles.
to
You mentioned about ports. I remember like 10 years ago when I used to live in Times Square area. They had just discovered 10 years ago certain areas at the Port Authority that buses could easily sneak in there and transport shit, and none of them even noticed that shit. You shall be the Port Authority is. There's certain pathways in the Port Authority that people was actually doing shit like that.
And then let's go in more in depth with this shit. We're gonna go through the crime bill. Wait a minute. We're gonna go back to the 80s for a minute. Okay. And this is where a lot of people like Mr. Fantastic we really disagree on, because a lot of niggas don't see. Y'all remember Zulu yesterday, right? That irritating motherfucker. He's a victim.
Yeah. I remember him.
He's a victim.
I missed the show. I did miss the show. My apologies.
It was a classic. That was a classic. Even BGS should have.
Fantastic. Did you hear him today on Bernard's show though?
I seen it.
Oh man, damn fantastic.
I seen it. It was crazy. It was crazy. And I'm gonna say this. Think about this shit, right? You took out all the jobs where black men worked proudly. Black men were working trades jobs, high-skilled trades jobs. Had our own communities. Even if you lived in the city, guess what? Black mothers would come out every Friday evening or Saturday morning and scrub those marble steps that we had in Baltimore. It was almost in unison. They would do it till your black ass was old enough to do it. They would clean my mother to this day, every Saturday, clean like clockwork, clean like clockwork, clean like clockwork.
My mom too.
And now you took away the fundamental things that made a man the man. And here's what happened. I get tired of people like Fantastic and Zulu having this fucking selective memory of fucking history. But Zulu's even worse because the nigga wasn't even born. You took away the jobs. You took away this shit. And you force a black man to say, hey, I got my child in my right hand and I got this crack cocaine in my left. And my baby says he's hungry. The rent's due. We need food. The power's about to turn off. What the fuck would you do? I want everybody in the panel and in the chat. What would you do to feed your child?
Yeah, but Charles, Michael Jordan is about to make money, and Michael Jackson is famous in the 80s. So what you talking about? Ain't no excuses.
Shut that bullshit
Is your
up.
name Michael?
Guess what?
Is your name Michael?
I'm gonna tell you what. I don't know too many. There ain't another nigga who can match Michael balling. Yep, I said that even against LeBron. And there ain't another nigga matching Michael Jackson when it comes to music. So when it comes to pure pop music. So you put them at a fucking weak notice. You're gonna force people to become primal and get what they get the way they can, and then you criminalize it. You brought it in, and then that's called fucking coercion. That's the legal term of coercion.
Oprah was making money in the 80s, and wasn't OJ making money? The commercial money. I mean, y'all niggas don't got no excuses, Charles.
Shut that bullshit up. Because number one, I have a son. You forced me in a world of survival. It's kill to be killed to feed my kid. I'm glad that I'm a cop and I make honest living. But you force many of black people to do what they do. But now, well, they didn't have to sell drugs. Nigga, nigga, how old are you again? How old are you? It's either sell it or take it. And then the drug dealers end up taking it themselves. Let's get back to the fucking 90s and about to be 2000, where we're still violent.
You're gonna take us into them early thousands, Charles?
Well, hell, I'm gonna take you to the early 90s, the late 80s, early 90s first before we get to the early thousands.
All right.
Look what happened on TV. There were about 35 fucking different talk shows. And this is where black woman dropped the ball. My man ain't shit. Made a lot of money.
Lake ass women.
made Ricky Lake, Sally Jesse Raphael, Donahue, Geraldo, and all these other fucking people money by fucking making us look like we weren't shit. But they never
Charles,
told how. Go ahead.
can I just interject because you made up a great point. Um, it's my fault, and I ain't never messed with you. Was that's you ain't never messed with her. You ain't. It ain't the reason all her life is, her kids is, but you ain't got nothing in the game. But that's the game she playing, and it's still your fault, and it ain't your fault.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was the repercussion too, because yeah, I understand why you mad at him, but why you mad at me for what he did stuff.
Mm-hmm. So you really thinking that's even worse? The crazy part is this: she knew that she was gonna get benefits, and this guess what else happened during this welfare reform? You couldn't get benefits unless you put the nigga down for child support.
You know that they did a new survey, and damn it, I, I God dog it, I saw it because someone gave me the link and I like read the crap. Um, it went up from 30% to they estimate about 37% of
Mm-hmm.
men across the board are taking care of or have responsibilities for taking care of a child that isn't theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, due to the state, they'll just send it to whatever address she say you live at,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's yours or not. You don't get the notification. You never know. Now you do. After about 2 years, some states is a 1 year. Other states is crazy.
And what makes it really disgusting, what happened was you have an abundance of black males and black fathers in jail during this time. The number one rule is men settle the herd. The reason why you didn't have as much violence generations before is because men, when two boys argued, men said, "Okay, y'all want to fight? Get the gloves. You fought your battles with your fist, not your gun." Because these little motherfuckers didn't grow up, fighting. They were scared to take an ass whooping, and they grew up pussy, so they got guns. And what happened was they had no concept on the value of life, so it was easy to take a life. They were coked up too.
Charles, it was a three-pronged attack, wasn't it? They
Mm-hmm.
attacked us when they introduced the drugs. Then they attacked us for not paying child support. And then we start going to jail for being behind in child support around the same time because that included that in that bill too. And then I can't remember the third thing, but man, you know what? You were right. Right around when Reagan hit, we had the crime bill, so three strikes you out started kicking in. Then you had to pay child support. Damn things start kicking in, and we didn't have DNA back then. We had blood, but that didn't matter. And even with DNA, it still don't matter. And there's nations on this planet that says you can't, as a male, make sure your child is your child. They'll actually put you in prison because the mother didn't okay it.
Think about it. We don't have a debtor's court in prison, but you could go to jail for child support. But remember, a lot of these guys were incurring child support interest while in jail. Let's get down to the 2000s, where it really pops off. It was hard as shit for black men to get a job. The economy was booming a little bit from the late 90s. Now, around 2000, everybody thought the computer shit was going to happen, which it didn't. Now, because people catching on to the war on drugs and a lot of shit came out about the Contras, Iran and the Contras, now we got to come up with some new shit. Nobody likes to talk about how America makes a lot of enemies. I'm going to teach you one history lesson about America that holds true. I want everybody to listen. America makes its own enemies at some point.
Uh-oh.
You want to challenge me on that one? How many
No,
people we sent? How many
no.
people over there? We helped Hitler. Hitler got his eugenics program from America.
Uh-oh.
The first sentence was nothing we can argue with, and you can
Hey,
keep on
Charles,
bringing
he was on
facts
the cover
on
of Time
after.
magazine.
Damn,
Think
boy,
about
that's
it.
a napalm right there, Charles.
You
You
know,
napalm with that one
as a
sentence.
matter of fact, I'm gonna give you a little history lesson. Who was building cars and Panzer tanks for Hitler? Anybody
Ford.
knows?
Ford.
Henry Ford. Ain't that a
And
bitch?
Coca-Cola was
But
still doing soda with Fanta.
hold up,
That's what Fanta came
let
from.
me let me be
Mhm.
fair. Let me be fair to Ford. Hitler was smart enough to buy the stuff before anybody knew he was building tanks, planes, and stuff to kill you with.
Mhm.
That
So
was
Ford was
that
building
that
shit to fight the American
yes,
soldiers
sir.
where he's from.
But he didn't know it. I give him that much
Ford.
because Hitler had the plan,
How do you not know your
but he
tanks are
did
being
supply.
shipped to Nazi
No,
Germany?
no. You got to realize after World War One, Germany had embargoes on them. So
Yeah.
if they bought a car engine and everything else, it don't matter what the hell they make or melt down with what they buy and make it into what they want. But what it looks like when they buying it is perfectly legal within the embargo because it ain't built for what the hell they used it for.
Hey,
That's how the
LaShawn.
Germans got around it.
Hey, LaShawn. You know I love you, right? But I gotta debunk your shit.
Go ahead. Go
Uh
ahead. I'm just saying, how did they get
Hold
around?
on.
Because
Hold
after
on.
World War
They-
One, Germany
Hold
was
on.
still kind
Hold
of iffy,
on.
wasn't they?
How the fuck do you not know when Hitler praises him for actually helping to get rid of the Germans? I mean the Jews. Henry Ford
After
knew.
Germany,
Have you
after
noticed you
Germany
don't see
invaded the
you
first
ever notice
country,
you
why the
ever
world
notice why
didn't
you don't
know?
you ever really notice you don't see Jews driving Ford?
I'll be damned.
Say what you want
You
about
know
say
what?
what you want about
You know
Jews.
what? You got me. You got
They
me.
will totally
You got me.
embargo anything that fuck with their people. He knew. As a
You
matter of
got me
fact,
on that one.
he had a signed picture and a letter of accommodation from fucking Hitler himself, so he knew he was part of them. Fucking Ford was an anti-Semite, a known one, like Disney.
Yep. Damn it, you stole the shit I was gonna say. I was gonna bring up Disney. I had to be right there. Yeah, Disney, Ford, a bunch of them. A bunch of them.
They didn't like the Jews.
Low key Trump's dad. Oops.
Yep, well, Trump's dad too. He was from Austria. Oops.
You know what? When I forget a fact, I get caught on a fact. But damn it, you got me. I was
We
like,
gotta go to these
you
two.
know what? Ah, crap! I forgot
We
that
gotta
part.
we gotta go. Make sure my likes are up. Let's get some donations in. Giving y'all history lessons. Let's go to these late 90s, 2000s. You see this overwhelming wave of black women getting degrees. They started to look down upon their man grossly. You actually had the start of the teenage pregnancy rise during this time because a lot of black girls was trying to get out their mama's houses because she was batshit crazy because she didn't have a man. This is the time when you had women talk about I'm the mother and the father, and there's no way hell you can raise a proper child with only one point of view. So now we get to the boom of the 90s, making money. You can still get a job here and there. Here comes 2000 and 2001. You start seeing the housing crisis little by little. They were giving predatory loans to people. The banks knew these people couldn't pay this shit back. America was doing some iffy shit overseas. So you had a bunch of people. You might have heard it would happen. You might have heard what happened on September 11th. I don't know. You might not. When these Arab men hijacked some planes and put them right into the trade centers. And come to find out, everybody thought they were from Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. They're all from like 90% of them, 98% of them are from fucking Saudi Arabia. And guess who we're still friendly with, by the way? Saudi Arabia.
Charles, it took me 5 years to
Wasn't all the terrorists from 9/11
choke the hell out of
from
somebody
Saudi?
after 9/11.
All but two.
Oh.
All but two.
Oh.
And we were in Iraq for what reason again? Oh, my bad.
We were in Afghanistan. We were in Afghanistan, but chasing around the splintered off cell of the Mujahideen, which is now called the Taliban. We were looking to put our foot into the Middle East again. And what a better way to do it now? You got America behind you now. So we were going to the Taliban, and they claimed that Iraq, 10 years prior, when we had the Gulf War, you pretty much, and by that time, you do know Iraq had the third largest army in the world. We still give reparations to Saudi Arabia, even though they're people who fucking fucked us up and killed over 4,000 people that day. So, but you refuse to give the money you give Israel, who was supposed to protect us, even though Israel told them about, I'll give Israel this credit. Israel warned them about terrorist attacks around that time, and they did nothing about it. So you go ahead and you start picking fights with Iraq, trying to say they have weapons of mass destruction and they're embedded with terrorists. Military strategy 101. The best ally to ever have is the one you never had to help and the one you never had to pay. Saddam was actually the best thing in the Middle East when it came to terrorism. If you were a terrorist or you were part of the Taliban, he'll have you executed on sight. So you had a lot of, I believe 2 of the guys were from Syria. Don't quote me on that, but I believe they were. So we go over there with the false pretense of weapons of mass destruction. We literally annihilated this country, which allowed
bombed them back to the Stone Age,
which allowed the Syrians and the Taliban. By the way, you do know Bush and Andy and the Bin Laden family were business partners.
That's a fact.
We bombed them down. We decimated this fucking country when the country literally, was actually helping the Western world when it came to terrorism. They literally kept terrorists of the Middle East at bay. And we didn't have to pay them. So now we were in the longest fucking 2 wars we ever had in American history, beating out Vietnam. That cost us trillions. And
they
now,
will free college money.
During this entire time, we're going through the housing and banking crisis, where Obama had to step in when he got elected. And you literally had people on bended knee to Obama to say, if you don't sign this shit, the world's economy is going to go down and we're going to go back to 4th world barbarism. So, of course,
Charles,
they bailed the banks out.
Quick question.
Yeah.
During this time, you know why we knew they had chemical weapons? Because we sold them those chemical weapons.
Oh,
but
yeah.
they used them. They used them already when we condemned them for the gas attacks.
Well, they
while
were
they were having a war.
They had the gas.
But
the
where they get the gas from?
They got it from us.
Us.
And the crazy part is, when the Iran-Iraq war, and they still pissy about that one. They used mustard gas, which is, if you ever seen pictures of what happened to people in mustard gas, you don't want to eat after that. Imagine blisters the size of what the fuck ever.
Eyes popping out of heads because they can't. Their whole body locks up. It's just nasty.
Now, you got to realize, what do we look like to the rest of the world? Do we look like the bully and the terrorists? Yes, we do. This whole time, we're going through a financial, economic crisis, which we're kind of still in, by the way, even more so. And this whole time, we've been given what? 143 billion to Israel, but black people can't give reparations. And this is what they give them this about yearly or bi-yearly. They give Israel this shit. If you would have gave us all the money they gave Israel, black people would never see a poor day in their life ever again. Poverty will be ended in America forever.
But Charles, they use Israel as the excuse to be in the Middle East in the first place.
Yep, Israel is the base. If we can't get in the other country, yep.
Rocket Man asks, "What's this all we and us?" Well, the we is
hold up. I gotta ask Rocket Man, what does he mean by that?
Well, I'm gonna try to answer it real quick.
Well, we don't
I got what his point is.
No. Let him answer it. Let Rocket Man answer it. Because I think I know where he's going with it, but I want him to say it.
I want him to go a little bit more in depth.
Fair enough, gentlemen.
What we and us, bi-yearly, biannually. Guess what? That's the money we give to this country, which is called foreign aid, which is AKA welfare. You think what the hell do we get out of Israel? It's basically free money, Rocket Man.
All the money they get.
We get Bob Soros. We get Bob Soros.
He said, "Not true. You can't cure a broken man's problems by giving him money." Yeah, that's a very
reset that broke arm.
That's a very.
You can reset that broke man's life. You can reset a lot of things. But you want to stay broken.
I'll tell you.
I'll
tell you one thing. Poverty would be over in the U.S. Poverty. Not only black people are in poverty. Guess what? Who's at the bottom of the fucking totem pole in the United States?
Black man.
So how the fuck poverty would not be over if you help the lowest people on the totem pole?
Your mama don't even hold you up to the moon. Dumb bastard.
What I mean by that is that we, everyday person, does not make foreign or military debt. But guess what?
Yeah, but your tax dollars go to that shit, though.
Your tax dollars and the fact that you don't get nearly as what you pay into the system of what you should fucking get. And it's
your
not
tax dollars being used for $150,000 missiles to be shot into the Middle East.
Okay, I'm gonna address this problem because everybody got a problem when black people get money. They don't say it to the little fucking rednecks with 4 teeth in their mouth who can't even fucking count to 5. When they get money, are they wise with it? No. What about the little Asian boys getting the sports cars and crashing them the fuck up?
What about I prefer you not picking on the state I'm living in theme song with that bim 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 bim.
I saw that firsthand in Seattle, Washington, like 18-year-old Korean and Chinese students.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, right, Rocket Man? What's the largest? Who's the largest demographic of homeless people?
Shit, you can just take the fucking Amtrak from Seattle to LA. Figure that question out.
Shit, we already know it's LA and we already know black men.
So please, single mother. How the fuck is single mothers at the bottom if they getting over $100,000 fucking dollars worth of benefits a year?
They were drinking Flint water, maybe.
Through what? Education? Through child support? through. See, Rocket Man, are you really fucking serious right now? Would you like to say this on the panel? Because I really would like to say, I like to really further address this shit. Everybody got to pocket watch a Negro when they get a sum of money. Oh, you know he's gonna fuck it up. Did they ever tell that to the white people when they buy a bunch of stupid shit and blow it up?
No.
You literally got people
what about,
who are making damn good money.
Think about that. Do they ever tell that?
I hope you're not having an Elton John moment. Just please say you're not having an Elton John moment.
Let me put it to you this way. Just because you can have the net worth of $5 does not mean you don't get cash money in fucking hand. If they taking the money from your black ass, 4, 5, 800 thousands of dollars a month, including their job, including their fucking benefits, health, education, and whatever such, I want you to really, really think about your 40%. Guess what? What is that? 68% are not.
Well, I'm gonna play devil's advocate, Charles. I actually agree with Nigatar there. I do think it's more of a mindset thing. I think that's, but at the same time, I think that's more so young people in general. But I would not trust your average 20-year-old American, period, with just a sum of money.
Guess what? Let them fuck it up, because you know where the money's gonna go back anyway. But at the same time, when you go to a damn bank and they deny you because of the color of your skin, and they make up something called a credit score, but why don't they teach you in school what a credit score is? Something that you actually would need in the real world, but this is taught everywhere else. Hey, I know that you make $15,000 a year, but we're going to give you this loan because we think you're going to sell real well.
Hold up. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
I was a late 20-something. All right. My father died. I got a half brother, and my family was like, well, we can do something. I was like, make sure my brother gets something so we both get something. And you know what I did with that something? I got something. Because you know what? I've done spent so much money thinking it's going to be us. And then she gets to have the rule of kicking me the hell out of a house I paid an assload of money for that I ain't living in no more. So what I did was I bought mine. And then when the ex came, after she realized, oh, you got a chunk of change. Oh, well, I don't like what you spent it in. I don't give a damn what you don't like. Guess what, chick? I ain't kicking myself out my own damn house I paid for.
Let me do this. Dude, click the fucking link. I'm not gonna speak to you.
I'm not even reading the chat.
Charles, you know you ain't gonna get on this panel like that.
Get on the link.
No, he will. He will.
Hold on. I want you to get on a link, because now I want to ask you something. What type of fucking music do you listen to, Rocket Man? What type of fucking music you listen to?
I was just asking,
because I want to give you.
John earlier.
I want to give you. Hold up. I want to give you a stark fucking realization when you talk about thug culture. No. Get your ass on the fucking panel. I want to give you a stark realization. Since you want to talk about gang and thug culture, in Mississippi alone, 90% of the fucking gangs are white.
Yeah, and that's all pretty much a confirmed fact up in Seattle, and like the whole West Coast really. But every time they talk about the homeless issue, the drug issue is usually the partner conversation to that. So,
So if you want to talk about some fucking shit, right? 90% of let me tell you why we got a large homeless production, okay? 90% of the fucking gangs in Mississippi are white. But 90% of the motherfuckers get arrested are black. I'm an 80s baby. I was a teenager in the 90s. So the fuck was I. So you didn't listen to what type of music did you listen to?
It's the question. when any man asks about
No.
men,
What type?
period.
Stop. What type of music you listen to? You got 3 seconds. I'm
Oh,
gonna
you
have my
right.
moderator.
Go ahead,
You got
Charles. I'm sorry.
You got 5 minutes to get up here, or my moderators are gonna bang you. I'm not talking to you. I want to hear real life, because guess what? If you really want to talk about some thug culture, where the fuck did thug culture originate? It fucking originated with your Al Capone shit, with all the fucking Irish, Italian, and Jewish fucking thugs. But 9 out of 10, your ass would probably wear an Al Capone shirt. You like rap, but guess what? That fucking culture, you listen to the same shit. Not everybody sold fucking drugs.
Mama!
But at the same time, when you have people locked up for petty crimes that locked them up for 20, 30 years, and they can't get a job because the shit called a felony or child support, and they're living in cars or on park benches, that's the reason why. Not because of some thug mentality. It's because of fucking racism and unfair fucking justifiable laws.
Or drugs.
And then you get hooked on drugs to alleviate the fucking pain. But you want to say some ignorant ass shit like you grew up in the 90s. Yeah, by your logic, guess what? You would end poverty if you gave all the fucking money there. But you one of those dumbass Negroes who's going to say some shit like that. That's some of the dumbest shit I ever heard. When first and foremost, a lot of black men were not given the same fucking privileges that our women were given. But as always, one of you selective fucking history motherfuckers making this fucking shit up. How many black people were denied fucking positions at jobs that were men, where none of these motherfuckers would even hire you? What about the guy who's trying to go to college, pass it, but they won't hire him because the motherfucker's not a double minority? Or let's just say it, gay. How many brothers you know could go to a goddamn bank and they will find some reason to deny his ass? When 5 minutes are up, if he ain't here, ban his ass. Because I just went through a whole fucking, how many decades?
80s, 90s, thousands, 3.
And explain to you.
The day we were free,
was I detailed?
We were free till now. That's what Charles is talking about. The day we were free till now. That's what Charles is talking about.
So was I detailed in this shit? But you're going to talk about thug culture. Thug culture didn't start with no fucking black people. You want to talk about the Boston Tea Party, nigga? Y'all go ahead. Who wants to speak next? Because motherfuckers... Go ahead.
I can't fix Chernobyl. I'm sorry. Next person.
Got the audacity.
I guess if anyone wants to pick up in the mid-thousands, I mean, I don't know.
The mid-thousands were motherfuckers.
We are dealing with Chernobyl, gentlemen. Do you realize the Russians dealing with Chernobyl? We're dealing with our own Chernobyl. And they are the reason we have a 3-mile island. Basically, they went nuclear meltdown. 3-mile island is a safe zone. We get less radiation going to 3-mile island than we deal with what the hell we get when we just start a conversation with any woman. Honestly.
I'm just looking at it like we didn't. If you lived in this era, you would know how the 3-strike rule put a lot of brothers in jail, and they would give a felony to anybody. So we didn't privatize prisons during that fucking time, you idiot. Like, see, a lot of motherfuckers go through the selective fucking shit and say, well, I grew out of hip hop. So wait a minute. You listen to the music. So what the fuck? Do you think everybody who listened to the music had committed a crime?
Right. What gets me is
Hey, they came out with WAP.
What you say,
They
Judge?
sure in the hell listen.
What gets
They
me
came out
about
with
the thing
WAP.
is that the people sit up here and they don't realize that. It's just another way. The system is set to keep. I sit up here and laugh. This is a total thing that I saw this year. It was surprised the hell out of me. I was watching a woman. She was making $20 an hour. 2 kids, getting child support, each dad. And this bitch, they just now kicked her off of 16. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I could be making $20 an hour, going to work, being taken down to $200 a week, but I don't qualify for no programs.
Yeah.
And I said, now here's the question. How the fuck can she be getting $20 an hour, make the same amount as me, qualify for programs, and she gets child support from 2 baby daddies? But yet I'm paying out child support, make the same amount, and I don't qualify for shit. I mean,
exactly.
You're a man. You don't matter.
I mean, you take me down to $225, between $225 and $250, $250 a week, and I don't qualify for shit. But yeah.
Okay, now I could finally say what I wanted to say because earlier I was kind of hemmed up and I couldn't really say too much.
No, but wait, but think about this.
Go ahead, I'm sorry,
you
Dre.
can make the $20 an hour, get the big ass tax return at the end of the year, get 2 child support checks from 2 different big daddies, and still qualify for reductions and other shit. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? That's some fucked up
Judge,
shit.
I absolutely do. I got a buddy that paid his child support, and you know what? The court still say she's within her rights not to allow him to see the children, but let him be behind his ass in jail. I know exactly what you're saying, sir. And then you get compound on compound, and then because the previous law still applies, even though we changed the law currently, it doesn't apply. Bull crap. I know exactly what you're talking about, Judge.
But I want everybody to give me a woo in the chat if you ever had to pay child support.
I won't woo. But damn it, I had to help a buddy pay some. And it was the best dollar I ever spent because of my homeboy. It's my homeboy. And he didn't deserve
came close to the possibility.
It was cheaper to pay it than bail him out.
I second that. Period. I grew up hearing the horror stories, so I didn't want to engage.
Give me a woo if you're a guy who had to pay child support in the chat. Because I'm going to tell you something.
Exactly. You like legitimately, I feel like for a black boy, a black boy's boogeyman is literally stories about how niggas are on child support.
Literally.
Exactly.
Do you realize we grew up and your father ain't, and you ain't a father, and you ain't like the father you ain't had, and you ain't a father to none, but you ain't just like your father that wasn't around.
But guess what?
Because you won't do for them and days. But they sure in hell got a problem if you got one from somebody else.
But guess what? How much money does child support take out of a man? Because the amounts that a lot of these guys get taken for child support actually creates poverty for men. See, the difference is she could get your money. She could get benefits from the government and money and stipends.
Charles, can I
just give an example?
Charles, may I ask you?
Hold on, LaShawn.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead, Judge.
No,
said, well,
no.
I'll tell you
I
like this.
apologize. I stepped down. I stepped down.
Hold on, Judge. Hold on.
Here in Ohio, you're allowed to take 65% of your income. That's the max. That basically, and the only thing that stops them from taking any more than that is that the employer tax. Because what they were finding out is that people who were losing 70% of their income, they would come to work and they work good, but then after a while they realized, wait a minute, do they making no money? So then they would start slacking off at work because they're like, what's the point? You ain't taking nothing home. So I mean, it's like, I ain't gonna lie. You would have to get a second job to survive. You ain't surviving. That first check gone. I mean, like y'all would wonder why y'all always see me at work. Like even right now, I'm at work as we speak. I mean,
and I'd like to say thank you, Yusuke and Bruce Almighty. Thank you for the Cash App support. See, a lot of times, a lot of people don't want to look at this. Child support actually brings poverty to men.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna tell you like this. Like one of the things I noticed is this: even when my son was living with me, remember my son stayed with me for the last 7.5 years. The difference in bills between my son staying with me and my son not staying in the household with me is negligible. I mean, like I ain't even gonna lie, I don't even notice the difference. Like just to give an example, I don't know. The only thing I can say is that I might have spent a little bit more money on clothes for him. That's about it. When it comes to food, negligible. When it comes to utilities, negligible. I mean, like what, $10? If I mean, like you still pay the same amount to heat the house. You still pay the same amount for electricity. But this is the problem where women say, well, I'm only getting $300 a month. Well, no offense, bro. I mean, what? That don't even cover rent. No offense, it ain't supposed to cover one of your bills. It's not. It's only supposed to cover what you need, like some clothes or something like that. It's not supposed to cover the bill for the house. But a lot of people, they think that. That's why it surprises me, these people who are millionaires and they paying like $20,000 a month.
But they use it to subsidize women, Dre. You know this already. I know I'm preaching to the choir. I know I'm preaching to the choir,
but I mean, like this is the problem. I'm like, so you're gonna tell me that you need 20? I'm like, if one person needs 20 grand from the other person, then why didn't the other person say, well, if you need this amount of money from the other person, why don't you just let the kids stay with their parents then?
That's not
like really.
They gotta milk you, Judge. It's a wealth transfer. They need the wealth transfer.
Can I interject something? Honestly, this is my personal life. Do you realize how many men I lost because they had to support so many houses just because legally they were stuck in, and the laws have been changing, but it don't apply to them.
Right.
And you know what? You can't get $1 squeezing a rock, and you can't strangle a dead man when he don't breathe no more. And I lost a lot of friends that way. I know what you're talking about. And with the numbers you were dealing with, sir, honestly.
Well, I chose to check.
Bro, I'm glad you're still breathing.
Right.
I'm glad
still breathing.
You're still fighting, bro.
Listen. I was going to see a psychiatrist. And I remember, like, they was even looking like that. Because they looked like they was worried about me killing myself at the time because I was on emergency suicide watch. So basically, you got to see your shrink 3 times a week. And they want to watch you. And they was like, well, I'm just telling myself, what is it? I said, to know that they have just taken a life out of you for so much when you don't look forward to nothing. You don't look forward to a vacation because it'll never happen. You don't look forward to, I mean, like, no offense, a day off. Like most people can say, well, I'll look forward to a day off so I can do what I want. What a day off just means what? A day off means another day I'm going more into debt. I mean, like, you know, that's what it means. And I mean, it comes to the point to where you'll sit there and you'll be like, God damn, you know what I mean? Like, what is, like, they take the life out of living. And what's so bad, I've seen women say, well, you know what? You made the kid, you should have to do, okay, fine. But here's the question. I don't notice that the government making it so you're so broke that you never even think about going out. You never even think about having anything. You never think about taking a trip. You never think about nothing. Like, I ain't gonna lie. The last time I went on a vacation, there was a female I was dating. She took me on vacation. And she was just like, baby, you work too damn hard. You going somewhere. I'm taking your ass. You come with
Judge
me.
Dredd, Judge Dredd, you know how many times I had to lie about I bought a vacation for a bitch and we got 2 rooms separate?
Right.
For my homie, and they're like, look, nigga, I don't want to be wasting this room and you ain't gonna waste my motherfucking money. But it's already paid for and shit. We got this, and I got to lie to him about like I lost some pussy.
Right.
You remind me of too many motherfuckers. I know where you going, and I know where you is.
Yeah, it gets to the point where you sit up here like, I ain't even gonna lie. Thank God, man, I don't find enjoyment in what I do. I mean, thank God. Like, think about it. If I was one of those ones who didn't get a high out of seeing these houses that I work on, see how they look afterwards, I'd be fucked. I ain't gonna lie, I'd be fucked. Because
you can build it.
Right.
You can build it recycling the material. They want you to smash the fuck up. You just won't smash it. You just pack it and then make your shit look good with this recycled stuff they want to throw away.
The enjoyment I get out of the work I do, I would probably be going. Because they will make it to where they just sack all the joy and all the worth living out of life.
But wait a minute.
Thank you for not wasting my time and being able to not waste my time. Because if I didn't hear about you, I know I lost something because I know about you because you've spoken to me and many others.
Let me ask this question.
And respect, sir.
Let me ask this question to more people in the chat, and Dre especially. But I know Z wants to get in next. How big of a financial bind were you put in because of this shit?
Who, me?
Did that put you through basically poverty?
What's so bad is they put you in poverty. I'm below the poverty level. But just give an example, the problem is this. The government assistance program do not count child support coming out. Do not factor in child support coming out, so you don't qualify for any program.
Boom.
Like, remember, I told you, you can make, like I said, so imagine, you go to work, you make $20 an hour, and you come home with $250 a week. I mean, like, literally, you working full time, and you come. I mean, think about it. When you say, well, fine, most people, if you work anywhere, you making $20+ an hour, you know you got to pay for it. It's going to cost you about $100 a month just to park. Let alone, so like, when you sit there and factor all that shit in, I'm not even going to lie. If my house was not paid off, like literally, I told him, I said, you don't realize something. I do not even make enough money from a 40-hour-a-week job, and you find this, I cannot even pay the utilities in my house and able to get to work. So literally, no food. That's no food. That's no issue. Look at this. There's no issue. Listen, there's no mortgage. There's no food, and there's no mortgage. Now that's the biggest expense you have. And you're gonna tell me that I can make $50,000 and not make enough to pay the taxes on my mortgage, let alone the mortgage, the taxes. They're going to break you down to it. And I ask the people, I say, well, here's the question. If you want to take this much money from me, how the hell do you expect me to live? I mean, because I ain't going to lie. You wonder why motherfuckers say, well, I might as well not get a job. Because, I mean, what's the point of going to work and you work for 40 hours and you come home with $100 after working all week? Where, like, if I be like, fuck it, all I need to do is one bullshit gig under the table and I can make $100 in a day.
Yeah. So you're telling me
now you want me to go to work for 6 days and bring home $200.
But this guy had the nerve to talk about, the reason why black men are homeless is because of the thug culture. Really?
Well, that's respectability politics.
Gentlemen, hold up. Let's acknowledge what Judge Dredd said, because he's doing that with kids. How many is doing that without?
Well, not
and
even
the women we dealing with is expecting us to do what they can't do. They had the kids with. but we ain't whatever we is, but we ain't the reasons or the fault or the default they can use. There is no contra code. And when you said contra conflict, I thought they were talking about contra. I can up, down, left, right, goddamn ABAB. I can get 99 lives. I don't know what the
But you
hell
get
you
30,
talking
not
about the
90, you get
Contra
30.
War because there was a Contra War after the first Contra, and the code still works. Anything tsunami, go ahead and up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, A. You got it, all right? You got 99 lives or an ass load of benefits. Every
Right.
time in the game, it works for other games that ain't Konami. Trust me.
So,
Type it in.
hold up. Hey Z, you wanted to get in?
Yeah, no, I just want to say, so the brother, whoever he is in the comments or whatever, I don't know if he got banned yet, but that's just respectability. That's that weird respectability politics. Oh, the issue is us. Yeah, it's this third culture we adopted. Yeah, and it's the way we speak, and we need to pull our pants up. And like they for them they get a kick and a high off of taking some weird ass accountability for shit that's really out of their control, out of black men's control, out of the black community's control. The things that yes, you could talk about individual responsibility until you're blue in the face, but systems matter. There's a reason why we have systems because they matter, right? There's a reason why they put drugs in the black community, and for all of those that were like, well, we could fight it and we didn't have to take drugs. Well, go tell white people that in the Midwest that were dying and passing out in the middle of 7-Elevens and on the sidewalks after the Sackler family flooded the Midwest with drugs, and white people were taking all type of fentanyl and all type of prescription drugs. People, when people are depressed and then you flood their area with drugs, what do you think is going to happen?
Well,
So
not
they
even
did
the
it to
fact
us
of
in the
that. I
80s
think
and the early 90s. Give me a second, Dre. They did that in the 80s and the early 90s to the black community, and then it hit white people in the 2000s. All right, then, so that's number one. Number two,
All right.
Dre, I use all of Dre's stories and his experiences. That scares me straight. It's like the dare shit from the 90s and the 80s, right? I don't
Yeah,
right like
I was just
I
about to say that.
I'm dead ass
Fear,
because like
fear to
and
keep
that's
men
another
Dre's
off
not
reason why
dead.
so many young men are very careful with how they interact with women sexually because of stories like Dre. Because
Yeah.
we've been hearing that type of shit since the 80s, the 90s, and finally the kids that were born in the 80s. Yes, a lot of our parents were crack addicts and whatever, but one thing we did was we didn't get these hoes pregnant. Not in the numbers for real. Not in the
Let me.
numbers that our older cousins did and our fathers did. So that's why you see a lot. There's a lot of dudes like me in our mid 30s, never been married, no kids. Right? I do have a girlfriend right now, but there's a lot of guys like me. As a matter of fact, I got an older cousin who's 41, never been married, no kids, right? Straight as
I'm
an
gonna tell you
arrow.
this.
So it's
I'm
possible.
hold up.
And they
Time
really
out,
made it.
please. Let me
No,
expand
let
because
Drake
I'm
go
a
real quick.
judge.
Let Drake go real quick. Let Drake go real
No,
quick.
no, Judge, please.
Hold on.
I'm giving you respect on this one, sir.
Let him get it
Judge,
off.
I
Go ahead.
lost many a men that wasn't able to face what you face,
Oh, man,
and they
I ain't
took
even gonna lie,
themselves
brother, man.
out.
Look.
And
Just give an
oh
example.
man, you
Look.
touching
Just
on
because
my
y'all
feelings,
see
bro.
me on here
You
and y'all
good?
think
You
that I like
good?
this, but I have moments where I fall. Like last week, I felt bad as fuck. Last week, it's like, well, I ain't gonna lie. It comes to my mind sometimes, right? It's like, you know what, man? Why the fuck am I even trying, man? Why don't I just go ahead and just end this shit? And I'm just tired. You're just tired.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna lie, the only thing sometimes I look forward, like I said, I ain't gonna lie, I like to look at the houses when I'm done with it. I like to know that when somebody moves into one of the houses I fixed up, hey, they're living it. I mean, that's it. Like, thank God that I like this type of work that I do. That I ended up. This was used to be my like hobby. I never thought I would be doing this for a living. This was a hobby. Thank God that I was able to find a hobby because this is the only thing that keeps me going. I'm not gonna lie. It keeps me going because I
Judge
can look at
Dredd.
that. You have nothing to look forward to other than that, and that's bad.
Judge
Hold on, I
Dredd,
want to ask
what
him.
I'm
I want to
telling
ask
you
him.
is, please let me finish this because this was a personal thing. Judge, finish it. Honestly, Judge Dredd, please. I lost too many motherfuckers. I got to mourn.
Yeah.
You got my respect, motherfucker. Don't make me mourn you. That's all I got to say out of respect for what you represent, sir. And that's
I'm
all.
gonna tell you this. If I ain't gonna lie, if I ever decide to go and I go like that, I'm gonna make it be known the reason why I went, and it was for that.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna be a mark. So basically, hopefully that they'll enact some change afterwards. Hopefully, I never get to that point.
I'll put it to you this way: you shouldn't go because besides Cleveland, who else I got to talk about?
I mean, the only thing that ever come out of Cleveland is what? LeBron and Bone Thugs?
Oh,
man.
And bullshit bitches got to deal with. It's Cleveland.
I was born
That's
up there.
all they got to deal with. Man, I know you
Okay,
ain't gonna carry me.
we'll say it again.
Cleveland.
Slideshow, Bone Thugs, and LeBron were the only good things to come out of Cleveland.
Hey man, look, I'll tell y'all this. Hold on, look, y'all see, y'all talking yourself. Since I was born in Cleveland, I think I got the right to get this mic. I got the right to get this mic.
I'm from Miami, so ain't nobody
Now,
got shit
I
to
will
talk
say
about
this
us.
about Cleveland.
We got
I will say this
beaches
about
and bad
Cleveland.
women.
If it wasn't for Cleveland, first and foremost, I never would have had the desire to get the hell up out of there. I think if I was born, no, I'm dead serious, and I think, and also another thing, Ohio in general has the most astronauts. Like, and they always, the joke is, what is it about Ohio that makes niggas want to leave the planet? But if it wasn't for Cleveland, I wouldn't want to get up out of there.
Fourth choice.
Yeah.
The Cleveland fans think Cleveland Browns is a good thing too. That's the fourth thing about Cleveland, I guess.
My grandfather.
Baker Mayfield made it
Hold on,
possible.
LaShawn, you gotta let people talk, LaShawn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was making a joke about Cleveland.
It's all right.
I'm not kidding you when I say this though. My grandfather has an entire storage locker of every Brown season from like, I think the 60s or the 70s, just tapes and tapes and tapes. And this motherfucker till this day, when he watches the Browns games, he'll have a notebook and he'll take notes like, this happened here, this happened here. Just every year he's been that way. And I'm just like, I don't know how he does it, but I'm hoping he at least, like, before he dies, they get something off. But it's fans like my grandfather up in Cleveland that do that shit for the Browns.
Don't forget the Browns.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, they was happy this year.
Some diehard fans, because it ain't shit else to do in Cleveland besides watch the Browns and the Cavs when they were doing their thing. But
it's just as bad as Gary, Indiana. You just gotta make sure you fuck around and just hopefully fuck him and get and birth out a fucking talented kid.
But back to Dre, but back to what Dre was saying. Look, like Z said, and I'm gonna just keep this 100. It's men like Dre, and I would meet men at the gas station. I would meet men like my uncle's friends. I would meet men just randomly. They'll just tell me like, man, if I was as young as you, and I was just, the one thing that you don't do out here, man, don't get no bitch pregnant. Don't get no bitch pregnant. Or they'll tell you about how this with child support, that with child support. And I'm just like, look, and I'm just be real with you, Dre. I'm grateful, to hear stories like what you just said, because it kept me on track. Like, bro, all through my teens, I was one of them. Maybe I'm weird. I didn't even want to have nothing to do with women. Come like from 15 to 20, because all I saw was 16-year-old girls pregnant, fucking this drama about kids, that drama about kids. That's all I saw. Like from like 2005 to 2012. That's all I saw. It was just craziness because of kids. And I'm just like,
let me tell you,
why the hell would I want
why
that?
they fucked it up. See, a lot of people don't realize
You acknowledge the Browns.
Wait, LaShawn, wait a minute.
First, what happened? No, but wait a minute. First, what happened is this: they realized that how people went through this. The first thing they did was adopt this policy to be nice, and the parents were treating the kids like friends, like they friends. Now, then when they came next policy they adopted, which really stripped everything and followed everybody down this path, is you treat the kids like friends, Then first is you shouldn't discipline or you shouldn't be too tough on the children. So you can't tell them what to do. They got their own right to do what they want to do. So then what happened is a lot of children realized when they got older, best way to get a free place to stay where you don't have to worry about shit is get pregnant. I mean, you get pregnant, you pop out a kid, even though your mama living on Section 8, they're going to give you one. So within a little bit, by the time that child turns 6 months max, you going to get money and you're going to get a free place to stay. You understand what I'm saying? So that was the best way.
Yeah.
Think about it. This is the problem. Where the men realized as they got older, they realized, wait a minute, I want to get a place to stay. I got to get a good job, pay this bill, this, that, and the other. But the women looked at it and said, well, wow, if I want to get out of my mom's house and get a place to stay, I got to get a good job and pay this. But women don't like to spend their money on things that they need. They like to spend their money on things that they want. So when they figure, well, how can I be able to go ahead and get a place without having to worry about paying the bill? Because think about it. If they get a situation where niggas wasn't helping them out or giving them employment, women would probably be getting evicted every other month. If they took away
it's programs, coming. It's coming, Dre. It's coming.
Right. Listen, if they took away all the programs, I ain't even gonna lie. It would be so bad that they would make a law they would make a law saying you could discriminate against women not written to them. Because a lot of landlords know if they ain't getting that guaranteed money, a lot of times, they know most motherfuckers ain't good for it. Why do you think about it? You go on every damn website and before you meet a broad, before you even know her month, she's talking about how broke she is. Or she's giving a hint out there for that bill due that she can't pay. I mean, that's
Dre, I was gonna tell you one thing, brother, that you can be happy about. This is how when I think about brothers in your age group, I'm like, well, y'all could still be happy. Just look at the women in my age group because we ain't giving them no kids. We not only are we not marrying them, we ain't even not giving them the kids. So they gotta just look at them and just give yourself a little smirk when you see how unhappy they are. Because we learned from y'all. We learned from y'all.
Look. This is how I get back at them. I tell my story to scare me and to make sure that nobody else don't make them the same mistake that I did. And that way they ain't no much. I tell my story so that way it ain't no other motherfuckers out there and they can fall in that trap.
It is working.
I'm the mouse that's telling the trap, and I'm making sure ain't nobody go fall in this trap with me. No, motherfucker. They like, well, James, come on, man, we gonna come chill with you. No, nigga, I'm gonna sit here alone on the trap. You go on out there and have fun. Let me go ahead and stay.
All jokes aside,
so nobody else don't fall
that's some real man shit. What you're saying is some real. Understand what Dre just said. Remember, whenever we speak about the difference between men and women. Most women that I've come across do not warn other women of their faults. They don't say, "Hey, I fucked up. Don't follow me down here. Trust me, it ain't happy here." Dre is out here telling us, "Look, nigga, I already set on the goddamn landmine. I'm about to blow up in a second. Y'all niggas go run the other way. Run the other way, right?"
And then Z. This is how you equate it to me. Dre is the one with the bent. I'm driving down the street. I realize I fall. It's a big ass hole in the ground. So I parked the Bentley over the hole. Y'all like, well, Dre, man, that's a nice ass car. You should be rolling. No, motherfucker, I'm making sure ain't nobody falling in this hole. Just so I sit in this car right here the rest of my life. No, motherfucker, take that street over there. Go up to 148th. Go down to 152nd. Don't go down this street right here. I'm blocking this. But Dre, man, you ain't gonna have no life. You just sitting over that hole. Well, good. I ain't making sure nobody ain't falling in this bitch.
Exactly.
Hold on.
I want to get Heathen Rage in. Heathen Rage, you want to get in on the conversation?
Yeah, I can jump in a little bit.
What's
Go
up?
ahead, jump in there.
Doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Hot pot though.
I'm just styling and prowling, you know, ramen noodle eating. Okay, gotta get. I don't eat ramen noodles, but go ahead.
How can you eat that shit? That shit's nasty as fuck. I don't see how people can eat that.
I hate Roman. I'm not gonna lie. Before you go, Heathen Rage, I hate Roman. I'm with Dre on this. You know what it is for me, Dre? Roman noodles remind me of the struggle. I remember when we first moved into a house we used to live in North Miami, and my parents ain't have money like that, and we used to eat Roman noodles, and I think it scarred me for life. I can't, bro. I swear to God, like I would rather eat Chef Boy. Name the food that you can get from Winn-Dixie or Publix. I would rather eat that than eat ramen noodles. There's something about
Like,
ramen
wait a
noodles
minute,
that
wait a
fucks with
minute,
me.
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Wow, hold
I
up,
bet
time
you if I
out,
made them
time out.
spicy for
What?
you, I bet you I made them spicy for your Haitian ass, you would love it.
No, bro. I
You,
think it's something psychological for me
time
though.
out,
It's
time
not
out.
about the taste. It's something
Gentlemen,
like it's something mental for
gentlemen,
me.
time out.
What,
I was
what?
an army brat. My mama was doing retraining, and you know what happened? I made a damn good meal with ramen noodles. You know what I did? What I did was cook
So,
the vegetables, the meat, boil that bastard so it's a roux, drop the noodles in, and she was
this
eating
nigga
just
going
like
through a
me,
chef.
and the damn thing
This
was
nigga going
good.
through a Chef
But you,
Ramsay of the struggle Donalds.
well, I'm a black man that didn't have his black mama cooking for him, but he ate well because
You
mama
know,
went grocery shopping.
he
Period.
had like
I don't got no damn problem. I'm sorry you had Chef Boyardee, bitch. I made my Chef Boyardee. Fuck you. Kiss my ass. My natural cooking.
Goddamn
Sexy
sodium.
ass.
This
Suck
motherfucker had
my
Chef Boyardee
goddamn
poverty.
Roman noodle.
That nigga had Chef
me.
Yo, heathen muted his mic
Yeah,
back
go
up.
ahead,
He was
Heathen. I'm
dying.
sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead, go ahead.
Chef Boy, I mean. Chef Boy
The
by me.
joke was
That's what it was.
funny.
Chef Boy by
The
me.
joke was made. It's a funny joke. Laugh on, brothers. Laugh on.
Hey, you gotta let a heathen talk, man. Let heathen talk. Go ahead, heathen. God, giggly, damn.
I ain't got a lot, man. I ain't got a lot, man.
I've been waiting for 40 minutes.
Y'all, you touched on that was an excellent history lesson, Mr. Charles, man. How you broke down that transition. I was there during that transition in the '90s, the crack era, man, working the streets.
Yeah.
And y'all touched on so much. It's like I wanted to say something, and it's like I didn't want to take up a lot of time, man. But y'all touched on a lot of stuff. The child support, though.
Take it up. You take up hey, it's your turn. Shit, you got the floor. I'm
The
sorry
stage is
about the
yours,
chef.
sir.
I'm sorry about the Chef Boyardee poverty joke. Okay.
But no, I think
That
I
and
pretty
Vienna
much
sausages.
touched on a couple of things in the chat, man. Like y'all were talking about the child support, but I call it the triple X. I tell my son, don't get all three. One is enough. You get all three: the child support, IRS, and student loans, bro. It's gonna be rough. You talking about Roman noodles? If you can afford Roman noodles, then you got the flip side of that in the '90s, man. For law enforcement was this: when they was pushing that the domestic laws real hard. I mean, a lot of that's latched up now because, like somebody said, it started hitting non-blacks. But they were
white
pushing
boys started getting hit.
And I don't know if you remember, Charles, how they do it up there, but what they did with the '90s with the domestic violence was it used to be. Well, let me just throw this in real quick. I was there, man. When I hit the street, I had a 38, bro.
God
but
damn.
I was the first group.
How old are you, man?
I don't want to throw that out, man. I'm early 50s. I'm Gen X.
Hey, you went this like the law enforcement for y'all. Y'all went through the trenches, goddamn.
Hey, bro, we used to.
At least
hey, man, we used to. I don't want to get off track, but we used to, just to give you a story. It was common. I'm gonna put it like that. It was common here, in this urban area, man. It was common to, you working out there, man. They be like, and I know you probably heard it. If you ain't had that gun and that badge, man, we used to hand your gun belt to your partner, put it in the trunk, bro. That's how we got down. It wasn't all that.
I'm the last generation to do it,
man. Yeah, it wasn't.
So you went through the comic rapper years. I got you.
Yeah, it was hands on. It wasn't all that shooting at that point. But I brought a 38 for this, and I'm gonna get back to the point. Was I was at that transition. We came out the academy with the 38, but we was back within a week to go to those 9. So we was like the first group to when they switched over, made the transition to the
y'all
semi.
gotta be like y'all were in that late, like mid 90s.
Yeah, bro.
Early 90s.
Yeah, and yeah. But what I was going was, okay, when you got the triple X's I was talking about, but what a lot of people don't bring up was with the domestic violence laws, they created this system where the women could it started out where you had to have a witness or some visible evidence to make an arrest. furniture turned over in the house, and she say, here, you go in there and everything look fine. It was really your car. We sent her to get a warrant. So they passed these laws where you actually had to make an arrest based on her statement alone. That was all.
Was that because of OJ rage?
Yeah.
No, that was prior. I'm talking prior to that.
That was before.
Okay. No.
This guy included Charles field of expertise. You unloaded a clip, and you didn't buy the bullets legally. Charles can't figure out who bought the bullets, but you killed the ass full of peoples. That is Charles' life, what he lived, and what he made a career of. Go ahead, sir.
With the domestic thing, I'm trying to finish my thought. I forget it. I'm kind of tired. But the domestic, what they did was women use that to get back their boyfriends or whoever they mad about something. They mad they ain't get the child support. It'll be like, oh, he hit me. And if you were in law enforcement, one of those, bro, took your career. And a lot of brothers was using that to get a job, bro, because of the crack era. They were doing a lot of hiring all across the country during that time. You could get a job, bro, if you had a decent record. And all it took for your old lady to get mad at you one time, man, if you was in law enforcement, it was a route. And even with the child support got so bad, it ain't as bad like it's what it was. If you was in law enforcement, man, they used to, they work with you on the child support. And I'm talking prior to, we talking back like y'all said earlier, blood test days. It wasn't 100% like with the DNA.
Right.
So all she had to do was say it was yours.
Or back then, all you had to do was match it.
Hold on,
match type. You didn't have to match DNA. You had to match blood type.
I ain't saying that.
Right.
Oh, my bad, LaShawn. We just
what I'm saying is this: if she said, now I don't know how everywhere did it because it's regional how they applied it, but here if she said they didn't have a child support thing where it came out your checks yet, so if they could go to the sheriff's office and file a warrant, all she had to do was say, I got his baby, he owed child support. No proof, nothing. They would pick you up, bro. So if you was in law enforcement, it got so bad law enforcement wouldn't pick up other law enforcement officers if you had a girl that did that. But with the domestic violence, and the other stuff, they reached a point where they would pick you up on duty, bro, and put you in the county in uniform, bro, because somebody said you were behind the child support. That sister came a long way. The flip side was with the domestic violence. If you was in law enforcement, a woman said she hit you, or you hit her, it was a wrap, bro. You got a domestic violence, you couldn't carry a firearm, you couldn't work. But a lot of brothers lost their jobs, man, dealing with some of these women with them trifling games the systems let them play, man. That's kind of what I was going with.
Definitely. But back then,
I want the next young man or next man want to speak.
This is one of the things he's not
realizing. Gentlemen, calm down for a second. Do you realize he answered it open-ended? It's an open-ended question. This ain't me judging you, but he answered the question in his viewpoint. Why don't you do the same and follow? Because I'm asking you, no disrespect, asking your opinion as you live in your life. Because I'm a hell of a lot older, and I just want to know what I was the age of, got to deal with now, while you the age of. Can you give it a fair without saying we calling you out your name or disrespecting you? Because it wasn't that type of question. And the gentleman, much respect, sir. I realize there's another man in my presence, and you are part of my fold. I hope the next group of men that answer this question are the same. Are we equal? Do you understand where I'm coming from? And don't be bringing in what females be talking about you, because I'm a man and he answered the question honestly. And damn, he was the best example of what the question meant. Who are you? And why do I need to respect you as you always been? That he did it. Good work,
What
sir.
you been drinking, man?
Next man, no. This ain't about me. I asked about
Drunker than a
you.
goddamn pirate right now.
No. You can say
Yeah.
I'm drunk, but do
hold
you
up,
realize the
LaShawn,
first man? No, Charles,
LaShawn,
please
hold up,
let me have
hold
a
up.
moment. I asked. He answered.
We gotta
and
continue
then
this conversation, man. We gotta continue
I
the
am,
conversation.
but what I'm asking is,
Dude,
no, Charles.
we can't always do the four. Dude, we can't do the 4 scores of 7 years ago right now.
Charles,
We gotta continue.
Please,
Yes,
please.
yes.
Charles, will you let me answer so you know what I mean?
No, not yet.
Well, no. He answered it honestly. I asked the question. He answered it honestly. Can the next man the next man after answer it as honest as the other person
Can you
was?
give us a question that's less than 20 seconds?
Them.
Hold up.
I just asked them. What is their opinion on my question?
What the hell was your question?
I was respecting the dude.
Your question was like 5 minutes long.
You must have had a good edible, man.
Look, when you realize a man spoke.
Yeah, we got 2 cups on here. Y'all give this nigga a breathalyzer test. Goddamn, the shit would know.
Charles, pull the kid out.
Yeah, man.
Yo, stop. Gotta continue. God damn, less than 20 seconds to a question. Not 5 minutes. We're not giving soliloquies on this motherfucker. God
You got a breathalyzer with you?
Fuck, we gotta take him down to Central District and breathalyze his ass. God damn. Shit. I feel like I need to put an overtime slip in. God damn, go ahead.
Hey, Charles, I'll say this though. See, back then, this is one of the things too. A lot of people don't know about the child support system. Back then, remember, they didn't have DNA tests like they do now. So basically, all the woman, if it was the same blood type, like y'all, it was a blood type that could be compatible with you two, you were automatically the father. So technically, like
what?
you were
Wait,
like if you
what?
went down there, even if you weren't the father, you had like a 40% chance of being the father, even if you weren't.
Damn, Z. I used to think I was cursed being born.
Right. They didn't do DNA
I used to
tests
think
like
I
they
was
do
cursed
now.
being born in the 90s, but I'm thinking otherwise after hearing this
No,
stuff.
no. You know what was beautiful about you being born in the 90s? You said 94, so you're the tail end of millennials? You're the last
it's like
couple years of the millennials.
In between millennial and Z.
Okay, so you get to learn from BGS age group, from Dre's age group, from me and Charles' age group, and so you got 3 generations that you have access to. Maybe we don't really got no silent generation in this space. So you got 3 generations that you have access to. You got access to baby boomers, Xers, and the older millennials that you can speak to, and we can scare the shit out of you so you don't follow us.
My man like this when he thinks about having a baby, here's us in back of him.
You know what's funny? I got muted because I asked the question because I'm not yet.
You in trouble, Charles.
Hold up, time out.
No. You got muted because you were talking to. No, I'm not stopping out on my shit. Dude, I'm gonna drop you down. You don't shut
I'm
the
not
fuck up
over
right now.
talking you.
Yeah, dude, I will mute the fuck out. Stop it.
Hey, how somebody tell you they're not over talking you when they're over talking you?
How did that motherfucker call me a motherfucker? Ain't that some shit?
That nigga got that good, man.
But finish heathen rage. God damn.
Look, bro, here's my mission. My mission, I'm just trying to pass on down what I learned to like my younger cousins, like the ZZs, like 18, 16. That's all I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you one question?
No.
I'm not doing it.
Your questions, you got to put $5 in the super chat. You can only super chat your questions. You got to super chat your questions only.
You know what? You know what's funny? I'm asking, may I? And I'm getting over talk. And I'm not disrespecting. I'm asking you. Then why don't you ban me? Then why don't you ban me off the damn panel and listen to me and then ban me?
They were trying to be nice to you, brother.
No, you're not trying to be nice because you're telling me to
You
shut
scared
up,
the
and
heathen.
you're not letting me make a point
Goddamn, you
because
just
you're
scared
giving me
Ridge off.
that ass.
Look.
I gotta
We
take
trying
you
to treat
down
you
for a minute.
you better than how everybody else treat a black man. We got a little bit more respect for you.
I had to take you down now because you're killing me, man. You're killing me because you're driving people. You're upsetting my guests.
You drive me crazy.
And I mean, LaShawn's cool. LaShawn's cool, but once he started drinking, man, that shit ain't cool. That shit ain't cool. Like, I'm just like, yo, that shit ain't cool, man.
That nigga got me
here. Go ahead, Heathen's back. Heathen's back. Let's see. My brother was trying to speak for the longest.
You can hear the liquor.
And I'm like, look, I was trying because LaShaw's my man. He cool, but when he get drinking, man, it's
but
like
remember, I called it earlier when I was like, yo, y'all sound like y'all sauced in this room. I called that shit like an hour and like 2 hours ago.
Man, he was sauced. That nigga was glazed and then spritzed with fucking apple cider. And believe it or not, I don't know why the fuck my friends want me to do stand up. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna do sit. I got a bad leg. I'm gonna do sit down comedy or something. Fuck this shit. Stand up. I got bad knees. Fuck this shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now. If Charles was born in the '90s, he would be one of the niggas on IG with the funny ass like 60-second long videos. Charles would be internet famous like a mug.
I could see him being like a Viner or a YouTuber.
Who said I'm not?
That nigga would be Ha Davis. That's who Charles would be.
My friends want me to do that shit so badly. Like Josh wants me to do it.
You know what, Charles?
I'll say this real quick. We had this little skit that because everybody knows I'm a sick motherfucker in my brain. So I came up with this this soap opera called The Donkey Dick Diaries. We actually have a theme song. And my boy Josh comes in there and say, "Donkey Dick Diaries was filmed in an empty studio with a soundtrack." So it's stupid shit.
Okay.
Like I just want to be the guy to be like, previously on the Donkey Dick Diaries. Davon, that's your baby.
You've been watching Power too long. Previously on Power.
I know.
Hey, Charles, you remember back when Dragon Ball Z was like next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. Well, Goku. Will Frieza defeat the Z fighters? Will Goku find another level? Will a light skinned chick text back? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball.
Hey, I used to hate that shit because it spent a whole episode with them niggas just looking at each other and talking shit. I'm like, when the fight gonna happen?
That Frieza fucking fight lasted seasons, bro. I'm talking like spring, summer. That was like, bro. And remember when Goku was like,
"No, don't say shit. You don't understand how many fucking years when we were still watching the goddamn Goku when he was fighting the goddamn Ginyu Force, and they thought he was a Super Saiyan right then, and it took us 3 to 4 years to get the goddamn dub. Y'all don't know my struggles.
They don't know the struggles. They don't know the struggles of waiting on Toonami every day, running home, watching that shit and be like, goddamn, these niggas, they still ain't fight.
Exactly.
Oh my god, these niggas still ain't fight.
Hey man, them thousands cartoons, them early thousands cartoons, bro.
Next time on, all you know, they talk for 20 minutes and then it'll be like, next time on Dragon Ball Z, you be like, bitch, they ain't fight yet? Oh man, bro, I damn near wanted to break the damn TV in the living room.
And in Charles, in the early thousands, we also had to deal with what stuff like One Piece and Bleach running on for like, oh my god, you could spend they'll be talking like 3 episodes of straight talking, they ain't even fighting yet. Like,
I'm gonna say this before I give the floor back to before they give the floor back to Heathen Rage. You niggas don't understand. One of my favorite and most hated animes of all time is High School of the Fucking Dead. You lazy motherfuckers could make a season 2 at least. Fuck you and your life. Fuck your
Outlaw Star for me.
Fuck your. Oh yeah, that too. Oh, that shit. Oh. See, Samurai 7, I was okay. That was long enough for me. Giggity. Pause.
Any
That's
y'all
what
shit
she
was pretty
said.
dope too.
I'm like, God damn, you talk about a very abusive relationship, Sid boy. God damn. Bitch, who are you talking to?
Charles, y'all might have had the better cartoons in the 80s, but especially the early thousands, we had the better anime. I just want to go ahead and say that.
What the fuck do you got matching Project Echo and Ninja Scroll and Fist of the North Star? I'll wait.
In the thousands? Bro, you can take your pick. I mean, we got shoot. I don't even need to listen.
Do y'all have a Kara level shit? I want to have a fucking seizure when I'm watching action. God damn it,
Charles! You know the thousands got some anime you can throw up there. Fist of the North Star.
They do. The thousands got some anime.
We're gonna give Heathen Rage the floor for a second, and I'm gonna come back with that one. Okay.
I'm good, man. I ain't really. I'm good.
I ain't gonna lie, it's a nice hard
Had to come out
in this house.
Had to go. Don't steal
it. But you know what? Hold on,
you know what? This nigga said
go
ahead. Here, you want to see some nice floors? Here you go. They had these floors covered with carpet.
God damn. Let me get to the single screen. Damn, I'ma steal them.
What's so bad? They were covered in carpet.
Shit, that's why they look so good. They ain't let them little
I ain't gonna lie though. Right. You see, like in all the rooms, covered in carpet.
Wow.
I mean, we're taking the staples and stuff out of them now.
I like Berserk, but fuck Berserk because I ain't really get to the good shit yet.
Like you see here? Look.
Hunter x Hunter, really? You talk about Naruto clone -1?
Hold on a second. Hunter x Hunter popped off in 1999, didn't it?
It's basically a 2000 cartoon.
Yeah, it is.
God damn, look at Dre with all his markings. He already got the shit bagged up and shit.
Yeah, trying to the truth is gonna hook it up. You gonna see, like these had tiles this earlier.
And Charles,
today,
you triggering somebody when you're talking about.
And we took all the tiles out this morning, and we redid the walls so that because they want to change the tile color. They changed the cabinets, and that way we're gonna tile the walls. So that way, matter of fact, good way to say, y'all seen it now while watching when I tile the walls. Y'all can see what it looks like afterwards.
What's the
what type of color scheme is the tile walls gonna be?
Yeah, we can put the child backsplashes here. We're gonna change the floor too, but we got to change the recessed lights because the people who put them in didn't put them in right. Because then some of them, like you see how this light right here and that one over there. We're gonna change them to 6 inches and move them so that they lined up correctly. You know. But I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it's a nice house. Matter of fact, you can go. I'll give y'all the address. You can look it up on Zillow so you can see what it looks like before.
That shit look.
It's a nice house.
But it's in Cleveland though, Jay.
No, this house. No, I think you.
Okay.
At least it's not Baltimore, man. At least it's not Baltimore.
Anybody got 190,000? You got 190,000. You can have it.
Yeah, the city.
How many rooms is it?
Winners.
4 bedrooms, finished basement.
4 bedrooms and how many baths?
3 bathrooms.
No garage?
Yeah, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Got a finished basement.
Why am I asking like I'm in the market for a house right now? I can't afford this goddamn house.
Wait a minute. Look, in the basement, got a studio room. See? This is a studio room.
No, nigga, that's the man cave. Stop playing. You know the house belongs to the woman. That's the man cave.
The man cave. That bitch look like the manslaughter cave.
They got like a little studio room here. See, that way you can watch the person in the studio. You can't see it in the light in that room, so the phone ain't not enough light. But that way you can see.
Yes, it's called Funimation.
And that's only 190. Do you know how much that house would be in South Florida?
So you do know Soul Eater got like
South
about
Florida, that would be like a $600,000 house, a $700,000 house in South Florida.
Yeah.
In Miami, that would be like a damn near $1 million house, maybe.
Look. It look like go to show you here. I'll show you. Go upstairs so you can see. Now to go to show you the master bathroom. The master bedroom got 3 closets.
Oh, fuck.
You got one clause here.
You really,
You walk
you
down
really
here.
think that you?
What you covering up for?
Hunter x Hunter started again in 2011. That's not the
Clause
2000s.
there.
You see,
So wait a minute.
that
Naruto,
Dre, that would be a
Naruto
freaking
was
like
dating.
$500,000-$600,000 house in South Florida at least, maybe even 700.
I actually like Soul
And you got 4 bathrooms. Look.
Yeah.
The lights were taken down because we took the light down. We got to replace all the light fixtures.
Yeah, you know, Dre made
We
it
got
so that
another
the
4
water
bath
actually.
here.
Dre made it so the toilet actually wipes your ass. You say
Right.
You got a bidet.
And I also got 2 enclosed. Matter of fact, got 2 enclosed porches because there's a walkout porch out here. There's a walkout porch in the back. You got one downstairs, a walkout porch.
Bow.
And you got a walkout basement. You got a walkout basement. So in the basement, you can walk outside from the basement.
You see?
So you know that's expensive
dope.
already. Yeah, you got a walkout basement where you can walk like I told you, you could turn the basement into another. All you gotta do is put a bathroom down there. That could be like an apartment.
Dre, where did you say it was?
190. Like
No, not how much it was. Where is it?
253 Chatworth. You can look it up online.
But that's in Ohio, like Cleveland-ish area.
Euclid.
Okay.
Euclid.
Yeah. See, I'm telling. If that house was in Miami, like I said, that would be at least a $600,000 house. At least.
Oh well, yeah. Here, just like I say, this house here where it is about 200 in a good market. And I mean, but like this house was like in California. This house was in California. Oh yeah, you 700,000-800,000.
Oh yeah, out here on the West Coast. Oh shit,
no,
bro.
in Cali, that's like a $2 million house because my mom's house in Cali is like.
I looked up houses in Cali, right? For $120,000, you get a cardboard box with all the fish.
God forbid! Don't try to be close to the ocean. You
Oh,
for
fuck
real,
no. Fuck no. You be sleeping with the fishes. Oh, you Borging bad. Yeah, Soul Eater has like what, four seasons, dude.
Damn, does it?
Stop being cheap and get Funimation, man. God damn. It's only 10
Yo,
12. And by the way, Ed.
Go ahead. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah. And by the way, Ed.
Okay.
Piss on you if you really think Yu Hakusho is better than Fist of the North Star. You crazy as shit.
And that's 90s anyway.
Well, Charles, what was the name of the movie, the anime movie with Buddy Roll on the red bike? How could I forget the name? It's like from the like late 80s maybe.
You're talking about Akira.
Bro, yes I am. When I finally watched that movie, because I've watched it twice, but I feel like
did you have a seizure?
No, I didn't, but I feel like I gotta watch it again with the knowledge I have now, because I feel like I missed so much of the backstory, and like I didn't really appreciate the anime, especially for the time that it came out, because there was so much attention to detail in that anime in that particular movie.
Well, like it's certain shit that came out in the 80s. Like if you notice, like the Thundercats and He-Man, they're all anatomically correct.
Yeah.
Compared to, I don't know what the fuck kids are watching now. That fucking that what's that shit called? That Adventure Time.
Phineas and Ferb type shit.
Yeah, that's 2000. That's 2010.
That fucking Gumball and that fucking art design, which is lazy as fuck. Like, really?
Yeah, that's 2010s. I think that's the beginning of the. I want to say probably like the early 2010s is the start of the downfall as far as cartoons and anime goes.
For American animation. Like if you look at the Thundercats right there in the background, they're doing a 3/4 turn, and look how detailed it is. Like, look at that.
I would say, I would still say that probably peaked in like the 90s or early thousands. As far as best animation goes. Even though now we do have some pretty good.
How is that cheesy Kung Fu Mad Max? Okay. You get a weird, shapely little teenager who's supposed to beat up a fucking demon god. Okay, buddy. Okay. That's pretty much anime right there. They went from... Notice how in the 80s, all the fucking guys were stoic and muscular. But then the years go past. Look at JoJo. Basically, he was like a goddamn Kishiro ripoff. And then next thing you know, by the time they go through the latest fucking JoJo, he looks like goddamn Prince. Like, what the fuck?
But the manga was like that though, and I think the manga was in the 90s though, right?
It started in the in either early 90s or late 80s. So when you look at anime, notice how they went from grown ass men whooping ass that look like they could whoop ass.
Yeah.
To fucking and don't get me wrong, I love My Hero Academia, but I'm used to niggas looking like All Might, not Deku. Like god damn, even
No,
Goku,
I completely agree with you on that one.
even Goku at some point had to get buff, even though Dragon Ball's from the fucking 80s, the original. But notice how they want the heroes to look like kids, like these skinny little kids that look like pubescent girls and boys are supposed to beat up this fucking 8-foot tall walking mountain of muscle.
But Charles, that's part of the K-pop and J-pop generation. If you ever seen like what's kind of going on in Japan and in South Korea, there's a lot of that cutesy boy shit going on, and I would argue a little bit of it is kind of spilling into Europe and America. But if you ever see some of these K-pop stars, you'll be like, well, you're right, a lot of it. But if you ever look at some of these K-pop stars, it's really like a girl like minus girls. The breasts.
They look like the weird ass hair colors. Minus the breast and the dick. That's what they look like.
Charles, look up something called Safe Hands in like South Korea. It's gotten so feminized out there. When men pose with like females, like men that are like popular or whatever, they try not to touch the women at all because they're afraid of getting accused. So even in public, they call them safe hands, where men aren't allowed to touch the woman, like when they're taking a picture with them.
Which country is it where they have the train carts specifically for women? Was it Japan or China? Or it wasn't China. It was Japan, South Korea, or maybe India. But they have a. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say real quick. I know up in Sweden they actually was making some steps towards banning men having their legs open or something like that.
You know, there's a chick who did that in America.
Oh yeah, manscaping. That's what they call it.
And I'm like, if some white chick, if I ever decide to take a subway or a train ever again, and she pour water while my legs are naturally opened, I'm gonna slap her from here to there. Like that's it. Like my hand is gonna be in the middle. She's gonna be like a bug on the fucking windshield. Don't do that to people. Don't touch me. And yes, I guess it's officially the anime hour now. So post your anime. Anybody want to talk about anime for the next 30 fucking minutes? Come on aboard. And yes, I love Baki. Thank you. Original. I even like King and Ashura. Aren't they supposed to do a fucking crossover? Yeah, I read they're supposed to do a crossover, King and Ashura and Baki. So try not to have an anime game. Try not to have an anime gasm. But go ahead.
Okay, so I just looked it up. It's in Japan. The women only train is in Japan.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's got like a pink arrow.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, that was because of the men groping the
But in their defense, what is there to grope?
I know, right? But y'all want to know something about the groping thing? It's a whole fucking sex like online industry for like where men record, like they'll get their phone and they'll record underneath the skirt of the woman, or if they're real bold, they'll grope them and they'll record the video and sell that shit. And it's like getting bigger and bigger in Japan. It's like a whole industry for that shit.
That's what she said when the black guys came over.
Goddamn.
So I mean, hey, that's a Japan thing now. But anyways, like I was gonna say to Z, bro, I know you got some thousands of animes you can throw up here.
I mean, like, yeah, no, you know, one of my favorite anime series
Talking
are the Gundam
2000
Wing
and 2009, like
Gundam Wing series, and I just got finished watching Iron Blooded. Well, not just got. I watched that like 6, 7, 8 months ago. But I originally watched the first 25 episodes years ago, and then I finally watched the first and second series of episodes last year. Gundam Wing Iron Blooded Orphans, and it's a good anime because it's so fucking realistic
bro,
about
yeah,
how
Iron Blood Orphans is pretty deep. Yeah,
it's
that's
pretty deep, and that's what I liked about it. Like these kids are fighting to be considered human beings.
Hey,
I
that
like
sounds like
I like Double O too. That was 2006.
see,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like
no, I
the
remember. I watched that one too.
I like the Gundam Wing. Like, god damn it. I like all the offset or offshoot Gundams, like, you know, the one they had on Toonami. I like that one.
Like Mobile
non-universal
Suit Gundams and stuff like that. Yeah.
Like, I like the G Gundam. I always thought that's how the world should settle their issues and fucking
That
big
would
ass
be, bro.
mechas.
G Gundam was awesome. Yeah. Like, you know what,
It's,
China?
you,
Let's
you
just
know what?
stop doing.
Wait till I find that GIF. This burning hand, this burning hand of mine is telling me to go out and grasp victory. My son loves
Oh,
Death
let's
Note.
see. Thousands Gundams would be Gundam Seed, Destiny, and Double O.
And I'm thinking to myself, what's worse about Gundam? Gundam has to be the best, worst anime ever, in my personal opinion.
Go into that. Go into that. What's best about it? What's worst about it?
Now, Charles, I'm a Gundam head, bro. So
What's the best, worst Gundam?
man, it depends on what series you're talking about.
Artistically, Gundam is pretty good. Even through all the Gundams artistically. Even for their time periods they came out, they're pretty good artistically. Gundam is the worst fucking thing you can ever get to if you're first going into anime. Because you'll be so confused. Oh, I'm gonna go look at G Gundam. Now I'm gonna go to look the Mobile Suit Gundam. Now I'm gonna go to Gundam Wing or whatever the fuck it is. You're gonna get so confused very quickly. So it's not like a very linear story. It's in different eras and different time periods, different fucking, I guess, eras. That's why it's like, out of it more, your life's trash. Fuck you. So is your anime collection. And we're not talking about that Hitachi porn shit that you look at, the Hitachi, whatever the fuck they call it, that tentacle porn shit that you like. We know you like that shit. Tentacle porn freak. Ugh.
Code Geass. Oh, that's a heavy hitter from the thousands. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Code Geass, bro! I love that fucking anime.
Code Geass, that's a heavy hitter.
Yeah, that shit was dope. Yeah, yeah. I watched it back when it was originally out. Now it's on Netflix. I gotta watch it again.
And yes, I am fitting inside of a Gundam because they're like fucking.
No,
like
no, you're not, nigga. I wrote that comment, nigga. You ain't fitting no goddamn Gundam, nigga. Not with your arms.
Oh, trust me, I'm fitting in a Gundam. God damn it! If I can fit in military vehicles, I can fit in a Gundam, and those are tight. Tight as fish sushi. Yeah, but that's waterproof. So
This nigga stupid.
like,
oh man.
I'm gonna
You would have to have a super special license to pilot a Gundam, though.
Nah, all you gotta do is be illegal. Oh, come on, you know they gave the licenses to everybody. Come on.
True.
Let me see. What's another one? What are the?
I know Charles got some secret magical girl anime in his bookmarks.
Oh no, I got the real shit. It's called Pornhub. But anyway, it's called.
I know you watching that. I know you be watching them.
It's called dollar porn.
Some
it's
Card
called,
Captor Sakura up in
by the
there.
way, Charles, the word you was looking for was hentai. That's the name of the Japanese anime porn shit.
Yeah, Art of Vidmore loves that shit. He got a whole wolf doll that looks like an anime character too.
Are you out here walking around with I Love Hentai shirts on, bro?
Yeah, he's walking out with them. God damn it! What's another one? I like the sword art. I like the gun art online. I like the gun
Sword
art.
art online in thousands though, is it?
No, it's rather dude.
No.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Let me
They
see.
have a third season on Netflix right now because I watched the first two. I need to watch this new one.
I don't fuck with nothing with Sao at all, bro. I'm good on that.
What's another one?
Have any of y'all ever watched the Fate series?
Yes, I have. I read the visual novel also.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Let me see.
Okay.
What's another goddamn? I love Project Echo because it makes me. It's good action, but it makes you fucking laugh like a motherfucker. Like, yo, I thought I had it rough going to public school. God damn. Shit. Like when I went to public school in the 9th grade, I thought it was rough then, but Project Inco, god damn. Like what was another one? Guyver. Oh man. Shit. Ooh.
Big bio boosted armor.
What do you say? Charles got overfeed tighty whities.
Oh, I just read that shit too.
Oh. I'm not gonna talk about Art of It more. He free balls at BronyCons. He said, I told everybody I was a unicorn. I love Guyver. That shit is bloody. Oh my god, that's bloody. I like Netflix version of Voltron too, but I just hated that they gotta make one of the coolest guys on their game. Like, come on, man. Oh, god damn. They always gotta push a fucking narrative.
Of course.
The more modern animes, I love Netflix Castlevania. That was beautiful. God damn it.
Me and my girl just started watching it. Me and my little just talking about that. I'm gonna have to call her in a minute.
Let me put it to
I'm
you
gonna
this
get
way.
cursed out.
Let me put it to you this way. When they came out with just 3 fucking episodes, I almost broke my TV.
So my rule number 1 for me about watching anything on Netflix is, bitch, if you don't have at least the 2nd season posted, I'm not watching. Because I like to binge watch. I'm not watching if you only got 3-4 episodes up. I refuse.
Yep, it's gonna break your heart. One of my classic series is Samurai 7. One of my good series back in the but it's not that old, but it's a good shit. Oh my god.
Oh, Full Metal. How can we forget about Full Metal Alchemist, bro?
Oh yeah. Well, okay.
The only Full Metal I respect is Brotherhood.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you guys. What's the difference? Because I only watched 1 to the end, and I can't remember which one it is.
Brotherhood is the closest to the manga.
Okay.
It's basically part of
But don't they run like? Aren't there parallels? Like a lot of the story is the same.
No.
Yeah, in the original Full Metal Alchemist, it fleshes out the characters and stuff more, and like it goes deeper into like with the philosophy of alchemy. But
the
ending is completely different. Whereas Brotherhood is more true. It's more fast paced and true to the manga.
The one where it ended, where the older brother was in essentially our world, right? But like gas powered, and I think like the last episode or the last 2 episodes, it showed him like maybe. He transferred over to our world, but he was like maybe because this was like the beginning of the industrial age when they just created trains. So it was maybe like what, like 17 something, maybe 18 something, 18 something. Okay, so that was which one?
That's Brotherhood.
That's Brotherhood. Okay, so that's the one I watched. Okay.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. Here's another one. Samurai 7 was good.
Cowboy Bebop 90s.
Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, somebody Google that shit. I think it's late 90s, early 2000s. Shit. What was another one? Hellsing. I like the OVA. Shit. The Ultimate Hellsing is the shit. Especially with
it was raw. Hellsing
was raw. Both versions was, but I like the Ultimate version better. Oh man, they kill a lot of fucking people in that fucking anime. A lot of people die. Shit ton of people.
One Piece started in the 90s.
One Piece is like 20 years old.
Yeah.
Art of Idmore has orangutan titties. They're triangular and shit.
Why you get on him because he's not up here? All right, bring your ass up.
He said he got the triangular titties. He plays with them too because he got long nipples.
Yo, shout out to Art. Let me get on.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What about you, Charles? You seen Monster?
I've seen one episode. I haven't seen it in a minute. I gotta go look for it.
That's in my
Sideshow, how far are you in One Piece?
Oh, I got up to New World basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So right after the what's his name? The Great War with Ace and all that.
Okay. I stopped right after the 2 year time skip.
Oh, okay. So you
Or
stopped.
was it
So I'm
3
pretty
years?
much in the same area. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I didn't watch it after.
You're a little bit behind me, just like a few episodes behind me.
Oh yeah, by the
Because
way,
I didn't want to continue going because I'm like I want to let it keep on going, keep it. I don't know. I go
You
ahead.
guys are cracking me up, man. I'm sitting here laughing when you talk about dude got a ring of tank titties.
He do got a ring of tank titties. Oh my goodness! Like,
I ain't gonna lie. You think about when you went to the zoo as a little kid.
You gotta say Charles got red panda titties. Okay. That's why that's why his nose looked like a duck stick. That's what it is.
Oh man.
Oh man, y'all guys are funny, man.
See, you
I ain't
gotta
gonna lie.
understand.
I'm getting my laughter today, man.
You gotta understand. Art of It Boy, he wears like Crocs and mini skirt fucking blouses and shit. Like,
Not
like
fucking Crocs, bro. Not Crocs.
He wears Crocs with no socks at that.
I resent how sometimes brothers and sisters talk about, man, why we spend so much money on clothes and why we try to do this? Because let me tell you something, there's nothing more annoying than seeing the white dudes with that lame ass camo jacket and Crocs and the cargo pants. There's nothing more annoying than a sea of white dudes walking around with Crocs, short cargos, and the camo jackets.
And
So
that's
I am happy to see exactly, and I am happy to see brothers wear. I would much rather see brothers wearing J's and skinny jeans than seeing these damn white boys in they Crocs and fucking cargo pants. If I had to choose,
I ain't gonna say that.
no, I'll say it. I'll say it because if I had to choose, I would much rather see the brothers with they Jordans on, trying to make sure them shits don't get dirty, than see the white boys with the Crocs and the goddamn cargo pants. That shit drives me crazy.
I can't do the skinny jeans. I ain't gonna lie. Look, every time I see the skinny jeans, all I think about is every damn TV show we got on.
Look at
always gotta have a gay ass.
Look at this.
Point taken.
That's why Kill la Kill. Man, I'm gonna tell you what, Kill la Kill. Oh, fuck Kill la Kill. It's good, but fuck it. You cannot get a favorite character there because they're gonna fucking die.
Yeah. What Walking Dead?
No, Kill la Kill. It's like an anime where everybody like kind of dies, just like Art of Itmore's waistband.
Oh, you said a comic got killed or kill la kill?
You know when you said that, Charles, I just was like, there's two things that came to my mind.
Listen, Command Kill was the one that everybody dies in. That shit.
Yeah. Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's the one.
By the way, anybody, if you haven't watched Game of Thrones, if you're gonna ever watch it, don't get attached to any character. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, if you ever gonna watch Gundam Wing Iron Blooded Orphans, don't get attached to any character. And I'll pause right there.
I like Trigun. Trigun, I like it. Evie Dasha. You talking about the Tsunami Classic?
Wait a minute. Have we come to the conclusion?
Don't get attached to nobody. They gonna die.
Bro, for real, Dre, like it be, man, like it's crazy. I'm watching Game of Thrones. I'm like, okay, I kind of like this character. He seemed like, God damn it! before you even really get attached to the person, be like, you know, I want to see how his story progresses. Like, fuck.
So we concluded that the Thousands anime beats the 80s anime.
I don't know if I said all of that.
No, I don't say all that shit. Goddamn.
I mean, that's why we doing this. We trying to figure it out.
Shit. I mean, most of your Gundam wigs are like fucking 80s and 90s, so fuck. What do you like shit? Like, I mean, god damn. Like, hell no. And yes, Art of Itmore do wear metal thongs to work. That's a choice.
He said you got Willennium cockpiece on.
Yeah, he got a cog piece.
Remember, you ever see that video of Willennium?
Yeah.
Wait, Charles, what you say? He got a you say he got a vibranium fucking cock piece.
Vibranium cock piece.
Adamantium cock piece. What?
The motherfucker trying to go back in the day and pull out what was that dude's name they used to wear? The guy who sang the Candy song. He's trying to be like him. What was his name? Who sang Candy? I got candy. That's like Candy. That song.
You talking about Cameo?
Cameo. There we go. I couldn't think of his name for a
The
minute.
red cock piece. Like I'm gonna tell you, I do agree with Art with this one. Fucking 90s anime was brutal. God damn, it was brutal.
Charles, what you said about Art and Bruce Jenner being best friends?
Oh, they're more than friends. Ugh.
Yeah, I
They're
think
close.
90s anime might have both the 80s and the 1000s beat, but I think the 1000s built off of the 90s. That's why it's
Most of the 1000s builds off the 80s.
Yeah,
Castlevania, anyone?
but the 80s are like the grandfather by that point to the 1000s.
I mean, the 80s, like if you act just the movie Fist of the North Star is something else.
I was gonna say Fist of the North Star and Akira. I don't know what you could put up against those two. What can you put up against Akira?
I mean, Ninja Scroll is also one of the fucking standards. So is Vampire Hunter D.
I mean, isn't Akira's a movie though, ain't it?
Yeah, but the visuals of Akira, the visuals is insane, and the storyline is dope as hell too. But the visuals are insane.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. Fist of the North Star literally has one of the manliest fucking walk-ins ever. The shit was so manly. Your balls will grow 4 times in size, and you'll get testosterone. And a 4-year-old will grow so much testosterone that it'll grow a full beard.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing against Fist of the North Star. Like that's a classic.
Charles, did you say anything about Art being one of the Sailor Moons?
He's fighting evil in the moonlight, fighting love in the daylight. Looking for a real dyke.
I don't know if Akira.
Real dyke.
But here's my thing though. I need more than Akira and Fist of the North Star though to match up with the thousands lineup.
You got,
nigga, that's all we need is the two. That's what he's saying.
JoJo. You got fucking. I believe JoJo started in the 80s. I think.
Okay, so we got 3.
I mean, that was one of the standards. You got any Gundam from the 80s? Robotech.
So
Gundam
what
was
is
mainly 90s.
Hey, what's up, Kev?
What's going on, officer? What are y'all discussing? Animes that came out of the 80s?
80s,
decades by
80s, 90s, 2000s.
How about this one, Guyver?
Oh my God!
Guyver.
Y'all say Guyver already? No. Are y'all talking about Out of Control, Bio Boosted Armor, or what?
Armor.
What was X-Men considered? Was X-Men a cartoon or was X-Men a anime? It was a cartoon because it was made in America.
X-Men was a comic book for many years.
X-Men was a comic book from the 60s, 63 to be exact.
Yeah.
So you got to think about it. X-Men had a cartoon in '92, and they also had an anime series.
Oh, by the way, Professor X and Magneto literally were inspired by Malcolm and Martin. Like, I'm not making that up. That's a fact.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Voltron. I mean, yeah, but you got to go back to the fucking Beast, whatever the fuck it was called. And okay, don't bring that fucking shit back because guess what? I can't get attached to nobody. Dead Man Wonderland, that's cool. That's a little weird. Devilman is alright. Astro Boy, god damn. You want to go
to
the 60s? You want to go back to the fucking 60s?
Bro, you can't go that far back, yeah.
Even though Astro Boy is the shit.
Charles,
I can pull Giganto out my ass now.
Those are that's 2010s. A comic got killed, Kill la Kill 2013.
Yeah. But what do y'all think about Zatch Bell?
I never really fucked with it. It never attracted me.
Didn't see.
But bro, okay, hold on, Charles.
Up a little slow,
I'm gonna just give you these though, Charles. I'm gonna give you Soul Eater. I'm gonna give you Bleach. I'm gonna give you Death Note. I'm gonna give you Full Metal Alchemist and Brotherhood. And I'm gonna give you Code Geass. Just those you need something from the 80s to match.
And Project Echo.
Okay.
Watch it.
What else you got?
I told you all the shit from the 80s.
Okay, so you got Project Echo, you got Fist of the North Star, you got
Ninja Scroll.
Ninja Scroll.
The
Okay.
first Dragon Ball series.
The first Dragon
Oh
Ball.
yeah, it did come out. Yeah. Oh, Dragon Ball by itself, bro. That just put Fist of the North Star and Akira to the side. Dragon Ball by itself.
Nah, you
Mm,
ain't.
well, the kid version, yeah, it's
Because I could
cool.
throw because if I fuse Full Metal and Naruto together, that's enough from the thousands to conquer that one.
I don't know.
No.
Naruto and Full Metal is gonna conquer
Naruto is just too fucking long compared to that.
Naruto was
Cultural
long,
Charles,
but that pause,
here's the
but
thing, I
that
don't even Naruto I like, but you can't deny the cultural impact of Naruto. Come on,
yeah.
bro.
But that Great Ninja War was dope. That Great Ninja War, first of all, lasted seasons, but it was dope. That Great Ninja War was everything. It was worth the wait, actually.
And then you gotta go ahead and throw Bleach in. Bleach is in them thousands too. Shoot.
Yeah, but we had to wait 6-7 years of Bleach hiatus before they finally created the last season.
But I mean, but it was still thousands on. It was powerful.
Who makes their followers wait 5, 6, 7 years for last season?
By the way, don't look at City Hunter.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a classic.
Yeah, it is.
That's a fucking classic right there.
Okay. I mean,
oh shit, I forgot about this, but I had to look it up because it reminded me. Damn, Bubblegum Crisis. Shit. God damn. That shit was actually fun to watch. Funny as shit too, at some points.
But we at least toe to toe though. Like I still, you can't say.
And I'm gonna tell you what, you're not gonna get the full blood. Well, Ghost in the Shell. Thank you.
I'll give y'all a 90. I'll give y'all two. I think 90s anime. It's correlated shit though. Initial D and
Giggity.
right. Initial D, which is the drifting one, and Wangan Midnight, which is the highway one. The Wangan Midnight had the blue 240Z, and Initial D had the giggity. Initial D had the taxi Corolla. Well, not the taxi Corolla, the delivery Corolla, the A86.
Oh my goodness! Like, what was another one? Because there's a lot of fucking shit that I literally have to look up when you look at it. Like shit.
I still got some stuff in this thousands. I'm barely through it.
Well, the thousands didn't have it. Like that's when a lot of that shit just was done. Like a thousand.
I think
the
that's.
thousands. The thousands.
I think the thousands was.
The thousands had like at that decade they had like what you would call an overabundance of fucking anime. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's the tens though. I think that's the 2010s.
Oh no,
I don't know.
But
I'm with Slideshow. Bleach is fire. Bleach is fucking fire, bro. Like if you ever watch that series, especially maybe season 2, 3.
The first season starts off slow as fuck.
Yeah, but after that, that shit, everything after that is fire for the most part, except for the filler episodes, of course. But who counts filler episodes? But that shit's fire.
Bro, you cannot sleep on them thousands when you got Bleach, Full Metal Alchemist, all in one. Come on, bro. You can't. Even if you don't fuck with Shippuden, you still got the original Naruto.
When the last time you had a fucking anime hero with a fucking full beard?
We didn't really.
This man here.
We didn't. But I mean, hey, world atmosphere story is still good.
When your fucking heroes catchphrases, "You're already dead." This motherfucker's like Wu-Tang, ain't nothing to fuck with.
I ain't denying that.
Rock Lee.
You put them weights off, yeah.
Bruh, when I first saw that shit, I was like, what the fuck? Hey, when Go started getting real scared when the leg kicks started getting too close. The sun couldn't keep up with the leg kicks though. Go looking like a whole fucking nervous wreck.
All day. Like a whole best animation ever, even though they've used a lot of fucking A lot of the shit back and forth. Bleach
Low-key,
was really.
I was really mad when Garo won that still. I'm like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
I mean, shit.
But I think it was an overabundance in anime as soon as probably them early 2010s, and that shit was just when the fan service, like High School of the Dead, I think was the how do I want to say it, the lament for the downfall of anime.
That's probably the best fight in the last 2 years of anime right there. Yeah. Probably one of the best fights right there. I mean, come on.
Fan coffin.
That was one of the best fights in like the last 2 years of anime right there. I'm sorry. I do like Fire Force though. That's relatively new. But god damn.
Wait, which anime is this? I've never watched this before.
My Hero Academia.
Oh, My Hero. Okay. So I gotta get into that now.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, why are we punching in the nuts? What you got going on right now, Charles? What you got on the screen, bro?
It's called One Punch Man, and this guy thought he could beat him, and all he did was just ooh. That's as you can see, that's on a fort.
Hey, where's Dre when you need him so he can be like, this, kids, is women when they hit you for child support.
That's all you need right there. I'm gonna do a whole live stream with this guy doing that. Irritate the fuck out of Cowboy Bebop's is pretty good. Samurai Shampoo, I love the artwork, and I also love the hip hop reference in the music soundtrack.
Bro, you think Bleach is deep, and Full Metal will make your doggone head spin. You think Bleach is deep?
Full metal, exact. What's the phrase again?
The law of equivalent exchange.
The law of equivalent exchange.
You must give up something of equal or greater value.
Yep, and it sucks because they tried to find so many ways around it. They tried so hard.
Bro. That shit is like you learn a lot of shit about just life watching Full Metal Alchemist, bro. You just like shit, man.
I mean,
and I remember it's one quote from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood when they were on that island, and he was like, I was able to continue. He was like, I was able to prolong my life because I consumed life when they were starving on that island. I was like, wow, that shit makes him like you really think about it.
You know what anime's deep when it shows young kids trying to bring their mom back alive, and then the older brother got to put the damn younger brother's soul in essentially what is a tin can.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you did that to your little brother already. Except he's still alive.
And I think them thousands animes had some deep themes because I think that's when Japan as a society really started getting dark, when the birth rates was getting more and more drastic.
Look, Japan, and Charles is gonna, I know Charles is gonna agree with me. Japan haven't been right since the fucking bombs, bro. No, Japan ever since we dropped, and I say we loosely, ever since we dropped them bombs on them niggas, they haven't been right, and I think that's why they're so upset, right? That's why they're so obsessed with like explosions.
I'm gonna show you something.
Psychologically, they're fucked up right now.
Yeah,
Still,
fucked up. They never got over that. I'm gonna show you.
No, they really didn't.
I'm gonna show you some animation that was before its time. The Fletcher. This shit back in the day was before its fucking time. You do know what this is also famous for, not just as a groundbreaking animation, but this is the first time Superman ever flew. It was in these animes. Not these animes, these are animated movies and shorts. This is the first time Superman ever flew. So they were like, well, jumping from building to building isn't too fancy, so they just said, hey, let's make them fly. You wouldn't have had Superman flying if it wasn't for that shit. Let me see. Yeah. Afro Samurai is pretty cool.
Yeah, Afro Samurai was pretty good. Was it Samuel his voice?
Yeah.
Was that Afro Samurai?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh shit! He must have said the force is strong with this motherfucker.
Yeah, that Death Note too. That shit was deep.
What's a deep ass anime?
But Charles, I'm about to get out of here. I gotta call the missus. You already know. But
it's about
that time for me to not really. I get off in a few minutes, so I call her and you talk while I'm driving home, and
Oh shit!
you
You
know
going to her house, so when you get off, you get off
I
again.
am going home to go to sleep because okay. So you're on the East Coast also, Charles. So I have to be up at 5. I'm not gonna. By the time I come out the shower, it's gonna be like maybe 1-ish, 1:20-ish.
Damn. Oh man.
Yeah. So I gotta be up for another straight 8 hour. Thursdays and Fridays are the hardest because Thursday I work a double, so I work 16 hours Thursday, and then I only have like 4-ish, 3 and some change hours of sleep, and then I go right back to work.
Damn. So you get so on the weekends you get a double hard giggity.
If she's willing. But yeah, so
And if you're Quagmire, it doesn't matter. It's like
right.
no, we do not
Let's
do
see.
that.
I'm trying not to fall asleep in it. That's the difference between me and Quagmire.
Oh, hey, guess what?
Yo, is
We
Art
married?
still in the chat?
I
Somewhat.
think so. I think Art still might be in here. But anyway, all right, you guys. I'll talk to y'all later. All right.
Oh yeah, Guru log on. Oh yeah, that's another fire one.
Oh, what a Google knows.
He hit a motherfucker with a galaxy. Yeah.
He hit a motherfucker with a like. Sometimes anime is known for just like, what the fuck is that? Like matter of fact, this is considered a hybrid of American and anime. Oh, look at the artwork on that shit. You can imagine if you really think about this. Imagine being a kid and you see this shit in the 80s for the first time. That shit blew. Look how beautiful it looks. You can imagine. And you like, wait a minute. Think about this. Imagine being a kid and you see this shit. Somebody got the goddamn. For the first time. That shit blew. Somebody got the goddamn thing up, man. And you like, wait a minute.
Somebody got you on the surround sound.
Yeah, well, I hate how I sound here. God damn it. Like how beautiful that animation is right there, man. And this is in the fucking 80s, and you're like, that hybrid American anime. Jesus Christ, man. That shit was just so beautiful. Like, the fucking. Let me put it to you this way. The fucking intro to Thundercats is artistically better than most full-scale movie and series anime. Like, that shit is just fucking lovely. Ah, Jesus, that was a fucking part. Like, look at this shit right there. Like, man, you going through all that emotions and like, look at this shit. That is very beautiful. You see it that come out on a fuck. This is the fucking intro, and you already say, "Yep, this is the first episode." And you're like, yep, this is my show. I don't give a fuck what else happens. This is officially my show. Think of how fucking kick-ass that is. Coming out the fucking Thunder Tank, crushing rocks. That is... Gotta have a badass moment right there. Oh, man. It's getting late. Thank you all for the tune in. Thank you all. Oh, yeah, Brave Star. Oh yeah, what is it? Strength of the bear, speed of the puma, eyes of the hawk.
Yeah, it was
Fear of
fun.
the wolf and hug of the bull. Yeah.
Yo, Charles, are you gonna continue the timeline on the next stream? Because you stopped at the mid-thousands.
I probably will. Shit, but we'll probably talk more about anime. It's the weekend. I can calm down a little bit. I guess tomorrow, if I decide to do one tomorrow, we're gonna do it. A multifaceted man, cartoons, comics, and anime part 3. Does anybody want it? Come get it. Get all your comic book and anime friends. I'm gonna talk shit about shit and anime and cartoons. Ooh, and we are out.
Peace.
Peace.